According to various sources online, these theme parks are the best theme parks throughout Los Angeles. Okay, I'll bite. Let's review them all! Apart from Legoland. I think I'll wait for my son to be old enough before I go to a Legoland. I go to all these theme parks by myself already, and I think going to a Legoland by myself may be one bit too far. Welcome to the one and only Disneyland. Hello there, my name is Antonio, and welcome to my rather long review of this place. Now, if you excuse me, I have major social anxiety right now, people are staring, and I want to go ride some rides. I'll see you back at my place. The more parks I visit, the less I like Magic Kingdom, and this park didn't help that fact. Disneyland, aka the only Disney theme park Walt Disney actually stepped into before his passing, opened 69 years ago at the time of writing. Nice. In 1955, and is located in Anaheim, California, which is about an hour's drive from downtown LA. And I think that's close enough to be a viable trip if you're in Los Angeles. This is the theme park for a lot of people out there. The OG, the one and only, the big dog, the best park in the world to them. I'm on a mission to review every Disney and Universal theme park, and it only makes sense to finally review the one, since it seems online theme park discussion is always about California or Florida. Getting there is simple enough, as unlike Walt Disney World, which is basically its own mini state when you enter Disney World, and have to go from park to park via a mode of transport, Disneyland is actually just kind of there. From the outside, you can see rides like the Incredicoaster at Disney's California Adventure, as well as the back of what looks like Galaxy's Edge, the Star Wars land. It's somewhat understated in some ways. Like, if you enter Disneyland through the front entrance, the sign that welcomes you to Disneyland is so small compared to what I'm used to from the big, bombastic Disney. It's quaint, and I kind of like it in a weird way. However, as a tourist, you'd have to find a way from the airport, probably LAX, to the parks. There is a bus that goes from downtown Los Angeles all the way to Disneyland. It's kind of incredible, as it's only $1 or $2 if I remember correctly. The only downsides there are you got to get to downtown LA first, and the bus takes over 2 hours from there alone. So yeah, if you can get a Lyft or Uber, or heck, rent a vehicle if you can. I considered it, but I didn't want to worry about parking, and also, American roads scare me. Walking to the parks, past hotels such as the Pixar Hotel, is a painless experience. Plenty of signs everywhere, and it's obvious you're going in the right direction due to the views in front of you. You have to go through security to enter downtown Disney, and by extension Disneyland. Just warning you. It was pretty efficient, so thumbs up there. There's also plenty of stores and eateries as well as hotels around Disneyland, so if you want to just pay for the parks and save a bit of money, you can easily stay in a hotel nearby for a quite reduced fee comparatively. You can also leave the park during the day and get something to eat, then go back in. If anything, I'd say that's better. You get a break from the crowds and that kind of energy, recharge your batteries, and head back in when you're ready to hear little spoiled kids cry about not getting an overpriced hot dog. Now, it wouldn't be a Disney-themed experience if you didn't have to walk through shops before you actually get to the theme parks, the reason you are more than likely here. It's interesting, I have been to 3 Disney resorts as of now, and each of them have a different way of doing it. Walt Disney World, since it's pretty massive like I already mentioned, the shopping area is its own experience, away from the parks, called Disney Springs. Disneyland Paris has a downtown Disney, but if you arrive via the train station attached to the park, you can simply just skip it and get straight to the parks if you so desire. I like it this way the best. It's not out of the way, so you don't have to plan to check out the shopping and entertainment, but when I arrived at Disney Paris, I said to myself, parks first, then I'll check out the shopping. It was nice to have the option, instead of being forced to walk through the shopping area time and time again, weaving around the purposely built land to make you walk slowly and want to go into a shop or buy some food. We're stubborn people, get told to do something and you're less likely to do it. So yeah, downtown Disney is built like that, and it's quite the annoyance to walk through. However, it's not all bad. As you walk in and get past security, you may possibly pass some live music, which was always different, and it was a pleasure to walk by every time. There was a lot of construction when I visited, so warning there, which is also a weird theme with my videos. Always a lot of construction. But after that, there was an annoyingly well-themed Star Wars shop. Why annoyingly good? I just wish this effort just went into something else, but whatever. The stores seemed fine. A variety of Disney-themed shops that cover clothing, household items, shit you'll buy once and never touch again. You know, all the requirements of a vacation. I found it rather bland though. There was some nice theming due to it being the Halloween season, but outside of that time and other holidays, it's just a shopping centre, man. With two caveats though. Well, three, it's attached to a theme park. But there's a hotel attached to downtown Disney, named the Grand Californian Hotel. It had like this wooden vibe to it, which I really liked. The attached buffet restaurant looked really overpriced, but nice at the same time. There was a gift shop in the hotel with exclusive merchandise if that's your kind of thing. You get an exclusive entrance, and the lobby was pretty nice. I will probably never stay here, but if you're planning on coming here once and once only, hell, why not? Seems alright. The rooms? Why would you want to know about the rooms in a hotel? Just look at the pretty lights on the ceiling while you swipe the credit card and hope it doesn't make that horrible sound only poor people know. It's quite traumatic, isn't it? Oh, and the second caveat is that if you get a taxi, the bus from downtown LA to Disneyland, take a bus from the parking lot near the theme park, or if you're staying on the west side of the park, you can enter through an entrance that skips downtown Disney altogether. So maybe just do one of those options so you can skip the extra few thousand steps. You will make them back. We have avoided spending money. So far. We are finally at the entrance of the park, and my first impression of the entrance is one of relief. As you can see, both this park and its younger sibling, Disney's California Adventure Park, are right next to each other, which makes going between the parks very appealing. There are some lockers outside Disneyland, which I know sounds so extremely boring to mention, but I filmed myself trying to fit a bag and a suitcase into their largest locker, and well, it was a mission. I do warn you, the footage being filmed is from the ground up, so if there's any male cleavage that appears, you have been warned. I got this in, it looks like with great difficulty, like I scratched the living shit out of it, so I've kind of ruined this, but whatever. My bag's there, this is what I'm taking into the park. I'm only doing this for one day, let's see if this works. Remove that. Shit. Oh, it's not. It was about to do it. No, it's not. Let's see. And if you care, it cost me $10 to rent the locker that day. I got in using a digital ticket, which I had to link via the Disneyland app. I got a ticket from attractionstickets.co.uk or .com, which was like a deal at the time. It was 3 parks, 1 park per day, meaning I couldn't enter the other theme park on the day I was visiting. And I had to pick which park I wanted to visit each day. There is a park-to-park option, which allows you to come and go between the parks as much as you want, but I wanted to save some money on this occasion and went for the ticket type I did. I, of course, at points, wished I could jump from one park to another when I noticed a ride's time being low. But to be fair, by the time I would have finally made it to the park and made it to the ride, I'd have been too late. For reference, I went to Disneyland for 2 days and Disney's California Adventure Park for 1. We'll discuss the app more later, so for now, let's get inside and get reviewing. After getting the ticket scanned, the first thing I saw was a floral piece of art in the form of Mickey Mouse, as well as a Disneyland sign. The floral piece may be different on your arrival, but it was a nice first sight. It always has a queue, so have fun waiting for that, while I run to Space Mountain. I had some building work too, as seen from this photo, which you'll probably get to if you go at a less than busy time, which, considering how busy this park got later in the day when I was there, is a scary thing to say. We also pass under what is the station for the Disneyland Railroad, a train that goes around the park and stops at various locations. It also acts as a tour of the park, something I grew to actually enjoy after hesitating upon riding the Disneyland Railroad at Disneyland Paris, and afterwards commenting on how I really enjoyed the experience. I like how it offered a new way to look at the park you just visited, get excited for your day if it's the first thing you decide to ride, and finally it has a practical use by stopping at parts around the park, which made moving around the park a bit more enjoyable for those who wanted to take a load off their feet for a bit. Sadly, I was unable to ride it for this review, but basically take what I said above, and I'm sure it would apply here. I highly doubt there's too much you can do to improve upon or mess up a train. Here's where I find out you get mugged on the train or something. Could make for an immersive experience though. Walking under a bridge where the railroad runs above, and passing posters of lands and attractions in this park that I would 1000% buy, we find ourselves in Main Street, USA. Main Street in some form is the first thing you see when you first enter a Disney castle park by foot, meaning a Disney theme park whose main icon is Cinderella's castle, and is inspired by American towns at the turn of the century. I, of course, wasn't around at that time, but I do believe this desire to transport us back to this time period has worked well. The architecture, the music, the Dapper Dan's a cappella group, the staff's costumes around here, they all just scream old, you know? Funnily, anything Disney related kinda breaks the immersion, such as seeing a costumed character, or hearing music from a more modern Disney film such as Up. What I like about Main Street so much is the comforting feeling you get as you walk down it. It has this feeling that you're safe here, and it's pretty fun to see what the facades of the buildings actually home. Of course, it's pretty much always selling you something, but there are some nice attractions and Easter eggs to find if you're willing to look for them, which really help bring this land to life, and feel like it is the early third of the 1900s. Two that came to mind for me was a quaint theatre, which played multiple early Disney films such as Steamboat Willie when I was there. It had dark lighting, pretty great sound dampening, and was a nice way to escape the crowds for a second, if desired. The other thing I found was like finding an Easter egg in a game. It was really cool. I noticed a dentist called Painless Dentist off the beaten path of Main Street. Let's just say it was indeed painless for me, but I'm not so sure for our friend up there in the window.
There, all done, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones.
If I had enough time, I would love to continue Easter egg hunting in Main Street, as I feel like there are more I couldn't find. Then again, maybe I shouldn't, as I might get highly disappointed in my findings. Parades often pass through Main Street, and people sit on the edge of the road in preparation for the parades. So if you see people sitting, waiting for something, there's a parade soon. I normally avoid parades since they don't interest me, but I wanted to mention them here. I noticed stuff often got shot on Main Street, as in both Florida and now the other side of the country, I walked into Main Street, USA at the start of my day to see crew and costumed characters shooting stuff. So maybe there's your opportunity to get noticed if you want some stardom. That'll get tackled by the Disneyland staff, the risk is yours to take. Main Street basically is a massive shopping centre really, and this of course means stores at the wazoo, which is a bit funny considering you had to walk through downtown Disney to get here, which is already a massive shopping centre and dining strip. I felt that Main Street here was smaller than Disney Paris and Magic Kingdoms, but it still had a large amount of stuff to try and take your money from your wallet. I mention this to warn you, but also to mention some unique shops such as a jeweler and an art store, which was showcasing this piece of art of Mickey and a man. I'm assuming Mickey is thanking the person for their work, but to me, it looks like Mickey has royally fucked up and is really sorry for what he has done. Walking down Main Street, I took in the castle ahead of me, as well as decorations that were out at the time. If there's a seasonal event, decorations relating to said event are normally put here, which leaves the other lands alone, which I prefer. Finally, I must say as we get to the end of Main Street, walking around here is way better at night than in the day. Like, look at this. However, this was towards the end of park hours. This is at the peak of the day. Towards the end of the day, around Cinderella's castle, there will typically be a firework event or something like that. This means a massive amount of people crowd around the area. I can't comment on such an event at this park as I sadly didn't get to do any of them. Now, the section where people watch the fireworks/castle shows at the end of Main Street at USA at night, or when it is packed, is near impossible to walk through. Like, look at this shit. If I put some ambient music with zombie sounds behind it, you could believe it was a scene from The Walking Dead, when they cover themselves in guts to mix in with the zombies. If you are tepid or don't like forcing your way through to get somewhere in a crowd, you may struggle around Main Street at night. I guess the issue is that there's only one general entrance that you can access by foot, so it all gets funneled down this one pathway. Oh, and if you're entering the park early before the lands open, you'll be waiting in this hub area in front of Cinderella's castle too, which if you hate crowds, good luck. There's a unique feeling when walking into a Main Street that Disney nails, and I have had this feeling walking down every single one. There are characters above you at opening, waving from the railroad queue, seeing the railroad in motion if you're there after opening, seeing that long stretch ahead of you as you enter Main Street towards Cinderella's castle, the variety of shops and sounds around you. It's hard to explain, but it reminds me of Disney of old. Main Street feels like something untouched from the years and years of operations, and the further we move away from that time period the area is based on, the more of a pseudo time capsule it becomes. There may be no proper attractions, i.e. rides here, but I see Main Street overall as an attraction, one of which is always a pleasure to walk through whenever I visit a Disney park. And this one is no different. I will probably never buy anything from any store apart from the main gift shop though. Only locals must shop at the others, right? Like there's no way I'm bringing a painting or a massive figure on my carry-on luggage. Not this trip anyway. Before entering any further lands, let's discuss the park's icon, Cinderella Castle. Firstly, I love the compass out in front of the castle on the floor. I believe I saw this at Disney Paris 2 and Magic Kingdom, so I'm going to assume every castle park has this. Moving on to the visual design of the castle, there is a small body of water around the front of the castle, with fountains spraying... We'll take a guess. The castle, in one word, is quaint. I like it. I think so far Disney Paris is my favourite castle, with those cute Minecraft-looking trees around it, but I really like how almost understated this is. Disney theme parks are known for kind of showing their dicks in your face in an attempt to show you how impressive they are with their work. But you can almost tell this is once again from a bygone era, with its visual design. It's not got overly contrasty colours, feels very space efficient, and unlike Magic Kingdom and Disneyland Paris, this castle is nowhere near as big on the inside too. Which means there's not really much to explore. To me, that's a good thing. It means the castle is an icon, a visual attraction, but not a full-on attraction with a store and other gubbins. Now, this doesn't mean there isn't an attraction, we'll talk about that next, but I found that traffic flow was always consistent with this castle, with people coming in and out of Fantasyland. It was quite refreshing after the rest of the Disney parks and their castles. I think what helps with its design and traffic flow is the attraction based on the castle, Sleeping Beauty's castle, has its entrance inside Fantasyland, the land you walk through the castle to get to from Main Street. This just makes so much sense to me. Sure, it crowds up that area on a busy day, but the actual walkway, the thing that gets the most traffic, stays clearer than it would have otherwise, just making for a better guest experience. Touching on it quickly, Sleeping Beauty's castle retells the titular story through book pages and dioramas, which are viewable by windows. It's whatever. I'm sure it's meant to just eat people up during the day, and truthfully, you could just walk through it to avoid crowds if you so wish. Don't know why you would, but you could, and when you're in the land of the free, you can do what you damn well please. Now, considering we are already in Fantasyland, let's leave and review it later, because this is my video, and Fantasyland looked at my wife weird. Instead, we will tackle where I tackled first, with Adventureland, the land with an Indiana Jones ride that I knew nothing about. And little did I know, my favourite ride ranking was about to change forever because of it. Passing under the Adventureland sign, which gives off a vibe of exploration, and the possibility of meeting someone who may like human flesh, right next to the sign is an attraction I always knew existed, but never bothered to try. Walt Disney's Enchanted Tiki Room, originally opened in 1963, and really gives off the vibe of this was made a long time ago. Is that a bad thing? We're about to find out. Before entering, there was a juice bar in the waiting area that people seemed to bloody love. People were still waiting for it after the doors opened to let us in. Crazy stuff. Must taste like God's tears or something, man. As for the actual waiting area, this is known as the Enchanted Tiki Gardens. I noticed there were tiki masks, such as this Maui one here talking, but due to the crowds, I had no idea what they were saying, so let's just say they were discussing this week's episode of One Piece. Entering the room of enchanted tikis, sitting down and being commanded to wake up a parrot by a staff member by saying, "Wake up, Jose." What commences is an about 15-minute show of very primitive animatronics around the room singing to us and presenting a show. The room around you will take part in the show, such as panels in the walls singing along after a certain point. It does make for a quite dynamic show for your first time. The titular Jose is basically introducing you to the bits of the room, and they all join in with the show as we go. This has a charm for sure of the older Disney, however I'm sorry, I found this god-awful. The main reason is I just found it unbearable with the older animatronics used throughout the show. And the reason for that is their mouths made quite loud clanking sounds throughout the performance. I was wondering what that dang sound was once the show started, but when the bits in the wall started spitting bars near me, that's when it clicked, or clanked if you will, and when the chorus kicks in, it's comical with the amount of clacking taking place. It was oddly distracting. I'm willing to bet a tenner there were people in the room with me who adore this attraction, how it was such a big part of their childhood, and that's awesome. I'm so happy for you, and if anything, I enjoy that this landmark of Disney theme park history is still open. I hope it stays open forever, as this attraction may not be for me. I just wish people who like it can continue to enjoy it for as long as they wish. It's just not for me. Speaking of not for me, let's move on to the Jungle Cruise. Do you remember that there was a semi-recent feature film based on this ride starring Rock the Dwayne Johnson? Did any of you see it? I can't tell you a single thing about it. Scary how the marketing machine giveth and taketh away. Anyways, a very short walk into Adventureland, which, may I just say, it's quite basic, but I do like this older colour scheme and theming of Adventureland so far. We find ourselves outside of the Jungle Cruise. And no, this is not a big boat filled with adventurous OAPs, but instead an expedition into a jungle with a skipper who loves their puns and dad jokes. Final fact before we ride. This attraction opened during the first year of operation, back in July 17th, 1955, which is A, wicked theme park history, and B, as of the time of writing this section, means the Jungle Cruise is 69 years old. Nice. I made this joke already, and this joke won't work when I eventually record this section a year later, but it worked at the time I wrote this line originally, so it's staying in. Though tiny, I like the sign of the Jungle Cruise a lot. I don't know, man. You know when you just like something? That's terrible for a review when you're trying to detail every little thing, I know, but I have this desire to hang that sign up somewhere in my house, and if someone came over, they'd think it looked pretty nice without even knowing the context of it. I like to watch ride-throughs other than my own when writing, as I believe that I have always missed something, and watching this walkthrough by animatronic duo, I can't believe I never noticed that there's a poster which basically details, to you, the route you're about to go on. That's just proof I was rushing to get to the ride, which in fairness, the queue doesn't have much going for it. Props that give you the vibe of an expedition litter the queue. Meanwhile, paintings and posters cover the walls, and I swear to God, where can you buy prints of the posters seen at Disney parks for goodness sake? Look at this print, it's so simple yet so cool, I want it. I think it would take about 30 seconds from entering the queue to getting on the ride if you didn't have anyone in front of you. So it's not a bad idea to jump on this ride when the queue times are low, as otherwise you'll just be standing outside the line, I think. And that's never fun. Now, did I find the ride fun? Not really, no. The ride takes you on a tour of what I would guess are Amazonian rivers via a boat where yourself and a group of other human life forms get told dad jokes, cringy puns, and have jokes about Disney theme parks by a team member acting as a skipper as you flow on past old-looking animatronics. I personally didn't feel the charm. The setup and punchline is normally the skipper will introduce an animal or a set piece, then make a reference to like their old high school or ex-boyfriend, and it's quite painful when a joke is delivered and then no one makes a noise. I feel bad for the skipper, I feel bad for us, I don't know. I feel in 2025 this kind of writing just misses the mark. I will say though, it must be fun. You got like a set script you gotta follow, I am sure, but outside of that, you get room to improvise. So if any of the skippers are wannabe actors or even comedians, that's a good way to practice your craft and get better at improv. I am talking shit here, but there is a story to be seen. Basically, it starts out as a simple river tour, seeing animals such as snakes, elephants, and alligators? Crocodiles? I'd assume gators, but I have no idea. I do like how the first animal you see, though, are snakes, and they're, to me, looking at attention ready to attack if we start something. I do like this as a piece of visual storytelling. You're at your first animal, and it's already obvious that this trip is not going to go smoothly for someone. Later on, we see some gorillas having fun at a campsite, including one with a piece. Luckily, he hasn't discovered bullet time yet, so he misses us and we move on. After that, we see a poor monkey trying to reach some bananas. Like, look at him. His one purpose in life is to grab those bananas, and he is unable to, possibly due to the fear of what's in the water. God bless you, monkey. God bless you. After some uneventful events, children get to learn about the circle of life in a pretty messed up way, as zebras, giraffes, and I believe wildebeests just flipping stand there as they watch a zebra getting eaten by a pack of lions. I mean, it's implied the lions aren't moving at all. Then, in what is a quite funny reveal, we see who I presume are the owners of the previous tent we saw on a tree trying to climb away from a rhino and hyenas. If it wasn't obvious, whatever expedition they were on, it has not ended well. Next we saw hippos, and then gorillas mucking about on a boat. That's someone else's property. They'll be hearing from a lawyer. Oh, and there's a boat pretty much sunk completely. Oh dear. An unintended joke I do love is that the last thing you see is we pass Trader Sam's gift shop. Now this is funny to me, as if you didn't know, Disney pretty much popularised the exit through the gift shop thing at theme parks. So if that's been in there since day one, it's a possible, unintended, hilarious joke on capitalism. If not, I don't know, man. The monkey found some jewels. What do you want from me? I got stuck on my ride, and it's quite funny. You can almost see the team member I had enter "I have to fill time" mode. But in my case, we were stuck in a section with not much to look at, so God bless the woman on my boat. She was doing whatever she could. She was against the ropes in the final round with a minute to spare, and by the time we were allowed to move again, she had gone the distance. What is interesting though, and I've noticed this with the free versions of Jungle Cruise that I have now ridden around the Western world, there's always queues at the end, and I'm surprised that during testing this was never ironed out. It's not like a log flume ride though, where you're stuck and then you get rammed from behind, as the skipper, I believe, does have some control over the boat. Basically, if it goes forward or back, as the wheel they have, at least from what I could see, does nothing. So at least there's that. I did find a fun fact during my research. During the conception of this ride, actual animals were wanted instead of the animatronics. But the idea wasn't rejected due to animal rights violations. No, it's because they discovered the animals would just sleep during the day. I feel if anything that would make the ride funnier. The skipper talks a big game about the next thing you're about to see. You turn the corner, then the tiger or whatever is just sleeping or scratching his ass or something. Nature is a beautiful thing. Overall, the Jungle Cruise is simply not for me. I can see rewriting it can be fun, to see what the skipper pulls out of the pun book this time, and I do like that the conflict wasn't really about you're just watching bad stuff happen, but I think I'd rather just sit down for 10 minutes instead of riding this to get some energy back. Unless it was a walk-on as the Jungle Cruise, it just wasn't for me, and I don't think it ever will be. Which makes me wonder even more how bland that movie adaptation was. Maybe one day.
Okay, so don't be alarmed, but we are driving ourselves right into a hippo pool. Oh man, I hope they don't charge our boat, because they only take cash. Okay, I think I have an idea how to scare them away. Let me try to scare them off. I love you! Let's get married!
Walking down the path outside Jungle Cruise briefly, we find our next point of interest. Adventureland Treehouse, inspired by the Swiss Family Robinson movie that was released in 1960, based on an 1812 novel. I believe this is actually called the Swiss Family Robinson Treehouse at Magic Kingdom, and to be honest, I feel just calling it the Adventureland Treehouse was a way better decision, as I highly doubt you know what it is unless it is in regards to references seen through popular culture. For smaller side, there was a Swiss Family Robinson game made for the Apple II and Commodore 64, which released in 1984, and whenever I see gameplay like this, I just think, imagine showing someone who only knew of this kind of game, like Doom Eternal or something. I wonder how they would react. This attraction in its original form opened in 1962 and became themed to Tarzan in 1999 and remained that way until it closed in 2021 for a 2023 reopening of the version before us. So despite the classical feel of this attraction, it's somewhat new. Go figure. The visuals from the outside of the treehouse are pretty good in my opinion. Even if you don't bother to go through the attraction, it still fits into the land's theming well, and serves as nice eye candy to give passerbyers a, that looks cool, moment. There's some light, calm music playing too, but I couldn't tell you what it is. Music from the original Swiss Family film? I don't know. This is a walkthrough attraction, so you can come and go as you please, which some people did for sure, as there were people crossing streams often. Walking into the attraction, there's a small sign giving you backstory, indicating that this is the Family of Five's treehouse they made in said movie. That's nice and all, but you're lying. I know you didn't build this and you can't fool me, fictional person on a plaque. I must say, things start strong, with Jane the Emu, a powerful icon for the bird community, but I don't have much else to say after that. Walkthrough attractions don't do much for me. I feel nowadays you'd see this effort put into a queue of a big attraction instead of it being its own thing. You don't get much of a view, although climbing up the stairs I did appreciate the attention to detail with these roofs. Like 90% of people aren't going to notice if the top of these buildings in the next land weren't done right. But they were, and I'm thankful for that. Plus you are surrounded by trees from one angle, which does give some immersion. But that's neither here nor there really. But yeah, due to this land being so small, and the park overall, of course being big, but not as big as the other castle parks, means the view you get from the treehouse is a bit sucky really. I don't have any notes about the attraction itself, as it is a sign of when it was created, and offers a great diversion for those that are interested. My only real note is to have a designated entrance and exit sign, as I believe I went through the entrance, because I doubt you'd give the backstory at the end of the attraction, but people were just going in the other way anyways, and I really don't blame them, as they might not have known any better. Overall, I feel the best thing about Adventureland Treehouse is the initial impression outside of the attraction, as well as looking sort of nice at night. Yeah, just have a look at it, think it's cool, and move on. To the final attraction in this land, one I knew not a single thing about. This is the reason I went to Adventureland before any other land in this park. Indiana Jones Adventure, Temple of the Forbidden Eye. Opening in March 1995, this ride has always had me curious, as I was unaware of Indiana Jones having a theme park presence at all before going to Disneyland Paris. Then discovering there's 2 rides both in California and Japan got me mighty curious considering the source material. Let's do this. Please be good. Although the sign for the attraction is small, I kinda like that. It makes you feel like you've seen a signpost from a previous explorer who was wanting to warn you of what is ahead, and I love that. I'd hang this shit in my house if they sold it. Sure, the big temple in front of you and the theme park gubbins ruins the immersion, but I like making my own fun when I can. Also, in my Disneyland Paris review, I said this: the queue's theming isn't bad, it just left a bit to be desired. Although then again, without actually entering a tomb or something, I'm not sure how you can make Indiana Jones feel cool, you know? I do know that there's a ride at Disneyland in California too, based on Indiana Jones, so maybe I can be proven wrong. And it looks like a tomb is before us, so my hopes are high with this one. Entering the queue, 1930s music plays through a radio, though I found that out via research, as I couldn't hear it very well at all in my experience. What I also learned is that the 2 props you pass, a troop transport truck and a small mining car, were screen-used props in Raiders of the Lost Ark and Temple of Doom respectively. Hell yeah, love that. Approaching the temple and passing what looks like bamboo to me, let's inspect the outside of the temple a bit more. I love how weathered it looks, and oddly I like how small it is. It makes it feel like, although tiny, it's a building that is hiding some mysteries underneath it. I was told by some people that there was a single rider queue, but from what I could see, I didn't see a single rider line. That or the team members that day heard I was English and instinctively closed it off for me. And I wouldn't blame them. Firstly, as you get to the entrance after going back and forth through the cattle paying queue, a small note. If you get a lightning lane or a skip the line pass for this ride, you skip this outdoor portion of the queue and the lines converge once you enter the indoors portion. I'd argue that isn't much of an issue, as the outdoor part of the queue is the bit that takes ages. Once you're indoors, I felt the queue moved at the same pace over the multiple rides I did throughout my day at the park, all with various wait times. So I feel a real judge for how bad the queue is at the time you're going to ride it is how packed the outdoor portion of the queue is. Entering the temple and walking around a stone idol with holes in the wall surrounding it, which I am assuming are holes for arrows to shoot out of and poke you in the bum, the illusion of entering a temple or tomb is quite strong the deeper we go, which includes an ambient track booming through the speakers, which persists until we get to the introduction video quite late into the queue. The further I walked, the more I noticed so many holes for people to put things in. Clean your mind. I also appreciated the addition of water fountains this early into the queue. The LA heat is nothing to mess with, so thumbs up for that. But yeah, the immersion was strong. Before then walking down a stretch where you see people exiting the ride to your left. We'll touch on this again later. Continuing, the bamboo structures around us become a cave, with the ambient track taking on more of an echo tone, with water droplets. Seriously, if it weren't for that small break in immersion, I'd say this queue is pretty damn great at setting a mood. And we're only like halfway there. Walking past many skulls with spikes poking into them that made a child in front of me go, uh-oh. We enter what feels like a dig site, complete with a pull rope for people in the queue to interact with. Neat. Entering a cattle pen queue, two thoughts came into my noggin. Wow, this queue is long but efficient, and I love this pre-show video. In this cattle pen section, the main commanding source of light in the room is a projector, playing an around 2-minute video where Salah from the Indiana Jones movies does your typical, here is the ride vehicle, your safety information, blah blah blah. But what I like so much about it is its whimsical style, coupled with the humorous voiceover, and equally humorous at times images of Salah interacting with riders about to ride the ride in story. What I didn't know was that there is a full pre-show that lasts over 6 minutes. How cool! The pre-ride series I didn't know was running at the time was called Eye on the Globe, and I'm shocked this wasn't running as it gives so much backstory to this ride. The Temple of the Forbidden Eye became a vacation hotspot after Indiana Jones, famed archaeologist, discovered it, and the reason being was its potential otherworldly benefits it may hold. The clip warns though of the temple idol, and how looking into its eyes opens the gate of doom. The next video takes place after the first. The temple is even more popular than before, but people are now claiming that others have not returned after entering. The news reaches Indiana Jones, who is shot in a way so we don't get a clear view of his face. I wonder why. After a week, Indiana Jones has still not been seen after entering. In the third and final pre-show video, it gives backstory to how Indiana Jones found this temple, and what he warned others regarding it. Still, it didn't stop people from trying to enter it to seek their dreams and aspirations. And I love the final line of, "They're ready for an international shopping spree."
They're ready for a supernatural shopping spree.
The fact that this pre-show video was turned off in 2020 and not brought back until January of 2025 is bloody mental to me. It's entertaining, informative about the ride, gives context to certain things that happen in the ride, and adds so much to the whole experience. I am gutted I didn't get to see these at the time, and instead I had to find out about their existence via research. Tut tut tut, Disney. Tut tut tut. It's an even bigger shame, as I love the pre-ride videos overall. It has such a whimsical tone and style which juxtaposes the ride you're about to go on, and even the queue that you are waiting in. Imagine you were a kid, walking through this dark, spooky tomb. You're holding onto someone's hand for comfort. You walk into this room and hear, "Welcome to the Temple of the Forbidden Eye!" It would be so disarming, but in a good way. Deeper into the queue now. There's not much to see, so before we get on, I found this TV special of the dude we just saw in the pre-show safety clip, aka the aforementioned Salah, along with the actress who played Marion Ravenwood, a key character in the Indiana franchise. In this special lasting about 6 minutes, it is basically Salah saying, "This ride is cool and not dangerous, skeletons come back, they ride anyways, Marion's actress says, OMG can we go again?" It acted as a promotion for the ride, and I oddly love it. If I was a kid in 95 and I saw this special before the ride opened, I'd be stealing my parents' credit card to book a trip. But I wasn't alive, so I couldn't do that if I wanted to. Oh, and in the queue, I fully confirmed that this ride doesn't have single rider, so you can't skip ahead if you're flying solo like I was. Boarding the ride vehicle, a Jeep SUV style vehicle with 4 rows of 4 with built-in speakers for the score and dialogue to play through. This ride type I experienced once before at Animal Kingdom, my current favourite Disney park, and no, I didn't stutter. So I was mighty curious for what was ahead of me. And what was ahead of me was constant stimulation, zero foreplay, and my favourite ride in this park. After being seated and welcomed by Salah over in-car speakers, we approach doors, which evoke a welcoming, calming tone, as the disembodied voice says that we have chosen life. Little did we know, we just got catfished, as when we enter the next room, we accidentally see the titular Forbidden Eye in the ride's title, as the lovely face became something out of a PG-13 horror film. And the voice is none too pleased with us. Maybe they're precious about their eye, maybe it's a lazy one. Turning a corner that looks way less thrilling than it is, lightning covers the walls, as it seems we are moving towards our doom. However, Indiana Jones is there to save us by holding a door back and instructing us where to go, as it is the only way out. I like the quite subdued introduction of Indy here. Like, there's no music sting saying, "He's the hero, he's so cool." Instead, the iconic Indiana Jones theme starts upon when we see him, and kicks in once we attempt to make our escape. I hope you get what I mean. I just felt this was more respectful to the audience's intelligence. I will say though, Indy is holding the door for what exactly? The lightning? Indy is stronger than the lightning pulsating from the door? Doubt. Anyways, after some driving in the dark that at one point made me say, oh shit, the music changes into a vocal chorus, as we have such a wicked reveal of the room we will be ducking and weaving in for the next few minutes. The stone face we saw previously has now become a half skull, grown tremendously in size, has fire coming out of an eye, and a cute occasional strobe lighting effect. It's trying that one light, God bless it for trying. Not until a frozen frame on my laptop when writing this section did it fully sink in how bloody cool this reveal is. The wooden bridge looks so intimidating, like, can it hold my weight levels of intimidating? Of course the face, and the snakes too. Those fuckers looked evil. Navigating the tombs a bit, mostly in the dark, this felt like a come down after that reveal. But I did go whoa at some point, so I guess it was fun. The car loses power briefly, and when it turns back on, the headlights see creepy crawlies on the wall via a projection. The music here is what gives the effect of the creepy crawlies getting up in your grill, as the music becomes more string-based. I don't know. It works. The previous chorus comes back over the speakers, as we attempt to cross the bridge, using this section as a motif for that piece of music. To both your left and your right, if timed well, you can see other riders around you, and this made me think of something. In a park where I have already mentioned the size constraints once, and I will again throughout this review, and you do feel it here when leaving the ride, like I mentioned earlier, but the ride itself benefits in my opinion from being a bit tight. Let me explain. In other dark rides seen around the world, there are always moments where you are seeing other riders when you are going through the story, and in most cases it is immersion breaking. In this rare case, I fucking love that I see other people while on this ride. You see people ahead, they know the way out, let's follow them. You see people behind you entering the tomb, good luck mate, you're gonna need it. It's a bit of diegetic storytelling, that though simple, and perhaps is me reaching, I really liked it in this case. Moving on past some snakes printed on the walls, before seeing an animatronic one up in our face, Knott Indiana Jones over the speakers says that we are on our own due to his fear of snakes. What a dick. Entering the fiery skull, and dipping under the bridge, we enter a dark room, where lightning bolts on the wall move away from us. Is this some kind of force showing us how to escape? That bit lost me there. After a moment of calm once again, the music picks back up as we see via a screen, mixed in pretty well, that the tomb is starting to collapse around us. But as soon as we turn the next corner, there's a bunch of bloody skeleton warriors who attempt to shoot arrows at us via an air gun effect. The effect works great. I just personally hate them, as if one hits my ear directly, my ear is popped for the next day. I guess you could say I didn't leave the temple unscathed, just like a true explorer. Dora would be proud. Escaping them, which, small pause, wouldn't skeletons be really easy to fight? They're just bones, so knock them hard and I'd imagine they'd come apart like a Lego video game death. Back on track, we enter a room with a spotlight on Indiana Jones hanging from a rope. A big old boulder appears from the darkness as we drop down, and the iconic theme plays once more. Finally, below we see Indiana Jones and a cracked boulder. No, he didn't super punch it, I think. He says we aren't bad for tourists, and we should stay out of trouble as we enter the unloading area. Yeah, I flippin' love this ride. To quote my initial thoughts, crazy man, did not expect that, no foreplay, goes right into it. Constant overstimulation, simple story, I really like it. The score of this ride is so interesting to me, as it is indeed scored by John Williams, originally. To quote part of the Wikipedia page via a checked source, in addition to dialogue and sound effects, an orchestral soundtrack plays through the speakers built into the troop transports. This melody contains segments and motifs of John Williams' original score for the first 3 Indiana Jones movies, rescored and re-recorded to sync up with the perils of the adventure. Richard Bellis was responsible for the adaptation process. So basically the score is a mix between a mashup and a fan cover, but you wouldn't be able to tell. The music really helped to enhance the ride experience, and overall I feel this ride is impressive. I have heard the Japanese version is much better than this, and I look forward to trying it out one day, as Indiana Jones Temple of the Forbidden Eye is a complete experience, with a great queue, and is an immersive experience. I say that, when you're done with this ride, you actually go back on yourself in the queue, walking a separate path back to the entrance. It does hurt re-rides a tad, but I don't think it's that big of a deal, and if anything, you get to look at bits of the queue again and go, God damn, I want to ride it again.
Not bad. Tourists. Now, stay out of trouble, will you?
Adventureland overall was packed with things to do. But I will say, the land felt congested at times, and returning in the evening made it basically unwalkable. I also noticed a lack of music. I could be wrong, but when I referenced all of my footage, I don't believe I heard any. At least, not filling out the land. Perhaps this is because the land is so small, so instead of filling the area with sound and creating sound bleed, the musical focus was placed within the attractions. Considering I didn't care for the Jungle Cruise, Tree House, the Tiki Room, and I never eat or shop at any theme parks, this might as well just be an Indiana Jones land for me. Seriously though, I am dreading riding Jungle Cruise in different languages around the world, as I am already doing a courtesy smile every time they tell a joke, so I don't look heartless. I am now going to have to do a double courtesy smile, so that I don't convey, I don't get what you are saying, but I bet it wasn't funny, but I don't want to look like a cock. Leaving Adventureland, you instantly find yourself in a weird minor middle area, where you can either go left into a land named New Orleans Square, or right to Frontierland. But the big lagoon in front of you is part of Frontierland? I don't know, theming cohesion isn't the strongest here, but then again, I know that there is Star Wars Galaxy's Edge later on, which is the newest land with effort made into immersion. So I will chalk this down to Disneyland being old and the mistakes have not been made yet to learn from in terms of immersion. I'd say let's move on to New Orleans Square, backtrack to Frontierland, and then we'll head forward once more to the land ahead of New Orleans Square. Are you ready? This is pre-recorded, mate. New Orleans Square, though tiny, does have 4 key points of interest. 2 attractions, Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion, a stop on the Disneyland Railroad, the train that takes you around the park that we saw when we first entered the park, and finally a row of eateries. The eateries are all combined together pretty much in this tiny little area, and I like the colour palette of the land, even if it means that the Pirates of the Caribbean has to look a bit off considering the plot. More on that shortly. I can't comment on the quality of the food, but the vibes look pretty good, particularly in the Blue Bayou restaurant, and at night this area looks quite pretty. I don't remember any music playing here either, but I'm sure that there's some playing in the restaurants, and I'm also not the best narrator at this point. I went to Disneyland a year ago. Holy crap, time flies. Right, Pirates of the Caribbean, a Disney staple at the castle parks, and let's compare the exterior of this ride at this park versus Disneyland Paris. Totally different vibes. However, I can't say I dislike the exterior. Sure, this is probably cope, but if you were a new rider, you would possibly be entering the queue, wondering what this ride even is, and as you get deeper into the queue, it all starts to make sense. Speaking of said queue, I won't mention the size limits, but I guess I just did. Yeah, this has next to no queue once you get past the back and forthing you do outside of the ride's indoor entrance. I have nothing to say apart from that I'd hate to be in a big queue for this ride, as you have nothing to look at for about 8% of the queue, but once you're indoors you do get a preview of your ride vehicle via passengers floating by you, as well as a small section with some sand, treasure, and most importantly, a parrot talking mad shit about your mum. Walking towards the ride vehicle, the queue music, once it gets past some pretty book standard stuff that I couldn't really comment on, there's some iconic musical notes that any previous rider will tell you about. You're humming them, or at the very least thinking about them now that I mentioned it, more than likely. I look forward to comments where people say, "Nuh-uh, I didn't insert insult here." Yeah, in a rare case for such a massive ride, there's very little to discuss apart from the ride. So, Pirates of the Caribbean is a boat-based dark ride, with some of the most uncomfy chairs you will ever sit on. Like, seriously, look at those things, yeesh. And it originally opened in March of 1967. Since then, it has had various adaptations produced at Orlando, Tokyo, and Paris, as well as a cancelled version in Hong Kong. Then the attraction got a film series based under the same name, I'm sure you know it. which then got an adaptation in Shanghai Disneyland. So to repeat, Disneyland unveiled Pirates of the Caribbean in 1967. It got adapted into a film series that lasted from 2003 to 2017, and then in 2016, the film series got adapted into a ride that doesn't follow the story of the ride, but the films. Have you gone cross-eyed yet? Sat on the boat, ass already in pain, we leave the dock, and okay, I have ridden 3 of the 5 Pirates rides around the world now. Why, as soon as you leave the dock, do you then look into a restaurant? I mean, I get why. It must be cool as a diner to eat dinner, and then watch strangers on a boat float past you. Okay, without being a twat, the ambience would be pretty great. But in the story of the ride, why are we seeing these people? Especially considering the plot of the ride takes place during the golden age of pirates, and no, they're not looking for the One Piece. I don't mind it here, since we have such a small indoor queue that there's not enough time for immersion to be built, but in the other parks, it bothers me that we see people after leaving the port. Maybe in canon these people are rich, fancy types watching us pirates float away to our doom. Considering the price of Disney food, maybe they are all rich, and what I said was rather apt. Moving on and discussing the ride now, ignoring the crowds to our right, to our left it looks like we are floating through a bayou, complete with living boats, and gators, as well as Hillbilly Joe over here strumming his banjo nice and slowly. No, none of that was a euphemism. After a spell of darkness, we are warned of pirates ahead, told to stay inside the ride vehicle, and that dead men tell no tales. All told to us by a skull on a wall ahead of us. The lighting is really effective here. The skull's the only thing visible, and after that, you're plunged into complete darkness, unaware, if this is your first time, that there's a drop in front of you. I can't tell you how steep or fast it was, as it was pitch black, but considering a miserable British person, aka me, was able to sound like he was having fun, I would assume the drop was effective. You get a small reprieve, as we flow along in what feels like a cave, as we hear, yo ho, a pirate's life for me, before we then have another, much smaller drop. I still made a noise, so I'm guessing once more it was fun enough to make certain mouth muscles on my face move. The vibe changes in an instant, as we hear, dead men tell no tales, once more, as we pass a bunch of long dead, shanked up geezers, followed by a skeleton who looks like he's driving nothing, but some simple lighting effects prove otherwise. We then pass more skeletons. These ones seem to be successful in their attempts to get untold riches. However, I am unsure if they died trying to get the riches, or passed on while protecting them. The power of interpretation. A disembodied voice basically warns you to not go beyond, and yet we plan to. At least, that's what I got from it. And then we flow into what looks like a battle between pirates and possibly a city's protection force. Flowing into said city unveils the fact that this city is beyond fucked, as pirates have overran the city, trying to find Jack Sparrow, a pirate who we have not met yet, but seems to be important. I hear people re-ride this ride all the time all over the world, and in my opinion, it is because of this section. There is so much to take in and digest every time you pass through. Things such as the multiple places that Jack Sparrow is hiding around the scene, such as around the corner from a group of people waterboarding a dude in a well, and in a barrel right next to another dude. I always equally loved and felt sorry for the woman chasing a pirate in a circle. She's never getting what he's holding, no matter how much she tries. And is that just a goat chilling on top of a wall in the same group of pirates? Pop off king. This extended scene in a town overthrown by pirates is great, with the pirate singing yo ho, a pirate's life for me, throughout with references to where is Jack Sparrow, a lonesome pirate in this world. Yes, this is where Jack Sparrow originated from. In my rides past at Magic Kingdom and Disney Paris, boats would pile up here at the end of this section, but thankfully the boats kept flowing, which made this experience much more pleasant. I swear, being stuck at the end of the section just makes you grow to hate the yo ho song if you already didn't. Flowing deeper into the destroyed town, past prisoners being teased by a dog with keys, and some pirates having a shootout Naked Gun style, this is where the boats wait on this version of the ride. However, I waited about 10 seconds, which beats the minutes I waited at Magic Kingdom and Disney Paris. So thumbs up there. The sudden break still hurts though. Climbing up a hill, Jack Sparrow is singing along with the pirates, surrounded by his riches. It's funny, in the other 2 versions I have ridden that have this scene where he's surrounded by gold, it's obvious that he's now rich. Here, sure he has some gold, but it's not like he's minted beyond belief. I like how we go through this ride, and if you didn't look to your left at the end, which I'm sure most of you will, you'd miss the ending of the ride. I know it's a size thing, but I just find it funny. Massive set piece of a town burning and being plundered. Small hole in the rock with Jack Sparrow flaunting £200 worth of gold at Cash for Gold. I meme, I joke, but I actually enjoyed this version of Pirates of the Caribbean more than any I have previously ridden. Maybe it has more charm to it, I don't know, but I feel like it was paced a bit better than the previous versions I have ridden. And unlike other times, I wanted to ride this again, as I got the vibe and why people like it. Don't get me wrong, I would ride it again maybe once on the trip, and I still don't feel like it's an all-timer, but I understand it a bit more, and I look forward to trying it in other countries. Maybe I'll just grow to like this ride more and more over time. But I'd say ride this one 100%. It does feel like you're riding history. Moving up the street, we have the Haunted Mansion, another iconic Disney attraction, loved for its story by fans and the fact that it can eat thousands of people an hour by the staff. Haunted Mansion, instead of its normal story of the undead, which you can pretty much see the same story in Phantom Manor at Disney Paris via my review, instead had a holiday overlay named Haunted Mansion Holiday, which is inspired by Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas. But this ride, when I was there, was only accessible via a virtual queue in the Disneyland app. I saw no other way to do this, so a staff member can help you on this one. As the Diablo Immortal guy said, you guys have phones, don't you? What this means is that if you fail to get a spot in the queue throughout the day, you won't be able to ride. This can be quite sucky for rides that are brand new or don't have a very high capacity for guests, but luckily it's not that big of a problem for a dark ride like the Haunted Mansion. How it works is you open the Disneyland app, scroll down to the virtual queue option, click to join, and it will give you a group number. Groups are called in batches, and when your group is called, you get 1 hour to ride. The virtual queue system, I will say, does mean queues aren't as bad as they could be, and allows you to plan your day a bit if you're into that. But it does remove the chance to spontaneously ride the ride if you wish to. Once you get your time, you get a QR code, and then you scan it upon entering the queue, the same as you do a lightning lane, which is the skip the line pass we'll discuss near the end of the review. And also on the bright side, throughout the rest of the year, this virtual queue bollocks doesn't happen with this ride. Entering the queue, the outdoor portion is tiny, but there is a horse and carriage with the horse reins being made in a way to pretend it's floating. Like, that's cute. Come on. I do love the exterior of the Haunted Mansion show building. It's sleek yet oddly ominous. I feel the Christmas decorations take away from this, but perhaps instead of trying to scare, the holiday overlay is meant to be more playful. Time will tell. Exiting the Californian sun, we enter a dark room that will become very tight shortly. Pictures with the main source of light command your attention. The lights cut out, and the pictures change. A voiceover booms through the speakers, which I believe is just the introduction to A Nightmare Before Christmas. I don't know, I've never seen it. And the pictures scroll slowly as the illusion of the room stretching takes place. But only for a short while, as instead from above at the end of the speech, a projection mapping of Jack Skellington appears to finish off the pre-show. An effect I did not expect, and one that made me utter the word, cool. Cool. See? I told you. In the next pre-show room, what is typically meant to be a spooky hall is instead a bit less spooky, as the pictures on the walls are now Christmas themed, and don't really feature anything that would make a little kid possibly have a bad dream. In the Phantom Manor at Disney Paris, there's a cool effect in this room where the sound of lightning strikes, and for a brief second, you get a secondary image to the painting. One that always stuck out to me was of two people preparing for a duel, and the snapshot image was of the duel taking place. It's such a simple yet cool effect, and instead here, the images just match fade. It's not a bad effect, but considering what the Phantom Manor did, and I'm going to assume the other rides do too, but I can't confirm this, it is a shame that this trick was missing, and replaced with something else. Now, is it a good time to say I never really cared for the Haunted Mansion? It's not bad, far from it, but I never got the hype. Phantom Manor so far has been my favourite version of this ride, but I'm not in love with it. This is to say, a reskin of a ride I'm on is a good idea, but I didn't care for the reskin. Don't get me wrong, the retheme here is impressive, as the amount of things that are replaced or edited is pretty dang high. We have a new storyline compared to the old ride, but I couldn't tell you what it is. What I should tell you is what the ride is. It's an Omni-Mover dark ride, which means you are sat in a seat on a constantly moving track, and the ride system is an oldie but goldie. It ensures you see everything the ride designers wanted you to see, complete with speakers in each seat so you hear it all. Sound bleed be damned. If you want a review of the spooky version, and from what I can gather, better version of this ride that I have ridden, then my Disney Paris review is the video for you. As for my comments on this ride, there's a big part near the end which is like a grand reveal, and I must say, the reveal here is even better than the original in my opinion, mainly due to the Jack Skellington animatronic, as well as a really cool twisted tree. Look, if you're in the park, you're gonna ride the Haunted Mansion probably. And if you love The Nightmare Before Christmas, you may actually get a kick out of this, as it apparently takes place after the film, so I guess it's canon, and the reskin has its fans, judging from my research. But I am sorry, I got off this ride and there were like question marks floating around my head on what I could critique about this ride, so leaving New Orleans Square behind us, we enter formerly Critter Country, now named Bayou Country. This'll be quick. The main ride, when I was there, was closed. Splash Mountain was an iconic log flume ride that had a somewhat troubled history due to its past source material, and it was closed when I was there as it was being replaced with a new ride, Tiana's Bayou Adventure, based on Princess and the Frog. Can't comment on either, though from ride-throughs, Tiana's looks pretty good. So when I was there were only 2 attractions open. Davy Crockett's Explorer Canoes allows you to ride a canoe around the water of Frontierland. Okay, that's kind of nifty, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of regret not doing it. As I just kind of said, these are part of Frontierland, but considering we are already here, it makes sense just to talk about them now. There was also a remote island you could explore too, in the middle of the water. How cool, once again. While we're here, there was also a lagoon show that took place at night while I was there. I couldn't tell you what it was about, but from my few seconds of footage, I think it was themed to Disney villains. Though tiny, Critter Country does have like an outback wooden style to it, and it's quite nice to walk through at night. Like, here's me walking by the only eatery in the land, a barbecue place named after a bear who seems a bit too keen on eating the sign. It really is tiny, but I bet Tiana is like the perfect key icon for this land. So let's move on and discuss the only other attraction here that's nestled away in the corner. Seriously, with the construction walls up, I had no idea it was open. This did lead to smaller waits, so at least there's that. The wooden theming continues as we enter the queue for The Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. And this ride was made pre-copyright ending, so no, Winnie the Pooh is not a mass murderer here, sorry. Look at these ride vehicles for this dark ride. It's a thing of honey. That's so damn cute. The ride itself is a dark ride, where Winnie the Pooh dreams about honey, and then gets some thanks to his friends for his birthday. What more do you want? It's got that older style of dark ride that Disney has used in the past on things like Snow White. Vivid colours, sets that look like 2D cartoons made in 3D, and there's always one room that looks like a fever dream. In many ways, this dark ride feels like a classic, and like most classic dark rides from this era, I ride it, get off, and I feel like my life has not changed at all. This ride tells an ultra basic story so that the kids can understand it, and is in no way made for me. And that's okay. Heck, the mother to the right of me was on her phone most of the time, while the kid in front was having a gay old time. At 3 minutes in length, pretty long I'd argue for a classic style dark ride, plus the subject matter, I think this ride achieves its goal of keeping kids happy and giving parents a quick break. Now the version that opened up in Tokyo Disneyland in 2016, let me at it. Tell you what though, I would hate to break down on this ride in this room, or have some kind of failure. This shit already looks a bit creepy. Having no music on while you are sat here, it feels like something would jump out at you at any moment.
Happy birthday, girl!
Moving ahead, we have the newest land at this park, and one that was basically a counter to Universal's success with the wizarding world of Harry Potter. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, a canonical world in the Star Wars universe. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge was pitched as an immersive world, complete with actors that don't break character when asking a question, and land-exclusive Coca-Cola products, that opened in May of 2019. If you want a purely raw experience of someone entering this land for the first time, where I think I rant about the entrance, which is funny in retrospect, check out my Hollywood Studios review, where I got to experience this land after hours, so the land was pretty much deserted. It was very cool. Speaking of, entering the land from both entrances, I think is great. What I believe to be, main entrance is amazing. The rock work looks appropriate, yet otherworldly. And the sightlines, when there's a blue sky, are wicked. There's nothing once you're in the land to take you out of the feeling of being in Galaxy's Edge. The other entrance from Frontierland, which is the next land we'll discuss, the theming transitions really smoothly. You go from brown rocks and wood through a tunnel where the wood and rock transition to a Star Wars-esque brown rubble, and it works really damn well. The grand reveal here, though not as impressive, still is cool and otherworldly in my opinion. Technically there's a third entrance to the land, and by technically I mean there is, but going from the other two entrances' quality, I'd assume it's at least good enough for immersion's sake. Going to Disneyland must have been really annoying when this was being constructed though. Plenty of walkways would have been blocked going between lands. Not my problem though. The first impression walking around the land continues with the positives. Stormtroopers will walk around, as will other characters to interact with guests. A show takes place by the rebel-looking vehicle. I think they're called TIE Fighters. I know very little about Star Wars. Buildings and stores are all appropriately themed, with, for some reason, this bit here, by the TIE Fighter, being something that always catches my eye. It's just a staircase leading up to a door, but that extra bit of theming makes me think someone lives there, maybe. Maybe someone who owns one of the stores around here. I don't know, but I like it. Speaking of, in the land there's a strip of gift shops that, if we truly used our heads, why are shirts and gifts being sold at a market about the world they live in? But at the same time, I work in London, and the amount of London tat you see trying to be sold, so maybe I just cancelled out my own point. The theming here, once again, take a drink, is spot on. I love how almost back alley it feels. I love the basic animatronic animals in cages. This popcorn machine, though it simply is just dropping popcorn slowly with a spotlight on it, it looks the part. I am truly impressed with the theming. And this is stuff I didn't take in as much on my first visit due to it being at night. In the centre of the land, in a windowless building, features another gift shop where I believe you can build custom lightsabers. Now, although I don't care for lightsabers, this gift shop 100% walking through was... wow. The animal heads on the wall like prizes, weapons and gear hung like a point of pride that this fictional shop owner owns all this stuff. This gift shop is great. I'm not going to buy anything here as I'd rather pay to feed my kid instead of building a custom lightsaber, but to each their own. I won't rattle on, but the theming throughout the land is 10 out of 10 in my opinion. They make having shitty theme park food at least fun with a great mise-en-scène, and this robot working hard. It's a fun land to walk around in, find Easter eggs, and I am sure that there are apps or treasure hunts that I can do that I just don't know about. And I would argue, although gimmicky, I am sure big fans would love it. The big spaceship near the east entrance of the land holds a show I noticed, where I'm sure it's... fine. I don't care much for live entertainment, but wanted to mention it for people who do like that stuff. I also couldn't remember any music in the land. Instead, music is in the buildings and attractions, which works well for the land's intended vibe. Finally, before we touch on the two rides here, I came back here during the evening to see if it's like the Orlando version. And yeah, it's good. Though some could argue it's bland. It's mainly yellow lighting with blue accents. But I think it's rather good personally. It feels like a city when it's gone to sleep. Speaking of blue lighting, there's a massive rocky area covered in set light. This is a front against the Resistance in canon, and in the real world, this is part of the entrance of Rise of the Resistance, a dark ride I loved in Orlando, and spoilers, it is the exact same it feels like, but every video is someone's first, so let's begin. The queue is long, and it's a bloody journey. As entrances go, I like how understated it is. Sure, you know it's a queue thanks to the standby and lightning lane signs, but if you weren't fully switched on or very tired, you may not have even noticed the ride's entrance. After entering the queue, you will find yourself walking for a while as you twist around rocky walls, lockers, holding Star Wars looking weaponry, and lots of boxes. It's hard to get excited at boxes, unless I was being told I was going to the box factory. In the Florida version back in 2023, I noticed QR codes you could scan to, I believe, read intel and backstory on the ride, but I couldn't see any here, which was odd. Also, if memory serves correct, there's water fountains in the queue. Thumbs up, LA do be hot. I think it got to 42 degrees centigrade when I went to Six Flags, but that's another video. Shambling like zombies until we are allowed to look at something other than boxes, we find ourselves in a room holding the first pre-show. A BB-8, this ball mofo, rolls out. The woman from that cutscene from the In-Betweeners 2 movie appears via a cool hologram effect, and a geezer and I think a geezer appear on a screen. Basically, we are recruits for the Resistance, the good people who want to stop the bad people, the First Order, and we are told to board a vehicle to meet up with someone. Let's assume their name is Fred. I'm simplifying things, but this pre-show is to give context as to why you are here, split up the crowds, and to set up the next scene. That of which is rather cool. We leave the room and board an aircraft that is being piloted by the alien whose gender I assumed. Not only that, they are here in the form of an animatronic, and it is a wonderful surprise the first time you see it. It's proper cool. The spacecraft too, from the exterior to the interior, is so cool. From here you're going to be fully immersed in the experience, and this queue is an experience. Our escort doesn't go well, and we are attacked by TIE fighters. We fail and instead are forced to leave the aircraft. The reveal, once again, is awesome. Except, I'd argue it doesn't lose its luster. In this room is a massive line of stormtroopers, what feels like really tall ceilings, and a big screen showing space behind the stormtroopers. This room rocks, plus you get to see the other side of the vehicle you were just in. Also you get close up to a TIE fighter, but it's red this time. I wanna touch it. Walking deeper into the Empire base, walls grey and sterile with black accents and red lighting, we are split up into groups and told to wait. Previously, the cast member of the First Order, mocked the members of my group in a very PG-friendly way on my first ride back in 2023. It happened here again, but it was... Damn, man, they weren't even trying. Plus, they still haven't picked on me. I am British. It is right there for the taking. Take it! Would you believe there's another pre-show? Yep, 3 pre-shows in this bad boy. We are told to stand in a room and wait for Kylo Ren, the big bad of the modern trilogy of Star Wars. He appears and says that we know the location of the Resistance secret base, and he will get it from us. In a power play, he uses the Force to try and spook us, and turn all the lights off. Cool party trick, but little does he know, I just shit myself. Neither are related. He then walks off, and to our side, a nifty effect where a door looks like it's being burnt open happens, and then we are told that we are being rescued, and we are told then to get into a vehicle, sitting in a row dictated by the colour we were given earlier. And finally, we are here. The lad from Attack the Block who told the kids to go and watch Naruto, I am doing this on purpose by the way, appears before us via a screen, and says that the droid at the front of the vehicle is programmed to return us to the planet called Batuu, which I guess is where Galaxy's Edge is set. We also have the driver of the ship we were in during the second pre-show over the speakers of the ride vehicle, guiding us through our journey. Let's do this. Full spoilers ahead, and the first time riding this is a special one, so warning. Leaving the loading area, we enter a wide room where we meet other escapees, showcasing for first time riders the ride system on display. This ride is a trackless dark ride, meaning that it, well, doesn't follow a track. So in theory, you don't know where the ride is going to take you next. The tire markings kind of give that away, but when the room's dark you don't see them, so what are you going to do? This opening room, to me, is meant to be like the initial scramble you see when someone's escaped somewhere in a movie. Where do we go? What next? Those kind of vibes. The group of 4 split into 2 groups of 2. And that's so cool to me, and I can't work out why. And we head deeper into the base to try to escape. Though the set design may seem rather muted to some, I bloody love how on point the set design is. Not a light or piece of white plastic looking wall out of place. It's really impressive. We avoid a droid who very slowly dropped down from above and was facing the wrong way, and we are told to head into some turbo lifts to get out of dodge. We are about to leave, but 2 stormtroopers notice us, and the chase is on. We back away as they, of course, miss, and the scenery around us reacts to this gunfire. Only watching the footage back is it somewhat obvious that the areas they shoot at react, but in the heat of the moment, not a chance. Due to the staging of the scene, there's a slim chance you're looking to your side. But now you're going to be a contrarian and do it, aren't you? Small note, the way the screens blend into the scenes, wonderful stuff. It's obvious it's a screen due to the bright vivid nature of the screens, but it doesn't distract at all. We dodge more bullets and enter another room, and holy shit, is that 2 8080s? We are exactly 1 minute into this 4.5 minute ride, and this shit is crazy. What a cool reveal. No notes, holy crap, that's cool. The sheer scale impresses, even if you don't know what the hell it is. We attempt to leave once more, but are stopped. But we have backup, as Finn, the dude I mentioned who likes Naruto, is here in the form of an animatronic, and he's here to cover our asses. More blaster fire covers the area, as parts of the AT-AT's feet get damaged in the crossfire. We back up then go up. Okay, we're going up a level now. Okay, this is happening. I love this touch too of when we reach the peak of the lift, inside the AT-AT are people, well, screen, that notice us. And it continues the chase feeling. We flee, we have a moment of reprieve, including a mirror selfie, and then approach Kylo Ren and his goon from behind. Kylo demands the ship's shields be turned on, because the cavalry have come to raise hell. They are made aware that we have escaped. Kylo commends our bravery, but says it is hopeless. In the next room, we enter a lift, and Kylo via a screen superhero lands, and starts walking menacingly towards us. The lift door slams shut on him, but he doesn't much care for doors and attempts to cut through the goddamn ceiling. Such a cool effect. Next room, on our right is a view out into space, where we are witnessing aerial combat take place. In front of us, girt massive cannons. This ride rocks, man. After stopping to admire the view, we press on, but the carnage that's taken place has really taken a toll on this ship, and we have to get out. At this point, the music kicks up to a peak, playing a remix of the Star Wars theme. I forgot to mention, there's a score throughout the ride, and although nothing was anything I'd listen to in my spare time, it did its job and really enhanced certain scenes, such as the AT-AT reveal. Finn decrees the ship is going to blow, and we have to abandon ship. But Kylo joins the fray, using the Force to turn us around, and he demands, once again, for the location of the base. Before anybody gives the location, mainly because we aren't entirely sure where it is anyways, the wall behind Kylo explodes, creating a hole into space. Wicked effect, but I stand by what I said from my original review, a random sheet of the ship slotting down to cover Kylo so it can be reset once we leave always felt weirdly cheap in a ride of such high production value, but what are you going to do? Our vehicle, as well as the other one with us throughout the escape, finally make it to the escape pod. We drive in, lovely view of space in front of us, and then we drop, like a Tower of Terror-esque drop. Only for a second, but it was such a lovely surprise, and a really smart way to emulate the weightlessness of dropping in space for a moment, before our engines kick in. We make a surprisingly quick escape, and the ride ends with a crash landing onto Batuu. We make our way outside to disembark, but not before seeing the person who was on the comms, and flew us into the danger we just escaped. His name is Peck. Well, I'd peck him on the cheek and slap him in equal measure. Rise of the Resistance is a spectacle of theme park entertainment, and is still, as of now, my favourite dark ride in the world. It's fucking amazing. Like, I don't care for Star Wars, and I think it's a thrilling experience with so much rewritability that I give it my highest praise. Heck, it's got such a layer of quality throughout that if you look up when on the ride, you don't just see a black empty roof that so many dark rides have. Seriously, that bugs me so much. The fact that so often I can look up and my immersion is broken because I just decided to look up. The set and sound design, how the ride pretty much doesn't stop throughout the 4 and a bit minutes, the variety of props, animatronics and set pieces, this ride is bloody world class. And the little touches like the blast of fire affecting the world around you, the lighting above your head to reflect the aircraft's fighting, the creative use of the trackless dark ride to keep the first time riders guessing. I have so little negative to say that it shocks even a miserable bastard like me. The queue in and of itself is an experience, and is worth doing this ride for that alone. Quality of the actual ride aside. But it is very long. A single rider line was being tested at Walt Disney World for this ride when I was at Disneyland, and I think it's still there as of now, and I feel it'd be great for Disneyland too. The queue is amazing, it's so bloody good, but I remember there being a 30-minute queue, and I'm pretty sure 20 minutes is a walk-on, later in the day when I was there. But I was getting fatigued from doing an open to close day at the park, and although 30 was short for that day, I truly couldn't be asked to go in, as I didn't want to go through the pre-shows again, as well as wind around the queue. The single rider line allows you to skip up to where you enter the hangar room where you get off the airship after being captured by the Resistance. That's great. I am guessing it would be a proper ball ache to skip ahead any further, but being able to walk past the first pre-show and literally walk to the left of the second pre-show is really useful for re-rides. But yeah, this ride is incredible. Ride it, be that here or at Walt Disney World. I adore this ride. You don't even exit for a gift shop, which for a theme park like Disney, makes this ride rule even more. Heading back deeper into Galaxy's Edge, we go from a subdued entrance with Rise of the Resistance to a rather bombastic and showy entrance. We have Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run. I withheld a crucial piece of information about Galaxy's Edge until now. You see, the centerpiece of this land in terms of rides may be Rise of the Resistance, but in terms of centerpieces that people want to take a photo with, there's a big ass spaceship here. This is a Millennium Falcon, probably the most iconic vehicle from the Star Wars franchise. Quickly, I have to respect how well done this prop is. It's so intricately designed, and a pleasure to see in person whenever I get the chance to. From my research, it is apparently life-sized. So that's cool. Quick aside too before we enter the queue, I bloody adore the posters made for these two rides in Galaxy's Edge, and I swear I didn't see these around the park apart from maybe a shirt or two. I don't care for Star Wars, and we'll discuss my thoughts on Smuggler's Run shortly, but my god, I'd have these two on my wall. If I had to pick one though, it would be Smuggler's Run. Shit's cool, man. Entering the queue, there isn't actually much to say, sadly. The best thing about it is walking around the Millennium Falcon from different angles. Is what I would say if I was a fool. You see, after the initial queue, you enter a waiting room. Said waiting room is the internals of the Falcon itself. I'm going to try to not say Millennium Falcon as much as I can, as my ass is struggling to say it. Oh shit, I skipped over the pre-show before the Falcon. This alien dude's name is Hondo Anaka, and he's enlisted us to do free labour for him, and our reward is the chance to pilot half of a function of the Falcon. More on that later. To be fair to him, he admits he's going to keep all the profits, so he never lied to us. From here we are given a group colour, and we move on. Entering the breakout area of the Falcon for the first time is really cool. It's supremely well designed on the inside, with so many nods to the films people I'm sure love. It's also a chance to rest. The hum of, I'm assuming, a generator fills the room, and it's oddly calming. That calmness is swiftly disturbed by a staff member calling out your group colour. From here it is decided who will fill what role. Pilot, gunner and engineer. You will have a say, so if you want a certain role, voice it, and hopefully the group will be fine with what you asked for. I'll go through the ride itself, then we'll get technical. Mr. Onaka, I presume, talks to the group and gives the plot. We are off to the planet, insert generic alien planet name here, to collect insert generic desirable space item. So, yeah, moving on. Entering the cockpit, it is a cool set, with a massive screen in front of you acting as a view out of the spacecraft. And 6 seats, ordered pilot, gunner, engineer. Throughout the Foreman experience, you will warp to another planet, fight to steal something, take something that isn't yours, make a daring escape, hooray, he gets money and you get a bad back. Yeah, there's not much to break down story-wise. So let's break down the tech and the gameplay, as that's what's interesting here. Firstly, the vehicle. You're in a reactive motion simulator vehicle, and the tech is great. Your initial takeoff at the start of the ride is amazing. The vehicle bobs and weaves to the movement of the pilots, reacts to hitting walls, and the cockpit will light up depending on what's happening. All great stuff. As for the visuals on screen, it is again great quality stuff. You are basically playing an interactive QuickTime event, so perhaps more time was spent on ensuring it looked nice instead of the gameplay, but it has to be commented. Booming speakers fill the room with punchy sound effects and the Star Wars score. No complaints there. Now, gameplay. As a gamer, a person who enjoys playing a video game every now and then, I think I have shown my interest in interactive rides through my enjoyment of the Mario Kart ride at Universal Hollywood. Now, these are very different experiences, so I shan't compare, but it seems the closer to the screen you are, the more fun you're likely going to have on this ride. Pilots control if the ship goes up and down or left and right, as you'll be dodging gunfire, terrain, as well as the most important job, not hitting the damn wall! It's seen as an unwritten rule to give children and first-time riders the pilot role, probably because it's agreed it's the best role. Fuck that. Everyone should have a vote and decide who'd be the best pilot, as if you're hitting stuff all the time, not only will it make it harder to shoot, but your back will kill by the end of the ride. It was getting so rough, I wanted to get on the ground and do some bird dogs to get some blood flow back there, but no, I'd look weird. in a fictional space land in a theme park. Give over. That was a bit mean-spirited, sorry. But seriously, if you're a pilot, step your shit up. You also have the chance to hit hyperdrive twice, one for both pilots. How nice. Actually, I think only the right pilot got to do that, so sucks to be the other one, I guess. Next we have the gunners. Your job is to... Do I have to tell you? What I did like was a choice when you sat down for auto guns or manual. Manual being you decide if you shoot from one of 3 possible angles, with auto taking that part out of the equation. That's a nice bit of accessibility, I rate that. Gunfire is easy to track. Left gunner has a blue laser, red for the right. It can be quite satisfying to guess the right angle, particularly if the auto gunner is just pressing the button and hoping for the best. You also press buttons when you're asked to, but the main job is to do the pew-pew. Engineer. What the hell do they even do again? According to Endor Express, you are tasked with what becomes pushing buttons whenever they light up. On the bright side, it's a perfect option if you want to just sit back and enjoy the ride. Literally. Plus, the buttons are very clicky and quite satisfying. Overall, gameplay ranges from alright to walking simulator, which is a shame. But what truly makes this ride not that fun, and especially annoying on multiple rides, is the voiceover. You are commanded at every step of the way what to do, and it gets to the point that during hectic encounters you are constantly being told to press this, do this, shoot him, me and your mother are separating. Like, it becomes so annoying, not helped by the fact that the dialogue is the same every time. I get it, rides are static, but it'd be nice if, like in GTA 5 when you fail, you hear a second line of dialogue to replace what you heard the first time to make it feel a bit more dynamic. It also seems you can't fail no matter what you do and how bad you are. Either that, or the ride is just super forgiving so that tourists don't leave the ride annoyed. You don't get how much I want to ride this ride with 5 other willing combatants, and simply not do shit throughout the whole ride. I really want to know what would happen, as well as how many failsafes are in there. It seems as long as prompts where the voiceover says, do this you fucking idiot, are pressed, the ride will continue, so you could probably just sit there and let it play itself. I could be wrong, but I don't want to research via a Google, I want to find out myself. A small note regarding this ride story. As of writing, in May 2026, this ride will be getting a new mission. That's great to hear, though I am shocked it took them this long to add a new mission when it sorely needed one. Overall, Star Wars Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run is for sure fun the first time you do it, but it's a novelty. You don't feel like you're earning anything, even despite seeing what looks like a score at the end, and the appeal depreciates each ride you take. This is something that would have been at Disney Quest if that still existed today, which was basically a massive arcade that I sorely miss. It would have been a headliner there, and fit in really well. But now, it's not even a headliner of the land it is in. Final few notes, there is a single rider line that skips all the pre-show, and also has less walking. Do that, seriously, unless it's a walk-on, skip the pre-show. Although the technology feels like something that would have been at Disney Quest, it's got to be commented how many ride vehicles there are. Like, I can't remember the exact number, but I noticed there were so many different colours that each team was assigned to. Like, maybe close to double digits of rides could be going on at one time, perhaps more, and that's just really cool in my opinion. I just looked it up, the ride is made up of 4 turntables, each with 7 simulators that rotate approximately every 45 seconds. That's really impressive stuff. If the ride is backed up, guests might end up in an asteroid field, or receive longer messages from Hondo, while they wait for their turn to exit. Again, really smart. Technically, I really like this ride, a lot even. It's just the gameplay that brings it way down. Also, according to Reddit, there is a hidden Chewie mode that guests can activate before the ride begins. This mode replaces the usual narration with Chewbacca. How neat. I like that. Gold star. Making my leap from a galaxy far, far away to a country far, far away, get it because I'm British, let's head towards Frontierland, home of Disney's most iconic roller coaster next to Space Mountain, some canoes, and an island we already discussed earlier in the review, and a big boat. Let's discuss! There was a pop-up Coco exhibit? Frontierland, from my memory at Disneyland, is mainly about the boat and island, along with the canoes and a few eateries. Truly, I remember so little about this land that I struggle to discuss anything but the attractions. Yeah, screw it. Big Thunder Mountain Railroad is a Disney staple around the world, so I was mighty excited to finally check out the original. The mountain itself is a great icon, one of which feels weird here. Maybe because it's thematically clashing with the New Orleans Square land nearby? Whatever, I have no feedback in the queue. It's nothing of note, apart from the fact that every railroad-themed roller coaster I have ridden has this kind of theming in the queue, as well as the same devices. Great, I bet that's all accurate to the story that the designers of the ride wanted to tell. But I do hope one day we get a railroad-styled ride where the queue and theming is, interesting. The front of the train at the front of the ride vehicle is cute though. Leaving the loading area, the train does a little toot toot as you enter a tunnel, plunging into darkness as the ride vehicle locks in to climb up a hill. We pass through a cave and a little water feature into an oddly slow, pretty average roller coaster. Watching back my footage, I used my natural reactions as a gauge into how I was feeling on the ride, and I wasn't saying much. You can for sure hear me going, woo, yay, and such, but it really sounded like the enthusiasm left my voice as the ride continued. Speaking of, that was the first half, and we have a big climb before us. Maybe the second half of this ride really brings it home. Climbing said big hill, you get a quick view at the peak out into the park a bit, mainly into rockwork of Galaxy's Edge. So before Galaxy's Edge, your entire forward view would have been just trees, which would have been cool and immersive, but can't win them all. There's also the iconic Thunder Mountain, if that is its name, to our left. It weirdly reminded me of Bones, but I'm sure that's just me. Dropping to our right, avoiding a goat surrounded by dynamite if memory serves correct, we curve right, and have a bit of airtime. I think that's what it's called, I don't know. All I know is it makes my tummy feel funny. And we bank hard to the right around the mountain. One more tummy feel funny section, and then we find ourselves climbing up the inside of the mountain one last time. The dastardly goat seems to have set the whole mountain to blow, at least that's my headcanon. A nifty effect here is the ride vehicle bobs side to side. It's not fancy, but appreciated. What isn't as appreciated is the payoff of the climb. Going off my voice note and my genuine reaction when riding for the first time, the final section is just there? Like, I sounded rather nonplussed. It's a bit of a wet fart ending. I do like the building facades to your left while you wait to disembark. It's almost like you've re-entered Frontierland after your journey. In short, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad at Disneyland is for sure the first iteration of the ride, and you can tell. It's oddly slow, has a very cramped layout which made me feel like it peaked at the midpoint, and it made me like the Paris version a lot more. Honestly, I am shocked how good Disneyland Paris is versus the American parks, and I wonder how I'll respond to other Disney parks. Anyways, this roller coaster isn't bad, but I'd argue it's rather bland and not worth the wait times it gets. I'd wait like 20 minutes maximum maybe. That's very rare, so the choice is yours. But I choose to ride other things when passing this ride. Rides such as a certain bobsled we'll touch on shortly. Heading back into the central hub of the park, we just crossed the halfway point of the lands. Yeah, there's still a ways to go. I hope I'm keeping you somewhat entertained while you cook or eat. Walking through the castle into Fantasyland, and ignoring the Sleeping Beauty castle we already discussed earlier, I noticed to the right of it was the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique. Here you get made up to look like a princess, and is aimed at young girls. Am I acting like a creep by mentioning this? Bringing up a repressed fantasy? No. Have you ever seen how much this costs parents? $100 to $450 depending on the package you pick. Jesus Christ. Moving on. Small note, that is the price for the Walt Disney World version. It's a little bit less than Disneyland, but it's still quite a lot of money, and I'm sure many parents have left crying while their daughter comes out crying, but happy crying. My first impression of Fantasyland is that the land is cramped. Like, it was cramped at Magic Kingdom in Orlando, Disneyland Paris was cramped too. What is it with this land and lack of space? Well, possibly it's because it's a congested area in terms of attractions. A couple get room to breathe, but otherwise, in this land, there are 13 attractions. You heard right, 13. The second highest attractions to a land is Tomorrowland, with 8, as well as Main Street USA, but that has no rides, so bleh. That's a mad amount of attractions, so let's discuss everything else and get to them. My only real comment is on the design of the buildings. They all seemed rather weathered compared to what I saw at Disney Paris, but they still carry a rather European style of design. Little things like this wooden character feature around the Peter Pan's flight sign felt authentic to me, considering a house on the same street as mine has the same kind of 1930s wooden feature atop the window. So, thumbs up for that. I did my best to listen out for music, but truthfully, because the land is always packed no matter what, you'll struggle to hear it over the general ambience of people talking, or the carousel, otherwise known as King Arthur's Carousel. It's iconic, so I'm told. You've ridden one of these, you've ridden them all, but then again, you could say that about roller coasters, so who am I to judge? It is quite pretty at night, to be fair to it. Next we have Snow White's Enchanted Wish, a dark ride that... Look, I'm riding these for the review, but I wasn't the happiest doing it. Did I enjoy any of these dark rides? Yes, I enjoyed one actually. Not this one, but for sure one of them. Entering the queue, we pass a storybook, which quickly educates the audience on the logline of the Snow White story. A quick and well done way to get people up to speed fast. The queue itself is whatever, however I do like the mural crossed with a practical storybook looking house. Plus, I like that the ride vehicles are named after each of the 7 dwarves. That's cute. The ride itself is quite an intimate experience, where you get a 2-minute retelling of the 1940 Snow White movie. I was quite harsh in my voice notes, possibly because I waited way longer than I felt the ride was worth. But watching the video back, it's a pretty good dark ride. I like the practical sets. Unlike the Paris version, I didn't feel like it was super fast. It was still a bit too fast in my opinion to take everything in, but I feel like I was being too harsh. Did I ride it again? No. Do I want to? No. But critically, I think it's fair to say that this is a good dark ride that does the job, and makes little kids and Disney heads happy. I do agree with past me sentiment though. I am not a fan of dark rides that just retell the story. I feel like, what's the point, why am I here, when on rides like this? I want to be transported to another world, or... I just bit my cheek. I want to be transported to another world, or see an extended version of the film the ride is about, or a different take, a different angle, something that live entertainment could do that the film couldn't maybe. Perhaps I prefer the classic Universal way of doing it, ride the movies. For some reason Harry Potter and the Forbidden Journey kept coming up in my head. Why say all this, but then also respect the ride, and feel that in retrospect I was too harsh? Well, this was an opening day attraction. Sure, it's been upgraded over time, but the guts of the ride will be what was there opening day. With that in mind, I think Snow White's Enchanted Wish is a good dark ride, with moments and elements like effective uses of mixing screens, lighting and animatronics at once to evoke a feeling during a scene. Shit like this shot of the Wicked Witch halfway through. It's nothing fancy, but does the basics well enough to be enjoyable. This might be the oddest review section I've ever done, as it was more of an external dialogue about my thoughts on dark rides, one where my views changed as I typed, but I wanted to catalogue my thoughts. Considering this is one of the most iconic dark rides in theme park history, I felt it an appropriate time. Yeah, it's alright. I don't like it personally, but I respect it for its place in history, and I can get why the crowd that enjoy it go back to it time and time again. Hopefully other interpretations of this ride have evolved with the times to be a more entertaining experience.
It's
So, fun fact, I wrote a whole paragraph about how Pinocchio's daring journey was closed because I remembered nothing about it, and then I checked my footage, and I filmed a POV. So, situated directly next to Snow White, it's rather apt, as this is another dark ride in the same style as Snow White. I have no real thoughts on the queue, but when watching my POV of this ride back, have any of you heard of Until Dawn Rush of Blood? It was a PlayStation VR launch title that launched back in October of 2016. It's a literal on-rail shooter with a horror theme, where you are basically going through horrific roller coaster dark rides, fighting for your life. I have on good authority, that authority being me, that this scene set in the carnival was the main inspiration of this horror shooter video game. You can't tell me you don't see the similarities between this face from the dark ride and this face from the game. Jokes aside, I didn't really care for this as I didn't believe it was a great retelling, and it's so fast-paced and in your face that I found it really unenjoyable. I just think at this point I am not the correct target audience really. Is that a problem? To some people maybe, but let's move on. To Peter Pan! A dark ride that always gets a massively long wait no matter when you attempt to ride it. Okay, positive mindset and all that. As you can see from this Walking into Fantasyland video I shot where I entered the land for the first time, you can hear my genuine surprise regarding Peter Pan's flight's wait time a few minutes after opening. 40 minutes already? Jesus. This ride, unless you have a lightning lane, is going to take ages to get through. So to quote Molly from Mammoth Club, you gotta pack your patient pants if you want to ride this attraction. I know it's trousers in the UK, but pack your patient trousers in the UK basically means you're going into hospital. The queue is tiny, and goes back and forth on itself, where the only real theming outside of the ride vehicles and exterior buildings is a mural once more. The ride vehicles are like mini pirate ships. That's kinda cute. Funny bit of GHAMV's lore here, I was standing behind an obvious content creator, as he had an iPhone camera rig, was quite an old gentleman, and he was fucking miserable. A man after my own heart. Anyways, after all that filming, when his ride vehicle came, he just sat down and didn't say a word. Fuck your POV, say thank you. And what triggered this memory a year later is at the start of my POV has me saying this.
Never heard to say thank you.
He was filming a POV in the ride vehicle ahead of me, so anytime I am in shot, I wave at him. I find the better way to be a dick sometimes is to be ultra nice. Lore dump over. I was curious about this dark ride versus the other two previous ones, as we are in a different ride vehicle, which is hung from the ceiling, not planted to the ground, so hopefully we get some exciting set pieces. That curiosity got validated after the initial takeoff, as to our right we get an awesome reveal of London, as if you were flying above it. It's really cute. I really like this section coupled with the music. It walked so the ET scene could run, but I have to pay respects to the OG. It's interesting. I found this dark ride, though not for me still as I don't care for this type of dark ride, I liked how it was only 2 minutes, and the story was told mainly through visuals, instead of having audio piped in over speakers to fill the void that visuals should have. Despite how kiddie the material is, like no scary scenes in sight unlike Pinocchio and Snow White, it's oddly respectful to their audience, so this was a nice surprise. Still, I can't say I like it, but it does its job fast of flying over London to an unknown island, we see the island from afar, land on it, and some shit goes down, our heroes win, we head home. I'm surprised this ride is always double to 3 times the length of the other dark rides in Fantasyland, as I'd assume the capacity is about the same a day, so I guess the ride just must be popular. As to why, I really can't work out why. The quality to me is pretty much the same across all 3 of the dark rides I have talked about so far, but I found Peter Pan's flight fine, and I'm grateful for its existence as it meant E.T. could run, or cycle, after this ride walked in my opinion. Rapid fire, a few rides I have ridden elsewhere or didn't. Dumbo the Flying Elephant is iconic to Disney castle parks. You sit in a Dumbo, spin around, and bob up and down. It may be iconic, but I don't give a damn. Mad Tea Party is the teacup ride, themed to Alice in Wonderland, and it's a flat ride that didn't interest me, so Alice in Wonderland is a maze that I never want to commit the time to whenever I pass it, and I swear I once said I'd do it next time, so I guess I am taking an L on this one. So I'm taking 2 L's here, as not only did I not do the maze in Disneyland Paris, but there's not a maze here, and instead Alice in Wonderland is a dark ride. But, like, I just cannot comprehend walking past it in my day. Like, I really don't remember it, but it's on the map, and, like, I did pass it, but I messed up somewhere along the way. I'm sorry, everybody. Storyland Canal Boats and Casey Jr. Circus Train are a boat ride and a train ride, respectively, that of which I rode at Disneyland Paris, and they looked exactly the same. I am not the target audience, so don't want to hate too much, as that's like me starting a fight with a little kid. It's just too easy and kind of fun. Moving back to I actually rode this land, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, a ride themed around a 1949 Disney film named The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad, was a day one dark ride when Disneyland opened, and there was a version at Magic Kingdom which has now been removed. Well, it was removed in 1988, so this means this is the only remaining version of this ride, and I must say, unlike the other dark rides in Fantasyland, I have some bloody thoughts on this one. What's funny though, is that at the start of my POV, I say this.
Alright, Mike from the party, what's this like then?
And I can tell that I said this because I had a stupidly long queue to get on this ride. I jumped in when it said 15 minutes long, but the ride went down, and I was at that annoying part of the queue where you can't just walk away and instead have to ask multiple people to move so you can get out. So I just sucked it up and waited. 35 minutes later, I managed to get on. In regards to the queue, there's not too much to talk about once again with these dark rides, though I do like the exterior of the queue, with the style of the building and the centerpiece above the door being Mr. Toad looking like a right smug prick. Who is this Mr. Toad? No idea, but I know he's already somebody who looked like he'd go for the nuts and not the face in a fight. He'd kick you in the nuts and pull this face as seen in the inner queue. Mofo's giving off "did I do that" vibes. There is a small mural once again, but the inner queue to me felt like a library or something, and the ride vehicles are these small quaint cars that in real life I feel would make the cartoony horn sound, and the drivers would be smoking a cigar as they drive along. This ride just gets me in a shit-talking mood, and I can't tell you why. After seeing, I presume, the titular Mr. Toad in the library, we briefly get a last glimpse of the free world, before being plunged into what I would presume is deeper into the mansion / library / whatever we are currently in. Then we see someone just chilling, eating their dinner. 2 mofos on the wall via paintings are given attention, but don't expect names as I don't know the source material. Leaving the dining hall, and leaving the house, the Popo are suddenly on our ass. Were we trespassing? We see a second one after rounding a corner, and I also, for some reason in my POV, said this. Pushing an old man out of the way, it seems, I was briefly home, and we then, it seems, avoid being blown the fuck up with comic book-esque blams before us. From here, we make our way through a town. If I didn't say it yet, I will now. This ride is ultra fast paced. There's a litany of sounds that fill the air as you make your way through the ride. It could be a bit too much if you're sound sensitive, but it fits the chaotic nature of what this ride is going for. We rush through a pub and drive through town, where we are still being chased by the Popo. We get caught, go to court, leave the courtroom and... get hit by a train? Were we just sentenced to death? The train crash scene was really well done despite its basic nature, and yeah, we are in hell. That looks like a or even the devil. What the hell is going on? What an ending. Not only that, but it has that typical happy-go-lucky music that I associate with these kinds of dark rides, which juxtaposes the visuals before it. I bloody love that touch. There is a big sentiment in media criticism from some members of the community that the ending is paramount. You could have an average movie, but either a crap one or a good one, depending on the ending. This is a great example of that. I love this ending and the plot overall. It's very un-Disney compared to that output today, and although I exited this ride with confusion, I am loving it in retrospect. Mr. Toad's Wild Ride has an appropriate name. In this ride, it seems we cause crime, have a long police chase, get sentenced to death, and arrive in hell. This shit was crazy, and if I may say, kind of metal. Yes, I would ride this again.
Are we in hell? We've died and we've gone to hell? What the fuck? Are you going to hell at the end?
Before we move on to the next attraction in question, I love coming back to lands at night, as I feel lands get a second life in a day when the sun goes down and the lights go on. Some lands at night transform, with effective lighting and cool effects. Like Jurassic World / Park. It's simple, but fire is now what illuminates the sign versus daylight. Small things. I mention this to say, Fantasyland is like if someone who shot a video didn't know how to colour correct their yellow lights, and so they have a washed out shot. What I mean behind this is the land is just full of yellow lights and is rather unappealing to look at. Speaking of unappealing, skipping past the Fantasyland Theatre as I have no idea what is even in there, we have It's a Small World. There's nothing to discuss regarding the queue, and the exterior is really not that impressive or appealing, although it does stand out against a blue sky, but let's ride this shit. You can tell I was hyped for this, judging by what I said to myself after the safety message.
Keeping your hands, arms, feet, and legs inside the boat, and please watch your children. Thank you.
Because I might take them.
It's a Small World is an 11. This was 11 minutes? I swear the other versions were like 7. Jesus H. Christopher. Sorry. It's a Small World is a boat ride where, in a sense, you tour the world, looking at various dolls and props as you hear a song repeatedly where the key theme is unity. I like the concept, and respect the notion. I just can't stand it. The song is annoying, sure, but it almost feels insulting due to how slowly you move through the attraction. I like the inclusion of so many cultures. I prefer this to the Walt Disney World and Disney Paris versions too. Maybe because it's the first, it has this certain kind of charm that the others seem to lack to me. It did have some random IP thrown in for some reason, but whatever. I didn't hate it like before, and I didn't want to punt every doll in the face, so that's progress. Either it's not as bad as I originally thought, and I am maturing, or It's a Small World at Disneyland is genuinely a bit better than the other two I just mentioned. See, I can not be a miserable bastard. Last attraction for Fantasyland, and it feels oddly out of place. I don't know, it feels like this final attraction is here due to location and not from theming. Anywho, welcome to what to me is the icon of this park instead of the castle, the Matterhorn bobsled. Opening in 1959, you can really tell from its look. It's so hard to describe, but it just does. I was so curious about this attraction. The reason being, I knew literally nothing about it. I legit didn't know this existed before I arrived, so let's get to it. Walking around the exterior, minus when you see riders passing through, you could be fooled into thinking it's just a landmark or a piece of art the designers made to just look at. It doesn't look like a ride, you know? You look at Guardians of Galaxy next door at Disney's California Adventure, that shit looks like a theme park ride. I could imagine somebody wanting to climb this, and not just because they want to be a dick and ruin people's day, indirectly. TLDR, very un-theme park, I like it. Entering the queue, it's surprisingly small, with the only real notes to mention are that the design of the small ride building gave off vibes of the Swiss Alps, and there's a bunch of flags hung above you while you wait. What are they representing? Honestly, no clue. Provinces in Switzerland? Again, not a clue. So the ride vehicles here are literal bobsled looking mofos, with 3 riders per vehicle. which on the surface made me curious about the ride's capacity, and how many people could be riding at a time. But the staff were keeping vehicles flowing at a good pace, so I guess there's some Disney magic at play here. Little tip here, the ride vehicles seat 3 people at a time, 6 when 2 vehicles are together, which they were when I rode. And most people travel in parties of 2 or 4, I have found from my research. So that means the single rider line is highly valuable with this ride in my opinion. I noticed it moved at a fair rate throughout the day, including both times I rode this ride. When using a lightning lane, you are given the choice to enter the main queue at the end, where you enter under the covered section, or enter the single rider line. And if you're a solo traveller like me, the single rider line just makes more sense. TLDR once more, the single rider line is surprisingly good. The ride itself now. And there's 2 paths that can be taken around the mountain, so there's at least one re-ride for those curious. There's not much difference between them though, so I'll go over what happens on both at once, since you still basically cover the same path, just in a slightly different way. The ride starts with you ascending the mountain in the darkness. Roaring can be heard in the distance, as you climb and clank your way to the peak. From there, it's a very bumpy ride down the mountain, as you pass a crashed vehicle, as well as the assumed culprit many times, a Yeti, who appears to us via the form of an animatronic. Not only that, you get unique views of the park via small gaps in the mountain, a touchdown section at the end, which was a nice surprise, and a whole lot of back pain if you are me. And a lot of laughter if you're on my ride, where you'll hear me repeatedly going, "fucking hell," over and over again. As you can see from my GoPro footage, this is some shaky cinematography. Yeah, the ride is that rough. This is a great example of looks can be deceiving, as when I watched this footage back over a year later, it looks rather boring. But on the ride, it's rougher than some of the roller coasters I have been on, and equally has a great sensation speed. At about 2 minutes long, I found Matterhorn bobsleds a really great time, with plenty of twists and turns along the way. It's not that deep of a ride, I am sure it has an illustrious history, but when I rode it, I had a good time. I wanted to ride it again, I did, and then went about my day, feeling satisfied. To anybody who can ride this all day, you've either been doing 45-degree hyperextensions like a boss, or you should really consider an osteopath. You may have a back that would make a pro wrestler cry. Final note, unlike other rides, at night this ride isn't illuminated at all, and I think that's actually a good choice, as it makes it feel like a natural mountain situated in the theme park. Also, it allows for some cool tangential lighting, as when standing in the warm glow of Fantasyland, the mountain just looks so cool. Like, check this shit out. If you couldn't guess, I do not care for The Godfather. Fantasyland. The Godfather's great. We're talking about the Xbox 360 game, right? Of course, I sang my praises for the Matterhorn bobsled, but that ride is in this land by the fact of where it is, more than tying into any theme in my opinion. As for the rest of the attractions, though I mentioned positives throughout, I did not vibe with the land, not helped by its packed layout that every Fantasyland I have been to seems to have. Having many rides in such a small space is fun and all, but if it comes at the expense of feeling like a worker marching along to the ticket gates on the London Underground, I would happily have some rides be removed for that luxury. But it's not for me. It's pretty obvious if you've gotten this far into the video, and that's perfectly fine. I still can't believe Mr. Toad's Wild Ride is here though. That's a ride that in my opinion would just not get made today. That ride's fucking baller. Would you believe this next land was the one I was most excited to visit? Reason being that there's only 2 of these lands left in the world, the other of which being in Tokyo, and there's a ride here that I've ridden before that I didn't like, but is apparently better. Welcome, one and all, to Mickey's Toontown. Walking under a sign I bloody adore, like, It perfectly sets the scene of what's to come, and I like the kooky touch of the population not landing on a number. My headcanon is that Goofy was on the dial because, as we all know, he for sure has some kind of unaddressed disability, and we are all evil for laughing at him. You are also set ready for kids, and to feel out of place as a solo adult because you pass a long line of strollers. It's hard to say why, but this land nails its theming. Like, I look at these concrete posts with a light. It just feels right, you know? I think it's down to the rounded design. I noticed there were very few sharp lines and points on the architecture of the land. Buildings are all rounded, with brighter, vivid colours that make you feel like you've entered a cartoon. Plus the grand reveal with the newest edition, Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, paired with a fountain and a mural acting as the background of the land, when paired with a bright blue sky. Mwah! Although tiny, and no land is ever fun when packed, let's be real, Mickey's Toontown is a visual treat, or nightmare if you're colourblind. I'll break down the key section shortly, but yeah, I love the colour palette and the overall visual design of the land. I will dock points a bit for the nighttime experience, as it's just basic warm lighting minus a tugboat water play area with some fairy lights, but thankfully, the grand reveal is still good, if not better in the evening. A light blue glow emanates from the fountain at the land centre, with Mickey holding up Minnie in a way dancers normally do. And the lighting on the theatre housing Mickey and Minnie, he's a good YouTube channel. And the lighting on the theatre housing Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. Mwah! Again. Speaking of, let's start with this land's centrepiece, a ride that originally opened in Orlando on March 4th, 2020, and late January 2023 in California. Welcome one and all once again to Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. You know, it's interesting. Mickey is Disney, you know? Yet, until somewhat recently, this mofo finally got its own ride. Yeah, up until the early 2020s, this mofo never had his own theme park ride. Well, official one. I'm sure we've all seen Disney characters spray painted on the side of your local carnival ride. Or maybe that's just a UK thing. A bit of history on me. I love film. The amount I can watch has reduced due to the recent arrival of my newborn son, but I adore the whole film experience. This includes the theatre itself. I used to live next to one that was inside a renovated church, and my current one is one from the 1920s. TLDR, I like a good theatre as much as a good film. This outdoor portion looks stunning to me. It looks like you're entering a classic theatre from a bygone era, with the lighting and analogue sign really adding to the look and feel. From research, the El Capitan Theatre is playing off the El Capitan Theatre on Hollywood Boulevard. Funnily enough, I walked down that boulevard while I was in LA, and in my Pacific Park review I mentioned a phrase I often say, people ruin everything, and that sentiment continues at Hollywood Boulevard. Utter shithole, and it was a really depressing experience. Oh well, this ride's starting strong. Passing by movie posters for a short film named Perfect Picnic, as well as a sign that I must ask, why are only certain characters in red on the sign? I am not the best at anagrams, so if someone is, let me know. We pass the ticket booth and enter the queue for our theatre experience. Passing into the air conditioning, music fills our ears of... It's hard to describe, but it feels Disney. Orchestral, with prominent use of wind instruments to guide the song along. I listened to the pre-show and exit music while typing this bit, and it is a joy, and really makes me miss going to theme parks. Screw you, all who live near one, you're all lucky twats. The first thing you see as you enter is a cardboard display for the film we're about to see, typical of what you see in a theatre, and then movie posters from Disney's back catalogue, but everyone has been replaced by people from the Mickeyverse. That's so cool! This was such a great detail I didn't expect when walking in. My personal favourites were the Mouseketeer instead of the Rocketeer, and the Chipmunk Trap instead of Parent Trap. GG, well played, Disney Imagineering, well played. The next section, once again, bloody rules. Passing by some Toontown lore, sadly not Toontown Online, may it rest in peace, the next portion of the queue is an abridged walkthrough of the history of Mickey Mouse. Well, if Mickey Mouse was a real person. So it's fictional, but with references to actual Disney history. You're following me? I love the plane above, the pirate ship poking out in the middle section, which I am assuming is referring to Steamboat Willie, and you can hear me feel the emotions of shock and joy at the sight of a Kingdom Hearts Keyblade.
Oh, whoa, it's a Keyblade.
Mickey Mouse Dance Club, Mickey Mouse Roadster, which I thought was a game at first, but I was wrong. There's a lot of detail here, which was highly appreciated while walking through the queue. I loved this concession stand. The free candy on the 6th Tuesday of every month is hilarious. This little fella turning the popcorn thing is awesome. And finally, before the pre-show, we pass what are now modern Mickey short cartoons on the walls, where previously they were all older ones. How do I know this? Because I actually recognise them. I also recognise Disney Imagineering for having the last poster be Carried Away, released in 2019. The last one where the iconic actress Russi Taylor portrayed Minnie Mouse before her passing. She portrayed the voice for this attraction too, and God rest her soul. Entering a pre-show room, we watch Mickey and Minnie sing a tune named Nothing Can Stop Us Now, while they get ready to go for a drive for a picnic. Minnie the Mouse, by the way, here does a disgusting spin kick to Pluto. Get this girl as a guest fighter for Tekken 8, with moves like that, she could do some dutty combos. Poor Pluto, by the way, animal cruelty. On their drive, they pass Goofy, who for some reason managed to get a train license. Either that or he stole it. Due to Mickey's poor planning or karma for Minnie's animal cruelty, a pie that was in their basket falls out of their boot due to a literal bump in the road, and due to cartoon logic, the train blows up. And in a nifty effect, a hole in the screen appears. Goofy is at the top left, and he interacts with a cast member, basically saying, "Oi, let them in please, I'm going to take them on a tour in the train I just blew up." The second part of the queue is themed to as if we entered the animated world of Mickey Mouse, and it looks the part. There's not much theming outside of the painting, and a few images such as Goofy being Employee of the Month. A great queue. I loved walking through it and would happily walk through it again. So, I've been holding back information from you people. Not only have I ridden this ride before at Orlando, but I didn't care for it. I found it visual overload in a bad way, and a poor replacement for the previous ride in the location it was in, the Great Movie Ride. But I had heard good things about this version, so let's do this. Sitting on the train, we move away from the loading station. Goofy appears at the front of the train to tell us fun Neopets facts, and Mickey and Minnie appear to our right, having a nice drive. They appear via these figures that are hard to describe. They're like mannequins, but with screens for a face. I don't mind this, kinda quirky. Due to poor negligence once more, nobody is at fault in this ride, Mickey hits something which changes the tracks on our train, meaning only Goofy goes the correct way, and we become a runaway train. Oh, like the title of the ride! This ride is a trackless dark ride, like Rise of the Resistance over at Galaxy's Edge, meaning that the ride vehicles don't follow a set track, and vehicles can act independently of each other. This worked really well for Ride of the Resistance, due to the ride's unique and complex layout, along with fitting the ride's mise-en-scène really well. A cartoon world filled with big screens and vivid colours doesn't fit with big black empty floors. You get my point as we enter the first set piece, a Wild West setting, where Mickey and Minnie try to wrangle our train. And then again in the next set piece where it's a theme park. There's a lot going on here. I like the mix of practical sets and screens. There's a lot going on, but I don't know, it doesn't have any weight or substance to it. I feel a bit disconnected. I don't feel like I'm in a cartoon world anymore, like I did with the queue. I truly feel like this ride layout is partially to blame, as well as how the ride is presented. It improves a bit as we go on, and Mickey and Minnie are doing more interesting things like getting caught in a tornado, trying to save themselves from falling off a waterfall. It's more interesting to watch things happen to them and be a part of it instead of the reverse, I think. Plus, notice how we are closer to the screens here. I feel like I'm a part of the action now, as opposed to the first two scenes. Transitioning somewhat smoothly to an underwater section, that of which is surprisingly big and I believe offers different views going off my footage, a plug hole gets pulled by an octopus. That's cute. And we are in a bustling town setting now. That of which I really like. It's brief, but it shows that A, I do like dark rides, and B, shows what a trackless dark ride could do when the scene is blocked effectively. The black road ahead felt natural, and I was instead looking elsewhere as it wasn't a bother to me. Plus, it excited me for the future of dark rides by Disney. Still not sure what Donald is driving in the back of that van though. Moving on again, for some reason Daisy Duck is here, and she conducts us in a dance routine. Does she have some kind of force powers or something? If so, can she stop us from moving on to our near doom very shortly? No? Okay. Well, as for this scene, it's funny the first time it happens, sure, but it's a bit cringe. But it's a creative use of the tech that will make some people that enjoy life smile, and it makes an empty floor make sense as it's a dance floor. Remember why I mentioned why Daisy isn't helping us from our imminent doom? Well, the train cars roll forward toward a factory where we will be horrifically killed. Mickey and Minnie save the day, and we enter the final scene where the music, which had a motif throughout the ride of like a vocal chorus, reaches its crescendo, after now becoming a full choir. But not before we pass through a wonderful scene which, although I remember it looking way better in Florida, is still a beautiful moment where Mickey and Minnie finished their Nothing Can Stop Us Now song. I doubt they planned it to work out like this, as the Minnie actress passed away about half a year before the opening of this ride, and I am sure this ride was being built, but the way it all ends is such a touching way to say goodbye to that voice of Minnie in a way. It's a big, powerful chorus, fireworks around you. It really felt like it gave you the opportunity to remember her work, and remember what she gave to the character. This ride really makes sure you go out with a bang, and again, remember her work. Oh, and Goofy appears too and acts like nothing happened. I nearly died in the storyline of the ride. Look, I mentioned some positives with this ride, and I did enjoy this ride more than my first ride in Orlando, but I still wouldn't say I liked it. It was fine. This version is overall better, though, in my opinion, especially the queue and the overall facade. I bloody loved that. I don't know, hopefully this ride is the blueprint for a better trackless dark ride that I'll ride in the future. And no, Star Wars Rise of the Resistance opened shortly before this, which basically means they were being designed at the same time. Leaving through the gift shop, where 4 different variants of Nothing Can Stop Us Now by Chris Willis fill the air and must eventually really piss off cast members working the store that day, let's move over and discuss the section themed after the film Who Framed Roger Rabbit, featuring some nice facades and a dark ride. I would have called it a play area, but there's not much to do. There are some items you can interact with from memory, as well as various places to take photos around these cute building facades, but the star here is Roger Rabbit's cartoon spin. I know very little about Roger Rabbit and this film's history outside of its development and its creative use of animation mixed with live actors. I want to watch it, but at this point, unless a film that a kid can watch truly interests me, I want to save that time for me and my son, you know? I got nothing to say about the queue, it was whatever, but I do love the logo on the ride's entrance. It sells the vibe of the character right away, with him bursting through the wall, and that it's probably going to be a zany ride. Dark rides of this caliber are so funny to me, right? If you don't know the original property, I feel. Like, I'm assuming Roger Rabbit is a crazy, over-the-top comedy, but this shit's bonkers. And no, not that Disney animated show which was actually inspired by this film, funnily enough. I couldn't tell you the story if I tried, and I watched back my POV multiple times to try and break it down. This shit's made for kids, so this just shows how dumb I truly am. I also had a thought when writing this. There's something for finding horror and fear when it is not intended. Like, an artist may have designed something in one way, but someone else may find it scary. Like Stewie with that Queen album cover. I think this ride could spook a kid. Roger Rabbit getting electrocuted, the spiralling staircase scene could be perceived as rather ominous, the clown bit, obviously, and I think the cartoony sound design adds to that fear a bit. Like, cartoony sounds at this point I associate more with creepy fuckers than I do comical stuff, but maybe that's just me. I love how this ends. Roger Rabbit just uses the gum fruit and opens the door for us to literally exit the dark ride. It's like the character was like, now I have confused you, piss off and spend some money. The actual quality of the ride is your standard dark ride at Disney Fair. It's probably the best in the world for this kind of dark ride, especially one 30 years old. I probably said this throughout this review at points, but dark rides like this do nothing for me. But I never really hate them unless they are outrightly bad. And this isn't, far from it. It's paced fine. All the props looked good. I liked certain set pieces, such as the previously mentioned staircase scene. I loved the big prop of a mechanical face. It's all good. Just not for me. I would be curious to ride it again down the line with my son if he cares for theme parks, after seeing the film, and I'm interested if I like it more or less. Discussing two small points quickly. There's a kids' play area which looked like a tugboat. Very cute, though having half of Daisy Duck's body being at the front of the boat is a bit weird. I wonder who did the killing of Daisy in canon. And there's a house facade where you can meet Mickey and or Minnie Mouse. I wonder what Mickey's game collection in his house is. Probably just stuff with him in it, to be honest. One thing reviewing theme parks forces me to do is ride things I normally would skip. This could be because I know it wouldn't be for me. It's something I believe I won't like, or in this case, I know for a fact I'll be annoyed how long I waited for an attraction, which is longer than it takes for me to do a number one. Chip 'n Dale's Gadget Coaster is a junior coaster that no matter what, always has a long wait. Junior coasters normally do if a park is busy. The reason being, the ride is so short, looking at about 40 seconds, it would be unsafe to send multiple vehicles out at the same time. So what would be an hour wait at, say, Space Mountain would probably be at least 0.5 longer due to operations. I think there were 2 trains operating when I was there, but they wouldn't be on the track at the same time. One would be out, while the other is filling people into the cars. All this to say, this ride was not for me. But let's still break it down, as the correct target audience of children may love this shit. And if you're a child watching this right now, sorry for all the swearing, I will put £1 in the swear jar after the video. Going through the queue, there's no theming, but instead you work your way around the ride, showing kids what's to come, so they know what they're getting into. What you're getting into is a kiddie coaster that I would say lasts about 30 seconds. You pass vibrant colours, a chipmunk that I don't know, and Chip and Dale having a bit of fun with one having a cup on their head as a target for the other to shoot. It fits the land well, isn't too much of an eyesore, probably due to Toontown's rather small footprint, and I think it's a good kiddie coaster to be honest. Sure, I was annoyed because I waited half an hour for the ride, basically equating to a minute of waiting for 1 second of ride time, but at least I rode it, eh? Toontown overall, though small, is a great little land. I think it's visually coherent and is a pleasure to look at. Sure, it is made for kids, but it has stuff for parents to do with Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, spending money at the gift shop, or trying to find their stroller in a sea of strollers. Seriously, how the hell do you people find your stroller? Tomorrowland is such a unique place to me. As from my time being a theme park fan, I don't think I've seen a land that doesn't know what it wants to be more than Tomorrowland. The park that got the closest to a good, consistent theme for the land, I would say, is Disneyland Paris. But even then, the steampunk-esque theming is ruined by, of course, Star Wars. And Buzz Lightyear to an extent. The Tomorrowland of Magic Kingdom felt proper strange with what it wanted to be, looking old as hell throughout most of the land, but then in the corner there's an attempt at a futuristic-looking design with the Tron roller coaster. And even then, I would say it doesn't look that futuristic from the outside. What I would argue Tomorrowland at this park is, and why I am personally okay with it, I would say it is designed as if what someone in the mid-1950s thinks the future looks like. Now, there may have been updates since opening that I'm unaware of to the overall design of the land, but I personally doubt it. What's funny too, is because Star Wars is from the 1970s, this kind of cheap cartoon futuristic look mixes in with the mise-en-scène of the land so dang well. It's funny how much it blends in, even more so at night. Am I saying the design is good? No. Saying I like it because I think it is tacky isn't exactly a glowing review, but saying it is the worst thing Disney has done theming-wise that I have seen some mofos say online is frankly crazy to me. But what are you gonna do? Let's talk rides. To begin, the Astro Orbiter, or Orbitron I believe it is called at other parks, always interested me, as it is a wonderful visual landmark of Tomorrowland, but it didn't look very interesting. Well, I am doing my best to review as much as I can, let's not talk about how much I rode in Fantasyland, so today I will finally give this ride a shot. In the queue, I noticed how with the classic rides, the staff changed the wait times on these boards. Literally just a dial on the sign. The magic is dead to me. Observing the ride's visual design from the queue, it's strange how something this large and odd looking fits into the land so well, but it does. Maybe that's a mark on the land itself, or it truly has good design. I don't know. All I know is that the seatbelts you're asked to use when you're on the ride were the most useless seatbelts I have ever seen. Once sat in your own spaceship that I think Jimmy Neutron tinkered with to fly into space, the ride is what it looks like when you're not on it. You are spinning in a circle with no music. You can use a lever to bring the ride vehicle up or down. That's nice, but most people just hold it straight up, myself included. My one did not work until partway into the ride, but whatever. Let's be real, you're queuing to get an alternative view of the park. You get an elevated view into the centre of Main Street, as well as a more aerial view of Tomorrowland. Ironically, you mostly get a view of the People Movers track, which is a ride that used to transport people around the park slowly, while you get an alternative view of the park. There it is again. The thing about this ride is, well, it closed 30 years ago, and yet here we are, 30 years on, looking at a mainly dead track with a view of the Star Tours and Buzz Lightyear buildings. It's a fun novelty, sure, but I would not wait 20 minutes like I did, maybe 10 minutes max. But with this attraction having a low throughput of people, and being at the front of the land, it'll rarely be that time probably. I don't think the view would look much better at night too, so just jump on it if you ever see it with a low wait time and you are nearby. Otherwise, I'd say pass on this one. It looks better off the ride than it does on it, truly.
Guess I'm stuck here. Whatever. Oh, there you go. There we go. Finally. Woo, that's more like it. That's more like it, everybody.
Next to Astro Orbiter, we have Star Tours The Adventure Continues, a staple of Disney parks, with the original, being this version, opening 38 years ago at the time of writing. You can tell it's this old too, in my opinion, as when you enter Tomorrowland, the sign of Star Tours, as well as the surrounding exterior building, just after the entrance, fits in with the land perfectly, in this time capsule-esque feeling that Tomorrowland has. If not obvious too by the name, the ride had an original form which then later got updated. And it also features scenes based on each of the 9 Star Wars films, well, the 3 different eras, as well as some of the Disney Plus stuff. Warning, I haven't seen anything past the first 6 films, but if the ride is good, does it really matter if you don't know all the lore? Going through the queue, you pass by a big video screen that gives the backstory of the ride. Basically, on board an example vehicle you can see in the queue, which is cool, C-3PO and R2-D2 from the films are giving us a guided tour of the galaxy, though they weren't supposed to be piloting this ship. Well, C-3PO wasn't supposed to be. It's a theme park ride, doesn't have to be that deep. While waiting in the queue, you hear this little jingle that for some reason tickles the neurons in my brain and I get all excited about what's coming. Like, listen. Bliss. Moving further through, you see a baggage area with droids below you, C-3PO in the flesh, metal, as well as this funny looking guy. I don't know who he is, but I like him. There's also this droid checking people's baggage, making cute comments on them as they pass through. I like this guy too. Give us a shirt with these 2 guys on, Disney. Come on now. After getting 3D glasses, you are told to wait for your boarding group, and above you play some humorous B-roll of the outside of your ship being worked on, as well as the reasons for why C-3PO is driving the ship instead of someone who is probably more qualified than he is. No offense. Entering the ride vehicle, you sit down, buckle up, and a screen comes away to reveal C-3PO in the pilot seat, moaning that he shouldn't be there, and he was only trying to fix something, as well as a big 3D screen. I believe earlier I mentioned how I don't care for dark rides much that simply just retell the story of a movie, but instead I'd rather it be a chance to dig deeper into said property's universe, learn more about the world, be a part of the world, see another side to the story. Spoiling some of my thoughts out of the gate, Star Tours is a perfect example of what I was thinking of when giving that description, and to touch back on something at the start of this section, yeah, I don't get the lore for some bits, but I really like Star Tours. It is comfort food. The motion simulator you are in works great for its intended purpose, with its motions and how it reacts to what is on screen. C-3PO being there physically in the room with you is a nice touch, and the screen to your right allows for an extra layer of storytelling, by having people radio in, R2-D2 appear to insult your mother, or have a joke we'll touch on shortly. The ride story has a format to where it cycles between 4 of 26 different segments according to a Reddit post I found. But that was a while ago. TLDR, many different experiences can be had on this ride. Technically hundreds. Heck, I think this was my 12th ride of this in my life, and I only have ever had the same ride through once. Every other time, there has been at least one element that was different or unique to that ride. Instead of just recounting my one trip, I'll break down the format of the ride and use my 2 ride-throughs as examples. Scene 1. We approach for takeoff, but an inciting incident takes place. In my 2 cases, a droid scanned the vehicle and said they were looking for a rebel spy. The other, Darth Vader, says the same. Both times, someone in the ride vehicle's photo appears on the screen to the right, making for a nice joke if you're in a group. Quite funny when nobody responds because that person is obviously on their own, so the ride just plays as normal. It was quite sad, actually. Scene 2. You warp speed away after escaping the baddie in Scene 1, and find yourself on a different planet. In my case, the Wookiee planet and... the Wookiee planet. Bad example. I remember there being an underwater one I tried when I was in Paris. That was cool. In this scene, you get a chaotic fly through the area that you are visiting, and normally some crazy shit goes down. In my case, look at this Wookiee swinging on vines like he's George of the fucking jungle. Poor guy sounded like he was terrified. It always ends with you floating away into space, where you receive a transmission and move on to Scene 3. Here, you receive a transmission from someone key in the Star Wars lore. In my case, I had someone, I have no idea who they are, but from my research they are from the show Andor, as well as Ahsoka, also from a Disney Plus show. In the past, I've had Yoda and Princess Leia too. In my cases, they asked for help taking down the rebellion and getting the spy in our vehicle to a rendezvous point, respectively. It's cool, isn't it? Having a bit of diversity in your ride experience makes re-riding more fun. Scene 4. You warp once again to another land/planet/place, and combat always takes place here. In both my cases, the same scene sadly, of some cool flying whales it felt like, where we were dipping and diving around them while fighting. The iconic da-da-da-da-da-da shit kicks in here too, and it goes hard. The score goes hard overall, as it's all just Star Wars shit, and on average, the film scores, are great. Ahsoka appears in this scene too, so cameos can happen here also. A shout out to the barrel roll R2-D2 does. My guy. Scene 5. We arrive home, normally not landing well. As you can tell, though there is a formula, Star Tours The Adventure Continues is a ride full of variety, even if it has to tick boxes in each scene to follow a narrative arc. The ride is just comfort food to me. I really like it. I am never walking out of this ride going, hell yeah, I'm re-riding that right away. But if I am walking by and I see the queue ain't that bad, and I'm not rushing to another ride, I always ride it. Star Tours is like the motion simulator ride to me. There are others that are fancier. Heck, Smuggler's Run in the exact same park is an interactive motion simulator ride with way better tech, and there's others who tell a better story. But Star Tours The Adventure Continues eats people up, so the queue is never too long, is pretty damn accessible for those with reduced mobility, is easy to understand even if you're not up to date on Star Wars, and is overall just a joy to ride. It may get flack for being boring, but for me, it's comforting. I enjoy how accessible it is. I'm jealous of those who get to ride in a big communal experience. I love the travel company branding. Yeah, ride it, no question. To infinity and beyond. Wait, that's not the slogan for this ride, sorry.
On behalf of Star Tours, thank you for joining us.
This is me going off script, but I just realised the name Buzz Lightyear Astro Blasters really sounds like you can make a porn title of that really easily. I'm going to let you fill in the blanks on that, but I just read that and realised I'm surprised that no one's... Maybe I've just got a dirty mind. Anyways, Buzz Lightyear Astro Blasters is yet another staple around the world. Heck, because it's one that doesn't require a language to understand, I think it's in most Disney parks around the world. Heck again, at one point before a retheme I believe at Hong Kong Disneyland, this was at every Disney castle park around the world. Why? It's cheaper to make than other rides probably, and you'll see what I mean shortly. Entering the queue, it must have been a COVID nightmare as, for some reason, these queues are always so cramped. Strewn across the walls are various murals themed to Buzz Lightyear. It's cute, I guess. I do like that you're told the point of the ride. Use laser guns to shoot Zerg targets just on the wall. Seriously, I like it. Simple to the point. Unlike this video's length. I never noticed too on the wall after you exit the first queue portion that a mural just says, "You are here, you are going to here." Again, simple to the point. Me likey. As you round a corner, there's always this cool reveal of a Buzz Lightyear animatronic, and it's really cool to see up close. But as you can see from my footage here, it broke down. You'll hear that phrase more as we go on, sadly. Approaching our ride vehicles. They are little pods that sit 2 people per vehicle. These are on moving walkways, aiding in the ride's ability to eat up guests. The ride vehicles were in desperate need of a coat of paint. I get that you'll get wear and tear as you go on, but I've ridden other shooter-based rides that were fine. Hell, Men in Black Alien Attack, Universal's version of this basically, for sure had a bit of wear and tear when I last rode it, but overall still looked good. This is, well, pathetic in my opinion for one of the world's most visited theme parks. Enough negativity, let's ride this mofo. A nice thing to start with is that in the centre of the ride vehicle is a joystick, where, with it, you can rotate your vehicle and face where you wish to shoot. Plus your guns, or Astro Blasters, look tailor-made to be made into merchandise. The ride lasts about 4.5 minutes, where you slowly make your way through various rooms with big alien robot props, and our goal is to get as high of a score as possible by doing the bang bang with the blasters. You see what I mean about the porn parody name now? Anyway, it's basically like going through a glow-in-the-dark shooting range. There are some highlights such as the big-ass Zerg from Toy Story for you to pop some caps at. In fact, he appears a few times, and the style is for sure cheap, but I wouldn't say it's bad. The goal is to shoot big C targets. The smaller and harder to hit, the more points you get, or if a target is deemed higher value. For example, if you rotate away from Zerg's second appearance in the flesh, there were a few targets that were offering 10k per shot, which was pretty much how I saved my score on that run. The ride is dynamic, despite it being slow moving, so I can't knock it for that. I did notice some targets that just straight up didn't work, which was annoying when you try and play risky and go for one that's harder to hit. You get feedback of a shot being fired by these flashing lights on the front of your gun, with bonus feedback of a successful shot by even more flashing lights. Flashing lights are like a Pavlovian me-do-good, light-pretty feeling, so I approve of this. Even though I do wish there was more feedback, maybe through a vibration. More to go wrong though, I guess. On that topic, the ride's kind of a sound overload at times, I felt, so if you or someone you know is sensitive to overstimulation, be wary of that. I don't know, it's for sure more fun when you ride it versus when you are off-ride, but minus a few small periods when you know it's Disney due to Zerg from the films being there as an animatronic, the ride just doesn't have much luster to me. I stand by it. As of now, my favourite on-rails shooter at a Disney park is Spider-Man Web Adventure at California Adventure and Walt Disney Studios Park, soon to be known as Disney Adventure World. This doesn't mean it's amazing, mind, with Toy Story Mania in a close second. I feel like there's a gap in the market for a good on-rails shooter at a theme park, man. With a Disney budget, I bet they could cook up a nasty shooter dark ride experience. A man could dream. Oh yeah, this ride. You get your photo taken at the end, which looks like dog shit, and you can send it to your email. Here it is in low-res glory. I saw on Twitter that this low-res camera has been replaced to now something that's a bit better, which saddens me, as it's no longer funny, just perfectly fine. The ride broke down in some form every time I rode it, and I think it's broken down every time I have ridden it at every Disney park with this ride I've been to. It really undermines the thrill of getting a score and comparing with others, as I bet every Disney fan who has discussed this ride has to add on a ride where it didn't break down, I scored this. I think in the past I have said I don't mind these rides as I feel like they are comfort food, like Star Tours. And I would agree if they didn't break down all the time. At this point, I really think all of these rides either need an update, or at the very least, some downtime to reinvest and bring the quality up, so that every ride looks like it hasn't been in a bar fight when I ride it. Like, I am fine with this ride being around the world, but every time I've ridden it, it has broken down in some form, like I said, and the guns still work, so you can just keep on shooting and inflate your points. A bit like when gamers get annoyed at people who boost to get high on leaderboards or ranked games. When you're motionless, you can just keep shooting and rack up lots of points. At that point, where's the game? The ride goes down, fine, whatever. Have the guns turn off too, so that someone's score is the score they earned. I get you can say it's just a theme park, whatever, but the score attack is the reason I ride these things. I want to get a good score and challenge myself to do well. I love riding Men in Black, that's dodgy, at Universal Studios Florida, as the firing feels consistent. The targets and the... I love riding Men in Black. I love... Fuck's sake. Clean your mind, Antonio. I love riding Men in Black Alien Attack at Universal Studios Florida, as the firing feels consistent. The targets and ride system, when I've ridden it, always worked for me, and it's satisfying to try and mid-max the game as best you can to earn the points. I always tried to ride these rides, and I'll ride the rest I haven't yet so I can review them, but truthfully, just like the quality of the ride vehicles and the ride overall, I'm just tired, man. It's fine, a people eater, and I am fine with everything about this ride. Apart from the quality of it. And you know what's typical? I think this ride's got an update by now, to address some of the feedback I have. The downsides of reviewing a theme park a year after visiting.
Mission accomplished, Space Rangers. It's been an honor serving with you. Check the status board to determine your rank.
Moving on, we have the theme park roller coaster, one of which has a version in every Disney castle park around the world. You truly can't say you went to Disneyland if you didn't ride Space Mountain. Space Mountain was closed when I was there. If I remember rightly, it closed when I arrived. Why couldn't it have been Jungle Cruise, man? I did get to use the toilets next to the Space Mountain exit, however, so you can say I basically had the same experience. But still, this was the Space Mountain, the one that made the rest around the world possible due to its success. Couldn't it have been Autopia, man? Speaking of, Autopia, a ride I have never ridden before at any version of around the world, because it looks bloody boring. Powered by Honda, though. I wonder if these cars are going to have the same engine as my lawnmower. It's interesting as you walk through the queue. I find this ride both visually interesting and yet oh so boring. Like, I think it's cute in a weird way that there's this little car ride at one of the biggest theme parks in the world just nestled in the corner of a land that already has kind of an identity crisis. And yet it's still somehow out of place. Speaking of out of place, in my eyes, it's the Honda Asimo robot that got discontinued. He's still alive, just at Disneyland in Anaheim, California. Seriously though, this ride feels so un-Disney for Disney's flagship theme park, it's kind of hilarious. It makes me wonder how much Honda is paying. It's so ironic to me that a company that talks about sustainability so much still operates this attraction. If you don't know, these car rides at these castle parks, such as this one, use bloody go-karts. Seriously, the loud petrol-using engines you see at fairground go-karts. It's humorous too, as since I can drive, I can relate to some of the things about this ride. For example, you get to experience traffic jams. If the driver ahead of you is being a twat and driving too slow, you have to wait. Sometimes someone breaks down in front of you, you gotta wait. And when you get to the end of the ride, you have to wait as if you are stuck in traffic. Perhaps this is the most realistic attraction Walt Disney Imagineering has ever devised. A true work of art. I think my POV I took of this ride sums up all of my thoughts, so please enjoy my live reactions and we will touch base shortly for a recap.
This is terrible. Just constantly. Oh, just constantly. You're just constantly fighting it. Hold on. Let's actually. Oh, okay, so this has like no middle room. It's either you're going or you're not. So there's like nothing I can do. I'm trying to drive well, but there's nothing I can do. No, luckily they're not like me. I thought Americans who drive on the left side of the car. I'm on the right. This is normal to me, although I am accelerating with my left foot, which is... Hey look, I'm driving a car, even though I probably drove a car to get here. You know what, the more I'm doing this, the more I'm enjoying it. Not because it's good, because it's really bad. And if you know me, speed limit 6.5 miles an hour. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. I'll give it that. That's kind of funny. But yeah, if you know me, you know I love So Bad It's Good. And yeah, this, I don't know if it goes on, I don't know if it verges on So Bad It's Good. It's not worth doing, I won't lie, it's not worth doing. This is really shit. You really show kids the full travelling experience because I'm already in a traffic jam.
So, in Autopia, you drive one of two paths around a course where you look at that Honda robot, a few Honda cars, and admittedly, one nice view of the Matterhorn bobsled. The cars follow a fixed path, but they are not locked in place. This means that the cars, when they veer too far to one side, bang against the track under your car, forcing you into the middle with a few bumps for good measure. It is a bumpy ride, a smelly one too if you don't care for the smell of petrol. Even if you did, you'd be wanting some headphones in, as it is a loud ride if you could not tell from the video you just saw. There was a billboard at the end for a Honda aeroplane, which made me Google if they're real. Yes, they make business jets. So none of us more than likely will ever use a Honda jet. As you heard throughout my Autopia journey, I was unsure if it was So Bad It's Good or just plain bad. I still don't know, actually. It has all the quantities of a So Bad It's Good, but I also feel like the ride isn't trying, which takes the fun away and makes me like it less. I stand by it. Fast and Furious Supercharged at Universal Studios Florida is So Bad It's Good because there was so much effort, it feels like, to make it work in the queue, with various pre-shows and the land occupied by the ride. Meanwhile, the now defunct Studio Tram Tour version at Universal Studios Hollywood just felt like a wet fart. So perhaps a different version of this ride at Walt Disney World or Tokyo Disneyland is actually So Bad It's Good, because maybe there's more effort there, but I doubt it. So I don't think Autopia is So Bad It's Good, it's just bad. This has quite long wait times too from my time around the Disney parks, so maybe worth a go if it's like a walk-on, so you can see what you think of it, but I won't be riding again if I ever return to Anaheim. And I am curious when they're gonna make these cars electric, as I feel like they're so stuck in the past. And not in a good way. I was seeing staff members pulling engine cords to reset in the dispatch bay, and if it wasn't for where I walked through to get to this ride, it would be mistaken for a carnival or fairground ride. This remark is funny, as the next and final ride we shall be discussing is about going into a submarine to experience the story of Finding Nemo. Now, that sounds interesting and is Disney related, so moving on. To Finding Nemo Submarine Voyage, a ride that is next to Autopia, though on Autopia you wouldn't have been able to tell. It's pretty impressive. Standing in the queue, looking at the bright yellow subs we will be inside for the journey of this ride, I had one thought. This must have been a COVID nightmare. This thought was magnified once I entered. Just by looking at my feet, you can tell this shit is cramped and that the air was warm and dirty. Anyways, once you are settled and the hatch is closed, with a liberal use of bubbles to emulate submerging, we are underwater now. At least it looks like it. We are really just a few feet underwater. It starts by exploring a reef, with the beautiful Finding Nemo score accompanying our journey. We are being driven by this dude, the captain, and his left-hand woman. Early on, they mentioned that with some sonar technology, while passing by a couple of animatronic sea creatures that I found to be a cute touch, we can hear fish talk. So that's how they reason us hearing fish. Got ya. From there, the area darkens, and it's rather convincing that we are deep underwater. It's pretty impressive. I know we aren't, but I can't knock this, I was impressed. Through the use of screens and projections, we see a somewhat retelling of Finding Nemo. I say somewhat as Nemo gets lost again, but we go through familiar locations and see familiar faces as we go where he previously has gone during the film. The tour guides kind of shut up once the Finding Nemo story starts, which is odd. It's a bit of whiplash to go from look at this to I will now shut up and let the fish talk. Spoilers, they find Nemo. It's funny, after the story of Nemo is over, the two crew then come back over the mic and say, shit, we better resurface. The quality of the ride, jokes aside, was quite high, I'd say. If anything, it degrades when they focus more on projections and less on practical props. Not to say there aren't practical props throughout the ride. Honestly, the ride is cromulent. The music does the heavy lifting to make it feel relaxing, and if it weren't for the cramped nature of the subs, I would say it could be quite a relaxing journey. Unlike other dark rides I have touched on in this review, this ride is somewhat original, even if the plot is naff, and going underwater and the tech involved is way more interesting than sitting in a moving car. I still stand by the fact that I believe Star Tours is peak dark ride material, as it's an extended look into the universe, and not just a story retelling. I think I would have preferred maybe exploring Nemo's version of the ocean, getting an exclusive story that isn't just Nemo got lost again. Maybe Marlin, the father of the titular Nemo from the films, is out with Nemo and Nemo wants to hear all about all the things he saw during the film. Or, even cooler in my eyes, we are special guests on a school trip where we are getting a tour of the reef or something. Problem is, this is a makeover of a previous ride called the Submarine Voyage, which was operational from 1959 to 1998, with this ride opening in 2007. So I'm guessing the ride designers had to work with an existing structure. They did well, I would argue. I may not rave about this ride, but it's technically quite damn cool, and makes a great change of pace from the loud, chaotic nature of a theme park. Still probably won't ride it again, but I admire the effort and hope that there's an innovation on this ride concept somewhere else, as there is legs, or fins, to this idea.
We saw a huge volcano go. Oh, you made me eat.
And finally, with all the attractions done and dusted that I was able to ride, let's begin the section where I talk about things I couldn't fit in anywhere else. The evening was crazy busy, which makes a big difference to many other parks I've been to that get calmer as the day goes on. It felt like there was a much bigger local to tourist ratio too. I noticed many people being obviously local. That's not a problem, just an observation. Maybe because it's not in the heart of Los Angeles and a bit of effort to get to. Perhaps Disneyland attracts less international tourists versus Walt Disney World in Orlando. In retrospect, this influx of people is not just people arriving from work, but pass holders who possibly have to wait until a certain time to enter the park. The park is indeed small. I'm writing this part near the start of the script, and I'm sure I've mentioned the size thing a couple times by now, but it really does feel small compared to what I'm used to with every other Disney park I've been to, minus Walt Disney Studios Park in France. But in a weird way, I kinda like it. Sure, the theming to my eyes overall may not be as strong as Magic Kingdom, or my favourite Disney park at the time of writing, Animal Kingdom, partly due to how big they feel in my opinion, but seeing a ride time at 10 minutes, and then being at that other side of the park in 10 minutes, is nice compared to other parks, where at times the parks are so big, by the time I have gotten there, the ride has already shot up in wait times. You win some, you lose some when it comes to park size. This goes for the resort overall too. Since it is so small, it felt smaller than Disney Paris overall. As well as, once you leave the resort, you're just back to civilization. I was comfortable leaving and coming back to the park multiple times a day to take a break and eat. I will say, I tried to use one of the hotel buses to try and save some steps, but it dropped me at a parking lot, which basically meant I had to walk the whole way back, as I can't jaywalk, and also, there is no real exit by foot. So don't do what I did. It's funny, I asked a guard if I could hop over like a knee-high barrier, as I could see where I wanted to go through the small gap, and he said, and I repeat, it is impossible. I pictured the mouse with the handgun behind his head while he said those words. Quickly jumping back to the size thing, I can go on and on about it. But you know what? There's a reason, in my opinion at least, it feels so small. There's 37 attractions in this park. Sure, that's not 37 rides, but my goodness, that's impressive, no? There's so much to do, and that really helps this park not have super duper long waits. There will still be lines, sure, don't get me wrong, but with so much to do, the people are way more spread out compared to other parks. To somewhat repeat myself from my Disney California Adventure review, this Disney park continues the theme of, if you are not like me and are happy to be at a park from the start to the end of the day, paying for a skip the line pass, aka Lightning Lane multi-pass, to help you get on rides. I would say my day would have been the same if I didn't have the pass, just harder. How it works is you pay per day, and the price changes depending on the day. What I did was book a package thing, I think through attractiontickets.com, not affiliated, and I got Lightning Lanes with my tickets for an extra fee per day. Since I doubt I'll be back anytime soon, I was happy to pay. How it works is you need the Disneyland app, and you can book a lightning lane from the moment you enter the park. And then you can either book another one as soon as you check into your lightning lane you booked, or 2 hours have passed. You can also modify the booking, which allows you to try and get a sooner or further away time, depending on how you want to plan your day. I started a time that was ages away for a ride, then clicked modify out of curiosity, and then I was offered a slot 20 minutes away. Your results, of course, may vary, but it's worth a punt if you have a time you're not happy with and want a different one. Certain attractions simply don't have a lightning lane queue, and thus aren't available through the service, though that's mainly for smaller attractions. So pretty much the only things here are the big hitters. I found the experience somewhat painless versus using it at Walt Disney World in the past, and personally had no issues. You can do a ride with a lightning lane once per day, so by the end of the day you'll be grabbing lightning lanes you may not even want to use. This is actually a good idea if you want to attempt to modify a reservation a bit later to try and get a different ride or time. So if you're willing to play about, you could have a better day. If you have a bigger wallet than me, you can also buy a Lightning Lane Single Pass, which is for a ride that is the big hitter in the park. In this case, Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. And you pay a fee which starts at $15 to ride this ride once. Sure, the weight should be lower, but you're also paying to ride a ride. The choice is yours on that one. I did it once at Disneyland Paris for a ride that was 2 hours long, and I was on in about 15 minutes. I don't like it, but you gotta play the game, and get played sometimes, I guess. There's also a premium version of this now called Premier Pass, where you get a one-time use at any time of the day for the applicable rides. It's a luxury, and is super duper expensive. Like, I doubt many people would be buying this, but it's an option, and it's nice that it is there for the people who want it. While on topic, I had no issues with the app. You have to do a lot of things on it, but luckily Disney is the only theme park I have been to in the past 4 years, apart from Fort Park, that does paper maps. So, hell yeah to that. But yeah, this app was perfectly fine, and it did its job. I don't remember it doing anything fancy, but you can do your typical reserve food, wait times, and all that jazz. If you get Lightning Lane Multipass, you get on-ride photos with your purchase, and the app is how you access them, so that's pretty neat. It seems you can also use this app to locate your car's parking area by providing the details required, so that's neat too. You can also play some trivia games it seems on there, but no, I'm fine, thanks. I was curious if you could check wait times outside of the park, so while on a bus on the way back from London while writing this section, I downloaded the Disneyland app, and yes, you bloody can! I did have to sign into a Disney account, but you can indeed view the wait times anywhere you want in the world, so thumbs up to that. I always find studying wait times and patterns to be fun in preparation before I arrive to a park, to have some kind of game plan. I have no idea how I am married either. I was shocked by how little music I remember from this theme park, minus the tune from Main Street that I discussed hours ago. However, I do remember the smells of the park. Like, there's always food within 30 seconds to a minute of where you are, and the smells are so powerful. Like, I can remember certain smells even now, and that is on top of the smells being pumped into certain rides. Disney! We assault all your senses. In Tomorrowland, there's a monorail you can take that brings you to downtown Disney, that of which I'm going to assume you can do then the other way to get from downtown Disney to the park, acting as another way to get to the entrance. I mentioned back in the Main Street USA section about the one entrance, so perhaps I'm wrong on that. I say perhaps, as I cannot personally confirm this. The monorail was down when I was there, so I was unable to ride it and confirm. I'm sure it does act as another entrance, I'm just covering my ass, as I'm sure someone would comment telling me that I fucked up. Speaking of, if I have, feel free to correct me so people can be truly informed. I am just working off my experience, and I am trying to give you the experience of your average Joe Schmo at these parks. So when I was there, the monorail and the Disneyland Railroad were closed. It seems I brought a piece of home with me, as there was a bloody train strike when I was there.
Watch your step and exit to the left of the monorail. Thanks for traveling with us today.
I didn't want to cover it in this video as it is unrelated to the review of this park, but I did also want to mention that there are various video games of this particular theme park, with the two I wanted to highlight being Kinect Disneyland Adventures for the Xbox 360 and Disneyland Adventures for the Xbox One and PC. In this game, you can ride through interpretations of most of the rides we have discussed today, if not all, with the main goal of getting photos and autographs from each of the costume characters around the park. Maybe we can discuss it one day, it could be fun. I do know it's fully co-op. I wonder if my wife would play this with me without judging me for at least 60 seconds for my choice of hobbies. Overall, I really like this park. I keep going back and forth in my mind on if this is better than Disneyland Paris, and I would say so. Like, there's such a diverse ride lineup here, with a good sister park next door, though I won't factor that in here. The size, despite all the crap I talked, is a benefit, as it made the park more enjoyable to walk through, even if it meant theming in certain lands took a hit because of it. This is the OG, and you know what? It still earns that right with the quality to back it up. I still personally prefer Animal Kingdom currently in terms of Disney parks, but like, this park is for sure better in terms of pure fun. I get it now, I truly get it, I really do. And I didn't even talk about any eateries or shows or many shops due to being a cheapskate, so there's still so much I could have discussed. I am sure you can tell that I am quite a miserable person and find the worst in things, and I did hear in this review, but I would 100% say check out Disneyland. I do wish I got to ride Space Mountain though. Ric Flair went on about it for years, and I truly wanted to understand the metaphor of sleeping with Ric Flair and riding a roller coaster in a dark room. I think I just worked out the metaphor.
Welcome to Universal Studios Hollywood, a place where I feel weirdly at home, yet I've actually never been here before. I'm really curious about this park because I've been here for about 10 minutes now, right? And I've already covered half the park. This park feels really small. But let's find out together, and if you excuse me, I'm gonna go and do the Bartman, and I'll see you back at my place.
I got to see the house where Ted the Bear lives. Didn't get to touch him though. Universal Studios Hollywood, located at Universal City, California, opened in 1964 as a theme park. However, it originally opened in 1912 as a movie studio, and in 1915 as a studio lot. You see, many theme parks try to evoke the feeling of the movies. Heck, Universal Orlando's slogan is "Ride the Movies." At least that's what my shirt says. However, in this theme park's case, it literally is a movie studio. It's interesting though, besides Super Nintendo World, the only thing I ever hear about this place is about the movie studio portion of the park, and by extension, the studio tour. So I thought I better check and see if it's actually a good theme park, or if it's just a tourist attraction where you can point and go, ooh, at. Then again, I guess all theme parks are kind of like that. Before entering the park, you have to get there. Being in the heart of Los Angeles, it's actually pretty easy to get to, even directly from Los Angeles Airport. There's a metro stop near the park which is easily accessible from downtown LA. However, it is a fair walk before you are at the park gates. Plus you have to conquer quite a steep hill. Luckily there is a shuttle bus themed like the studio tour buses that comes pretty damn often. I would say just take the shuttle, as not only is that hill a bit of a bitch, but you're gonna rack up steps throughout the day. Plus the shuttle bus arrives pretty dang close to the entrance to the park. Meanwhile on foot you're going up, down and all around. When you are making your way up the hill, you will eventually notice a minion staring down at you, judging you for your life choices. Jokes aside, I think that's kind of funny. There is parking, but from the outside, it didn't actually look like there was that much versus other places I have been, so be warned there. Unlike Universal Orlando, you are not forced to go through City Walk, Universal's shopping and dining strip. This was lovely, as you can get straight to the park, ignoring the shopping if you want to. I will discuss City Walk at the end of the video, however, timestamps below. I did check out every shop here out of curiosity, and I also checked out the cinema. The entrance experience is pretty cool. The universal globe spinning inside a fountain is always a cool icon in my eyes, as well as the archway ahead of you. There is multiple red carpets guiding you to each of the entrances, as well as places to buy tickets, express passes, which allow you to skip the line for rides once or as many times depending on what you pay, as well as a VIP area where you can upgrade your day. Here is where I mentioned that I did the VIP tour, mainly because I doubt I'll ever be here again, and I wanted to see what it was like as I heard good things in the past. But I will save talking about that specifically until the end, and only mention it throughout the bulk of the review if it actually gives a different experience to your typical day, and how it does. Entering the park, you are greeted by a statue with 3 people, a camera operator, a boom operator, and I am assuming a director doing the sickest Cossack squats I have seen in a while. My guy has some amazing adductor strength and mobility, like goddamn. From there is a strip of shops, such as a generic Universal store, a Hello Kitty store, Illumination store, and a store named Feature Presentation, which I would assume rotates whenever something new comes along. At the time, it was themed to Super Nintendo World. Right away, pretty much, I was faced with some out-of-place items labelled Halloween Horror Nights. This is a separate event you have to pay for, and takes place through September to November at Universal parks around the world. It's basically haunted houses but with a budget behind it, as well as live entertainment and actors roaming around the park, all with a spooky and horror theme. It's never really interested me much, but I mention it here as during the season, the usual themes of the park clash with the props for the events. Some get put away, but it looked to me like, at least in this park, most were just pushed to the side during the day. It acts as a good teaser to see what you are missing, but as someone who likes to review parks as if you were going on an average day, all the props and entrance signs to other attractions I can't go through are kind of annoying and off-putting. I understand it would be a ball ache to bring in and out the props every day, but to some guests, including myself, the props feel weird. If anything, seeing staff walk props out a few hours before closing time would be kind of cool. It gets people asking, yo, what is that? Which may drive up on the day ticket sales. I don't know, just shooting out big money ideas here. Universal, hire my ass. Universal Hollywood is split into 2 parts, the upper and the lower lot, separated by a massive set of stairs. You can take escalators if you'd rather, or if you can't take the stairs. I mention this, as while I was walking around the upper lots before opening, getting this B-roll, something hit me. Wow, this place is small. I'm going to quickly tour you around the upper lot, then we will hit the attractions. After walking down the strip I just mentioned, we walk past a stunt show named Waterworld on our right, and on our left you can next go down a path that takes you to like a mini New York, I think, where the Secret Life of Pets attraction is. Directly opposite is an attraction named Despicable Me Minion Mayhem, as well as a fun fair styled park named Super Silly Funland. If you ignore those and keep walking down the path we entered through, on your right you will walk past a Donkey from Shrek meet and greet location, as well as a chance to meet Shrek and Fiona, along with the Kung Fu Panda Adventure attraction. A short film you can watch in a theatre. Keep going again, you will, at the time of recording, see some construction for a roller coaster coming in 2026. Look left, you get a bastardized version of Paris according to my tour guide, though it was hard to tell with all the Halloween Horror Night props knocking about. Keep walking, suddenly you are in Hogsmeade from Harry Potter, home to 2 rides and an experience. It literally is, you turn a corner and then bam, there it is. Keep going one last time, and you find yourself in Springfield, home of the Simpsons ride. Standing in the centre, you can then go left towards the lower lot, or right for the studio tour. And that's it. Now, it sounds like a lot, and it is. However, in the same amount of time I said the above paragraph, you could have walked from the entrance of the park all the way to the end of the upper lot if you walked at a brisk pace. The area is flipping tiny, which means there is next to no theming tying the lands together. It can be jarring if you walked in expecting a themed experience. I found it rather surprising more than anything else. For example, it felt rather surreal being in the wonderfully themed Hogsmeade from Harry Potter, then to turn around and see construction of an eventual roller coaster while still being in that part of the park. This park really has space limitations, man. My tour guide had an amazing point regarding the size of this park, which I'm going to mention at the end of the video, so look forward to that in like an hour and a bit, or just skip ahead, it's up to you. I'm just grateful you're here with me. It's very lonely in this room, and there's only so long my dogs can feign interest in this stuff for me. She's sleeping right there. I'm going to pan out. Can you see her? I don't think you can. She moved. Anyway, right, let's flip reverse it and back up on ourselves, and start discussing some attractions. I'm going to head to the right from the entrance to begin with, as I wanted to discuss Waterworld. This attraction, based on a film I will probably never see, opened in 1995, and well, this shit's got to be pretty damn great if it's about to hit its 20th anniversary at the time of recording. So let's go and take a look. Walking under the sign, mist sprayers doing their job, two things caught my eye. The day I was there, only 3 showtimes were displayed, so be sure to plan your day around being able to catch this show if you want to see it. The other is the cast. Waterworld seems to have a fluid cast, changing when needed, and it's cool as you walk in seeing what the cast members have previously been in. One person I noticed had only been in the Waterworld stunt show, travelling around the Universal Studios around the world, performing in different countries. That's really cool. Walking in, there's not too much to see, though the building the show is housed in has these aquatic themed props that help set the scene of what the themes of the show will be. Rust, danger, and lots of water. Once seated, with no view truly being a bad view of the set, looking at the set more while I was waiting for the show to start, I would start to wonder how each section of this set would get used. Since this park is so space confined, each part has to be used, otherwise it wouldn't be there. So my mind was racing, trying to guess the show before it even happened. I noticed as I sat and scanned the area, there was a small area blocked off at the top of the front section to the stage, reserved for VIP and Express Pass users. So that's how you'd be able to use that if you had any of those on the day you were here. Personally, I did not use my VIP pass on it, as I didn't want to use it on a show. It's a shame that there are buildings in the way, ruining the skyline, as otherwise I'd fully buy into this set being the story if you catch my drift. But with the buildings behind the show, it kind of ruins the immersion, which is sad to say. Waiting for the show to start, members of the cast will be out hyping up the guests, warning of splash zones that will soak people and giving them fair warning, and a preview by spraying them with water. The vibes were good going into the show. Everyone was ready for a good time. Now all that was left was to see if the cast and crew could deliver. So in Waterworld, it seems everyone in this world is trying to find dry land in a world of pure water. Smokers, a bunch of bandits, want to find dry land first. Battles, hostage situations, jet skis, boats, ziplining from one corner of the stage to another, and many more things take place in this stunt show. And that's really it. It's a stunt show. It's not meant to win you over with the story or acting per se. The story is hokey and the crew know it, so they play into it, and more let the actions of the action do the storytelling. Everyone does their job great, matching the timings of the music that plays as the show goes on, matching the campy punching sounds to their movements, and I don't want to spoil all the practical stunts, including the finale, as that takes away the real appeal of the show. And I would argue they do deliver on that, building up the intensity of the show and the scale of the set pieces until the grand finale, that I won't spoil, but was a great shock due to the size of the prop and how practically it was done. The show is also very dynamic too. Normally when one set of actors are doing something, others are doing something else, helping your eyes dart around, keeping the high intense pace the show wants to evoke with the music. Honestly, I get the hype. Entering with the right expectations of being wowed by the stunts and not the story, you will have a great time with Waterworld, and I now understand why it has stuck around for so long. Some of the cast were standing by the exit after the show too, which was nice. If you wanted to say hello, ask for a photo, or see if they had a 3DS on them to see if you could exchange data via Street Pass. It's not dead to me, damn it.
Hi, I'm Tiger Woods.
After leaving Waterworld dripping wet, even though I sat in the dry area, what a strange world we live in, we are going to walk a bit and quickly touch on the upcoming Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift roller coaster. My VIP tour guide sums it up pretty great, so I'll play some video of that here, but before that, it opens in 2026. The concept is really cool. Why this property wasn't used for a roller coaster sooner, check out my Universal Studios Orlando review for some context about that statement. And I am so curious how they isolate the sound of the roller coaster to not bleed into other attractions and lands. Though I did notice that this is an issue this park has, which I will discuss as we go on.
This roller coaster is going to go down the side of the mountain and over an escalator and then back up. so it feels like you're drift racing. Sometimes you're going down sideways or backwards.
Oh, awesome. Taking a left from that ride, we enter a bastardized version of France, full of Halloween Horror Night props out ruining what little theming there is. A shout out to my tour guide once again for this quote.
I'm so sorry to my French friends, because this is what Americans think Paris looks like.
I did notice a cafe which looked pretty authentic from my brief time in France. The caricature artists that I never get personally are out. I am not dissing their skills, by the way, I draw as well as a 4-year-old. And there is actually a private restaurant here called Moulin Rouge, which we will touch back on in the VIP tour section of the video. But this land is simply a pathway to walk towards Super Silly Funland and the Illumination area? Huh. Yeah, truthfully, I have no idea what the point of this mini France area is, as it houses no attractions and only a few things to actually do, one of which requires a pretty pricey add-on. Whatever. Anyways, welcome to the corner of the park coined Minion Land, even though one of the attractions has nothing to do with minions. Though apparently that part of the park is actually part of an area called Production Plaza, which I had no idea about until I started writing this section of the script. So was that bit of France supposed to be a set? I got no flipping clue. Anyways, Super Silly Funland is actually what you walk out of once you finish the next ride, Despicable Me Minion Mayhem, which is a nice way of making use of the limited space, but you can also enter it through a castle entrance facade into a pretty fun looking land, with a spinning flat ride where you ride what I think is a bee, a water play area, a cafe named after those minion bastards, and a few carnival games I looked at and then looked away with disgust. It looks cute and fun for the correct audience. However, I do feel it is once again a little too small and is missing an extra flat ride or two to keep the kids busy who don't want to get wet, as just having one ride may make people not want to bother trying to ride that one ride, as there's pretty much nothing else you can do in the land without getting wet or spending money. So yeah, it looks good, but is missing a bit extra to make it a good land worth actually doing anything in. Moving on and passing a Despicable Me meet and greet, we are confronted with two attractions literally next to each other, which is very rare I think for a theme park. We will save the newest one for now, and instead keep the Minion theme, by riding Despicable Me Minion Mayhem. This is a ride that's available at pretty much every main Universal park I think. It's a staple, and truthfully there's very little differences between them. I'll give a general overview of the experience, then discuss the differences I noted on this version versus the Orlando version I have ridden a few times over my years. You enter through a facade of Gru's house from the films, but then you're faced with a dull, bland queuing area, with tiny screens above you playing repurposed footage from the first Despicable Me film, while asking questions about minions. You see, we get the wonderful, wonderful privilege of becoming a minion during the ride, as told to us via the first pre-show, with Gru looking down at us from his room, while we are in his room. Huh. In the next pre-show room, Gru has a hoot of a time mocking a random guest for not showering, as well as being shot with a fart gun. How lovely and fetish building.
Oh, no.
Gru's 3 adopted daughters from the first film mention that today is their adoption anniversary, and we move on. The ride takes place in a theatre where you sit with others in a group inside a vehicle that bobs up and down in accordance to what is happening on the screen in front of you. The movements were surprisingly intense, especially for a ride aimed at younger children. As for the content on the screen, which fun fact used to be 3D but was removed in 2019, 5 years after the ride opened here. The content is perfectly fine. You, as a minion, navigate an obstacle course, and watch as things go wrong as they always do in these theme park rides. One day we're going to get on a big ride, go through it, and nothing bad happens or goes wrong, you know? Basically, don't bother with this one unless you're someone who likes the minions. You are watching something on a screen. The content on screen is perfectly fine, but you will forget it as soon as you're done. And I am not looking forward to riding this ride 3 more times as I eventually ride it at Universal Studios Japan, Singapore, and Beijing, as I attempt to review every Universal theme park before the possible Universal UK opens.
2031, baby. 2031.
Right, differences that I noticed. The queue is way shitter here. It seems like it lacks an extra layer of quality that the Universal Orlando version has, which can be seen everywhere. The queue is even more drab, lacking the cute touch of a banana tree because, if you didn't know, minions do disgusting things to bananas in their spare time. The first pre-show was fine, but did feel a little off. The second pre-show felt fine as well, but the fart gun prop was tiny compared to the one at Universal Orlando, and the ride room itself felt oddly small, with the screen being one size that your, hopefully, still open local movie theatre. It really just didn't feel special when I walked in, but instead like I was gonna go and watch a 4D film at a Cineworld. Plus, when you exit the ride, you enter like a dance party. The dance party area not only felt tiny, but until the ride actually starts, the sound of the song playing at the dance party bled into the room, and it was just kinda awkward when waiting for the ride to start, while the music was so clearly audible. So in the tier list of the different versions of this ride, if the other version is like a C tier for a perfectly fine motion simulator for very little kids, this one falls into D tier, as it's the same ride, but with less money behind it. Maybe this ride is actually shit, but I stand by what I say for now. We'll see what I think as I keep coming back to this ride over the years. Banana. Let's cross the street from Minion Mayhem to eliminations of a ride at this park, and I believe this ride is an exclusive, so I was mighty excited to give The Secret Life of Pets Off the Leash a go. The facade, though small, looks bright and welcoming. It's basically just an American apartment complex, but I dig it. Shut up. The queue sounds kind of shite on paper, but you're simply just going through a house. But I think it's great, as in both the express and normal queue, you get to explore different parts of the house, getting introduced to the animals you'll see throughout the ride, and a brief glimpse into their character, which is helpful for someone like me who doesn't know who the hell they are. I liked the small touches, like the windows looking out into a city, and the animatronics were good enough. My only real complaint is that it's a very small queue, and it's oddly free-flowing. There are bits where kids can take breaks if they wish, such as sitting on a sofa, and they can watch a clip of a dog recording a video. Maybe that was intentional, but this queue on a busy day would probably be horrible, and I would not be shocked if it was ultra-packed. They would have to close the queue for a bit to make sure that there aren't queues out of the door, as otherwise the queue would clog up the nearby New York-esque area. Speaking of that, outside were some actors above you playing to the crowd walking by, which was nice, although I purposely hid myself, as I did not want to interact with them on the day, as I'm too shy. As you can probably tell. The plot of the ride, I believe, is that you are a stray pet, making their way through the back streets of New York, trying to get to the groomers, not that kind, so hopefully get adopted. A simple, nice plot. The bits that happen in between are a bit too random for my taste. Like, it starts out fine, but it kind of just gets more and more look crazy as you go, including doing what Milhouse never got to do and going to the fireworks factory. I didn't really get why we're going where we are. Like, there's a bit where we pass through what looks like an alley with evil cats, and in the next scene, carnage takes place. Is this the cats doing? Am I just being dumb here? But I did like the charm this ride has. The ride vehicles are cardboard boxes, and at the start of the ride, you see the animal that you are via a screen. It's cute, and it does follow what you're doing with your arms and head. If you drop your head, you show your tail, which is funny, and I am sure some furries have been born from this ride. What was a pleasant surprise was the somewhat lack of screens, minus one time where you are looking at one massive screen. All of the screens used on the ride add to the set it is built upon, or mix practical props with the screens to create the illusion of doing something. For example, a dog going in and out of a bath, or a cat going through a machine. Honestly, I am not the target audience, nor do I ever want to ride it again without a young family member. But this ride is really charming. I rode it various times throughout the day, and it was quite fun looking around and observing in more detail what some of the animals were doing. Shout out to the dog doing yoga near the start. The ending is really cute. You get cleaned, see yourself again at the end, and you see some creepy looking humans in that terrible Illumination style saying they will adopt you, ending with a housewarming party. These people own a lot of pets, huh? I am very happy that one of the first things you see off the ride is a link to donate to animal charities and adopt a pet. The plot was unexpectedly lovely for a theme park ride, to end with some kind of message no matter how small. I really hope some children or even adults get off the ride and wish to adopt an animal. Always go for a rescue animal if you can, people. Just ask my little lady Nessie. A picture of her here, as she didn't want to be with me for this recording. That or she hates me. I don't know.
What do you say? You want to come home with us?
Quickly, I want to talk about the Kung Fu Panda adventure. I say quickly, as truthfully, there isn't much to say. But let's do this. I really enjoyed Kung Fu Panda 1 and 2. I thought in the world of your typical blockbuster animated flick, Kung Fu Panda shone some light into the industry. With an interesting lead character, awesome Kung Fu movie inspirations, and overall being a great time. I found Kung Fu Panda 3 perfectly fine, but after Kung Fu Panda 4 and how much of a studio executive interference-filled mess it was, perhaps I judged the previous movie too harshly. Passing under a small sign and a basic ass queue, with the only things of note being some DreamWorks movie posters, we then enter the DreamWorks Theatre, and although the first room is just a big waiting room, it's a nice one. Above us, the pre-show begins. A variety of DreamWorks characters appear, including a god-awful Shrek sound-alike, and we are told that Poe is needed to help deliver a special hammer that can transport people to the spirit realm, a mystical place in the Kung Fu Panda universe. In true Universal 4D ride style, even though this ride isn't 3D, we are asked if we want to come along. Truthfully, I will never ride this again, as the story wasn't charming at all, and it's just a series of events that keep going wrong as the story progresses. I didn't laugh or smile once, however there is one cool feature about this not 4D ride. Also, sorry about the camera, the gimbal slowly moved up as the film went on, and when I adjust the camera, the screen comes on, and I didn't want to do that and disturb people in the cinema. At one part of the short film, the cast goes through a tunnel, where a bunch of fireflies float around the cast. They move out of the projector screen and fill the walls around the screen, which was unexpected and a cool effect. Later on, when the forgettable baddie of the story appears and steals the MacGuffin, they are transported to the spirit realm for a fight. Here, the walls also become part of the spirit world. And that was very cool. For sure the highlight of this attraction. I understand that it's a theme park ride, so the story isn't going to change my world, but I always found Shrek 4D to have more of a satisfying beginning, middle and end, as well as taking place after Shrek 1. It also has way more charm and character in my opinion compared to this. It's a good filler attraction, but try not to wait long for it at all, and I highly doubt you'd ever go on it again after it's over.
I almost forgot! Bye, guys!
Leaving the theatre and walking for like 15 seconds at most, we find ourselves at Hogsmeade, home of 3 attractions based off the Harry Potter franchise. Walking into Hogsmeade, under the sign, for the first time I was impressed by how spacious it felt, despite the size limitations. In Orlando, Hogsmeade is great, but it always feels crowded even on a slow day. But the design of this version really shows that they learnt their lessons from the first time developing this land, as overall, this land was a pleasure to walk through. Walking in, there's a train named the Hogwarts Express, where you can take a photo with a person who I really wanted to challenge to see if he was actually British, but I didn't want to be a twat. The land is littered with shops such as a sweet shop, and gift shops, with Harry Potter merch in them. And once you round the corner from the entrance, you are fully immersed in the land, with the landscaping really helping with that fact. In many of the shops I mentioned, you can buy a wand. These wands are expensive, like proper pricey. So if you're trying to save some money and your kid doesn't know any better, pack them one from home or something, as Jesus, they will set you back the price of a night in a hotel. Or you can try and get your child picked at Ollivander's. Ollivander's is an experience that runs, I think, every half hour, I want to say, where you are basically taking part in a wand selection that you've seen in the source material. The room is full of props, and the actor playing Ollivander interacts with his wand, and it's a pretty nifty experience, with one person being chosen to have their wand selected for them. Almost always a child, and it's pretty immersive, not gonna lie. Funnily enough, though, you still exit through a gift shop, but in this case, it's a wand shop. It's kind of funny in a way. All of you mofos that weren't picked, tough world we live in. Buy a wand or bugger off. These wands have some NFC or near field communication tech inside of them, which allow you to interact with things around Hogsmeade, to pretend as if you're doing magic. It's gimmicky, sure, but also cute at the same time, and I bet for a kid it's pretty damn cool. It gives you an excuse to look around the land more, and find spots to perform your magic at. Continuing the tour of the land for a moment, there's a restaurant called the Three Boomsticks, which serves British food, so good luck with that, as well as a chance to buy butterbeer. Never had it, I can't comment on it. I hear people talking good stuff about it, but as someone who only really drinks water and squash, it doesn't really interest me. They have toilets, oh my god they have toilets, but in the toilets you'll hear a certain moaning character from the series, which honestly sounds a little sus at times. That Myrtle bitch, she's a freaky one. I found this little path to the side with nobody here, which I enjoyed walking down. Really enhances the reveal of Hogwarts even more. Every time I see Hogwarts Castle in person, no matter where I am, it's always so cool as, holy shit, the design in person is super impressive. Sadly, we gotta wait a minute, as we have a ride we gotta do first before entering the castle. Flight of the Hippogriff is a family roller coaster that, no matter what, is always packed, even on a quiet day. The reason for this is that this roller coaster is a junior roller coaster, meaning that it was made so a younger audience can ride it and work up to bigger coasters. Nothing wrong with that, I welcome it. It just means I won't have much to say on the ride. The queue and the ride dispatch area are nice looking enough, but I have very little to say. Same for the ride. As you leave the loading area on your left, there is an animatronic bird, which I'm assuming is a hippogriff, which look cool, as well as Hagrid's hut from the films too. The main appeal of the ride, I would argue, is that you get to have various views of the land, mainly Hogwarts Castle. And yeah, that view is great, however the ride is nothing special. I am not the target demographic, so I won't be too critical on it. Once the ride was over, I did laugh as I finally got to ride a ride that always had an hour plus wait whenever I got to the park, and it was just that. Something so average always has that wait, and it's crazy to me. Ride it if it's like 10 minutes so you can say you've done it, but it is truly not worth your time in my opinion. Focus your attention more on the big boy attraction right next to it. Speaking of, let's head over, shall we? Leaving that land, I remembered 3 things. To Orlando fans of Hogsmeade, you may be wondering if the awesome Hagrid's motorbike adventure at Islands of Adventure will be coming to Hollywood. I asked my VIP tour guide this question. They said don't count on it, due to how much land that ride needs. She also mentioned that 2025 would be when Springfield, the next part of this review once we are done here, is most likely going to start the process of being removed, as the license would be ending. Finally, in Hogsmeade there is a frog choir, where a cappella singers perform numbers with frog puppets. I've never stayed and watched a full show before, but it was always nice to walk by. Harry Potter and the Forbidden Journey is the centerpiece of every Hogsmeade around the world. The headliner, the OG, the real one, the ride that Universal always uses for promotion when you see an advert for Harry Potter in the park. Before anything, to ride this ride you must put your items in a free locker. They say everything, but to be honest, put your bag away and you'll be okay. Normally the lockers are perfectly fine in terms of size at other parks, although the area is normally quite busy since people are always coming in and out, which creates a traffic flow that can't really be addressed. What was shocking here was that not only were there not as many lockers as I would have thought, but they were so damn slim. Legit, they're about as wide as a modern smartphone. So even with my smaller drawstring bag, it was a bit of a struggle to get it in the locker. Speaking of free lockers, there's another set down in the lower lot, but stick around for a little tip to save some money. But the tip is just to leave your bag in a locker while you ride multiple rides. But I'll mention it again later, because by that point you've probably forgotten I mentioned the tip. Retention time, baby. The centerpiece of Hogsmeade, and by extension this ride, is Hogwarts Castle itself. And look at it, man. Harry Potter fan or not, this shit looks fucking cool. It also made me miss home, as I lived in Scotland for 3 years and recently moved back at the time of writing to England, and Hogwarts Castle's architecture was inspired by castles in Edinburgh. Visit Edinburgh, a beautiful city, the best place I have ever lived. I miss it. Anyway, I bet for mad fans of the franchise, a dream was to walk around Hogwarts Castle. Well, for this attraction, the castle is the queue. That's just really cool in my opinion. And it sticks the landing. I won't spoil every moment, but I'll say a good amount. The ride does have a minimum height limit of 120 centimeters. However, if you are not tall enough, or a guest isn't tall enough that you're with, you can still walk through the queue. There's always child swap if you have a kid, which basically means one person rides while the kid gets looked after by someone else in your party, then you swap and the other one can ride. Back to the queue. You walk through the dark depths of the castle after entry, and pass by animated paintings of members of Hogwarts past which interact with each other, making for a dynamic section of the queue. You pass by Dumbledore, the headmaster of the school's office, and in person it looks pretty damn impressive, with the classic Pepper's Ghost effect to make it look like main man Big D is up there, talking down to us. As well as passing through a classroom where you see Harry, Hermione and Ron hit us with plot exposition, which truly doesn't matter that much, but they do tell us to meet them somewhere, which is basically where the ride will start. I said it once, I will say it again. This queue is flipping amazing, even if you are not a Potter fan. That of which I am indifferent to. It's immersive as fuck. The music pumped into the queue makes it feel like you're travelling to somewhere unknown. Plus there's a single rider line that skips all the queue, which is great for re-rides. That of which I did a few times. The loading area is a moving walkway, where you are told to sit in a floating chair, that of which holds 4 seats. After being sat, the Harry Potter music kicks in, and we hear Hermione call us over. She throws some shit on us, and this allows us to fly up in the sky. This ride is basically a robotic arm that moves you up, down, and all around. The headrest has speakers too, and I never noticed any sound bleed between seats, which was quite impressive. Before we discuss the events of the ride, this ride method is prone to motion sickness in some guests. I personally have never had it, but I'd imagine a good way to work around this problem is keeping your head against the headrest and just look forward and don't move your head around. The plot of the ride is kind of lost on me. You're not exactly helping the cast of Harry Potter achieve a task, you're more just along for the ride as Harry and Ron fly around Hogwarts. And that's perfectly fine with me. It's the perfect theme park plot. You're just along for the ride as you go from scene to scene, trying to fit as many references as possible as you go. This ride for the time, that being 2011 originally in Orlando and 2016 here in LA, was so impressive, and in my opinion this ride is still a technical wonder every time I ride it. The ride does use a wide variety of screens throughout the ride, but it is coupled with impressive physical sets that you transition between, going from set to screen, back to set, really seamlessly. Here is an example. You are flying with Harry and Ron. We bump into a character called Hagrid, rest in peace to his actor, where he mentions a lost dragon. The dragon appears, we fly away, and then we hear it above us, as well as see claw marks the mofo has left behind. In fact, I think the screen time versus practical set time is about 50-50, and sometimes you are looking at sets for ages, such as the dragon example. After the claw marks, we see said dragon as an animatronic, very cool. Then we are going through a spooky forest. Then we are warned about a big tree. Then the dynamic arm moves us up towards the ceiling to look up at said tree, named the Whomping Willow. There's another long section with sets and props, where you are running from Dementors, which are these creepy soul-sucking things, and it dawned on me that this may be a dark ride, but it's a pretty damn thrilling one. Like, this one may actually scare little kids and the squeamish because of the unique ride style, how close you get to the props such as the Dementors, and the effective use of sound and lighting. The only time I never felt like I was truly in the action, due to the screens, was when the cast are playing a game of Quidditch, which is like flying football, but not as fun as Rocket League. But I'm willing to bet that would look just kind of naff and not really be very entertaining with this kind of ride system, so no biggie. The more I talk about it, the more I think I love this ride. But I had a thought, and something I should take into every review of a licensed property. Could you enjoy this if you didn't know the source material? Like, if the ride is shite, it doesn't really matter what the IP is, but if it's good, can you still enjoy it even if you don't know who Harry Potter is in this example? On this occasion, yes, I think so. It's technically impressive and doesn't rely on screens as much as other rides we have talked about and will talk about in this review. The sets and props are really good, and although the plot isn't very fun to come back to on multiple re-rides, the unique feel the ride has, the charm it has thanks to the Harry Potter score, and sets that look spot on to what you've seen/read, yeah, I think anybody who physically can ride this ride should give it a shot. It's a gem in my eyes, and one I am glad is pretty much the same around the world. As there's not much to it I would change, to be honest.
Thanks, everybody. You were brilliant.
You showed great bravery. Feel free to return to Hogwarts anytime.
Moving on, let's check out Springfield and the Simpsons ride. The Simpsons mean a lot to me, and I always love checking out Springfield at Universal Orlando whenever I go there, even if I believe the ride is not long for this world, and the next update will be when it gets removed. So I am grateful I was able to experience the other version of Springfield before it gets taken away from us. Is it for the best? I'll miss the land, the ride not so much, but let's explore and you'll see what I mean. Springfield has a crazy amount of food stalls and stands for the size of the land. Like, Orlando has a food court in their Springfield where you enter, and I think it was like for a Krusty Burger, and the rest is just tiny stands, which is kind of a shame. I'm pretty sure you can get food from the same amount of places, if not more, in LA, if you count this Quickie Mart popcorn stand, which at first I thought was a substitute for the actual Quickie Mart, but there's actually a Quickie Mart shop like opposite it. I was just being dumb. One touch I do way prefer at this version of Springfield is that all of the restaurants are separated to keep immersion. In a theme park that has absolutely awful immersion, this was a lovely surprise. Like, I would actually argue this Springfield is more immersive than in Orlando, because in Orlando, Springfield is just a line with one side facing a lagoon, which at any time you can peer into. Meanwhile here, you're pretty much surrounded by the Simpsons world, until you decide to leave. There's also plenty of references which made me smile. A few things that the Orlando version doesn't have, such as a mural of the Springfield sign, the Aztec Theatre that shows the Itchy and Scratchy movie, and a mini Springfield nuclear power plant. The heavy hitters are here, such as a bar to drink duff at. I believe Most Tavern is here, but I was unable to go inside if you are, due to time reasons. And the chance to meet the Simpsons crew. One benefit of this version being smaller than the Orlando version is that there are less carnival games that I loathe, so at least there's that. Springfield was nice to walk through, and I hunted up and down to try and find more Easter eggs and references, but the size limitations once again rear their ugly head. I had much less of a desire to stick around and explore than I did when I was at Universal Orlando, which I think was a mistake on my part, as the more I write this part of the video, the more I look back at my footage and got impressed on how the designers were able to cram in so many damn references and locations. It's actually in some ways more impressive than Orlando's version, as they are so space constrained. I just felt rather underwhelmed when I arrived and initially checked the place out, especially after hearing on a podcast once that they prefer this version of Springfield. I would love to know how and why. A lot of the things are for sure the same around here, except a missing spinner attraction and a few nice touches. But as I mentioned above, the more I think about this place, the more it is retroactively growing on me, and I may actually like it more than the Orlando version. This section of the review got rewritten the most, if you couldn't tell. The main event, the Simpsons ride, still looks great on the outside. I love this facade of Krusty the Clown's face and the theme park behind him, as well as the Simpsons family in a roller coaster vehicle, next to the sign of the attraction. The queue is pretty much the same as Orlando, as is the entire attraction actually, so I'll quickly run through the whole experience, but if you want a much deeper look into this ride, be sure to check out my Universal Orlando review. The queue is a bunch of stairs with The Simpsons playing everywhere, including original clips, which add extra context and immersion into the ride you're about to go on. The plot of the ride is that you're at Krusty Land, a theme park in The Simpsons world, and the Simpsons family are picked to be the first to ride a new ride, and they pick us to join them. Sideshow Bob, a recurring villain in the show, is here to sabotage the ride. We go through 2 pre-shows here. The first is where we are selected to join The Simpsons, and I love it because you are surrounded by Simpsons characters manning stools. The next you're in like a little box of a room with some cool touches like a drawing of Matt Groening, original show creator, with Krusty. On a screen we watch The Simpsons get forced onto the ride, and then a pretty brutal safety video in classic Itchy and Scratchy style. The ride itself is a motion simulator ride, where you go through Krusty Land avoiding Sideshow Bob's attempts to kill the family, before touring Springfield in 3D as you chase down a massive kaiju Maggie Simpson. The plot is perfectly fine, but I always enjoy it, especially when you get to go through Springfield during the middle portion. I always try and look out for something new to discover. The odd thing is, this ride is very rough, like hold on tight rough. You wouldn't think so if you watch someone filming the ride, but yeah, it's proper rough, so hang on tight and make sure you don't lose any teeth. I am not sure how I concluded the Simpsons section in my first theme park video, but I have a feeling it's the same as I'm about to say. I don't mind the Simpsons ride. I enjoyed the actual content on display, but the experience is weirdly rough, so much so that whenever I visit this attraction, I only ever ride it once. Plus the ride room and vehicles looked a bit worse for wear. Funnily enough, I prefer the land of Springfield more than the ride, and I am surprised to say if I was to pick either Orlando's version or California's version, I think I would pick this version. Who would have guessed I'd have said that when I started this section, but there we go. So, although this is deemed the main event by many, the main event for me is Super Nintendo World, but the world famous studio tour for sure is Universal Hollywood's unique selling point, and the key figure on a lot of merchandise I saw around the park. If you did not know, Universal Hollywood genuinely does have movies shot here, and I mentioned at the start of the video how old the studio actually is. So as a film dweeb who has a piece of paper proving I am a film dweeb, having a chance to look at a piece of film history really excited me. What did worry me though would be how surface level it would be. Film history interests me, but just being told a fact doesn't really interest me. I like being told beyond a fact. For example, X did this and here is why. I find the why and added context really adds to the learning process. Anyways, let's give it a shot. Passing under a rather underwhelming sign, banners previewing what you'll see on the tour, and a nice mural I would buy as a poster, and pass a rather massive cattle pen queue, you arrive at your vehicle. The tour vehicles hold about 25-ish people per vehicle, and there's a few trams per tour group, I think 4, so this attraction does eat people up, which explains the rather low queues I always saw. In my case, I got to go on a VIP tour bus, where your group and one other group get a more exclusive experience, where you get to do some extra things, as well as a nicer vehicle and free iced water. Sure, the vehicle is nicer, but you're not missing out in that aspect if you just do the normal tour. I won't recount everything you see on the tour to not take away from the experience. Plus, I may mention something you don't give a shit about, but I will go through the tour and mention key moments. Oh, and the tour is like an hour, I think, from memory, with my VIP one taking a bit longer due to reasons you will see. So a normal tour starts and ends with a video clip from Jimmy Fallon, but you do have a tour guide that tells you the facts as you go, told via a screen in each of the vehicles. I had a lovely woman on my VIP tour, and they really do add to the experience. Just having a voiceover reading a script takes away from the personality the tour has. So despite everything, having a tour guide really helps. They'll mention a fact and sometimes play a relevant clip, which gives context to people that don't know the movie or show, which helped me, as one part here, the cul-de-sac of houses set. I had no idea of the American TV shows that were shot here, so the clips shown really helped. The tour starts driving down a hill, passing a fire station that this theme park has, as well as loads of film posters. Get a quick view of the backstage of Mario Land and Jurassic World, and finally actually get to the filmmaking part of the tour. Big, bland stages. Yes, if you don't know, film stages are normally big boxes which have no windows, which you see an abundance of, which really is truly a part of big budget film and TV production, all along the way being told what was shot here, as well as passing some official looking office buildings. Passing by some sets, seeing the back of them, we enter a dark tunnel as Peter Jackson appears on the screen, telling us a bit of jargon about working on the King Kong film that came out in 2005. 3D glasses are then passed out. Yeah, see, there's actually some typical theme park attractions on this tour that you'd expect to see. I guess to add some variety outside of information dumps about film history. The thing is, it's kind of nothing. You drive into a jungle, dinosaurs or whatever, King Kong appears to fight them, kill some of them in quite brutal ways, and then you just move on. It's really odd, and kind of breaks the flow of the tour in my opinion. Like, the 85 seconds of the actual attraction, which I'll call King Kong 3D, just feels like a clip from another ride. In fact, I wonder if it's just an excerpt from the Skull Island ride at Islands of Adventure in Orlando. I wonder. Me and Post, take a look at that and report back to us. Hello. So, King Kong 3D at Universal Hollywood came first, just to clarify. But the answer to if it is the same animations is yes and no. So Skull Island, which you'll be seeing right now, starts with a bit of a different animation, a bit of a different premise and plot. However, when King Kong starts fighting the dinosaurs, as you'll see here, if you're looking at both of these two right now, there is elements that are the same. So the foreground elements of King Kong and the T-Rex or V-Rex or whatever the fuck it's called are the same thing. And what gave it away for me was King Kong snapping the dinosaur's mouth in half or whatever, because, you know, that's kind of brutal for a theme park. So, as you can see here, it's also color corrected a bit differently because it's meant to be in different environments. So the answer of if it is the same is yes and no. There are more elements in Skull Island, Ring of Kong, whatever it's called, Islands of Adventure. But as for, are there any borrowed elements? Yeah, there are. But could you argue that's being resourceful? Would only people like me even notice that? Probably. But them's the facts. Moving on. Next, we passed by a set with a wide-ass variety of houses and settings. The tour guide explained to me certain films that were shot here, and how they were shot. I won't spoil all of the facts, but some actual big films did get shot here, which is pretty cool. Now, VIP privilege does come into effect here. As the set you drive through, you get to step into and walk around, which is pretty cool. However, your VIP tour may be different. I say this as in my research, it seems you're able to visit different sets depending on when you're visiting and what is being filmed. This can be seen as a negative or a positive, but you're possibly passing by a hot set, which means you have to be quiet when passing it, or even can't go there at all. With the VIP tour, your guides will do their best to ensure that you go onto a set. For example, there's also a different set I didn't get to see, which was recently used for Ted on Peacock, as well as Back to the Future. Which is cool, but I guess you get what you get. But yeah, walking around the set was cool, and took me back to my film school days. If you don't care much for film history, or even video production in general, as commercials and music videos get shot on these sets too, this bonus may not mean much. You've been seeing footage of the sets all this time, so if it does appeal to you, maybe consider the VIP tour, I don't know, It's up to you. We got to backtrack a second though to something I couldn't film. We were also allowed on the VIP tour to go into the prop house. However, sadly, we weren't allowed to take any photos inside, so have some photos I took of the outside. Hello again, another update. It turns out the prop house I visited has an Instagram account, and considering it has 2,000 followers, I'm assuming it's quite new. So link below if you want to visit it for some reason, but if you see any pictures on screen, it's because that's what I saw. Now, although it sounds cool on paper, I got to relearn the ins and outs of a prop department. You're just looking at chairs, tables, and shit like that. The items themselves aren't that interesting. The main appeal is that you're going into something that actually is always being used in the filming of Universal productions, as well as other productions, as prop houses normally rent their props out. One prop that was cool to see was the Beverly Hills sign, as, fun fact, it's actually super duper expensive to shoot the actual sign, so prop versions like the one in the prop department are used. To be fair to this part of the tour, I swear I have seen that version of the sign before, so that's kind of neat. Back on the tour, the few upcoming key moments are way better than the King Kong and later screen attraction we got coming up. The first is emulating an earthquake. How it practically looks, there's a truck that comes out of the roof, I think. Fire effects, the ride vehicle you're in is shaking, and my favourite part, the grand finale, the flash flood. It was pretty cool, not gonna lie, and from my research, all of that resets in 15 seconds. Moving on and past a Wild West set, we arrive at Amity Beach, where we see a diver get dragged under, and practical fire effects burn your face, and we get a nice, close personal view of Mr. Jaws, I presume. I was sitting on the far right of my tram, by the way, so if you want the view I did, be sure to aim for the right side. I found a site called jawsride.net, which has all of the info on the history of this part of the tour, and I found this photo that shows how the shark has changed its look over the years, and my god, the first two just look goofy, no? Moving on once again, we stop by a village that then gets hit with a flash flood, after being shown how rain effects work. It's a bit naff on camera, cool it in person, and yes, all 3 locations shown thus far had shit filmed on them. Not much, but they have been screen used. Next we pass a set I actually remembered, a Wild West set from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and then pass through a set used in the movie Nope. The premise of the film, without spoiling it, is don't look up. We drive through the set as Jordan Peele talks to us over a pre-recorded video, but at the exit the vehicle stops, the ride breaks down, and then you hear monster-like sounds above you. It lasts like a few seconds, and then you move on. It's shit. Perhaps cool at night, but during the day it was just comical. Set was cool to see though. Let's proceed. Finally, the grand finale of this entire tour, all this film history, a look at practical sets, and a weird King Kong tangent. How does this ride finish? I remember the great movie ride at Disney's Hollywood Studios before that closed, finishing with a beautiful montage of film history. Seeing that for the first time all those years ago is what helped me discover a love for movies. The stories they can tell, the emotions they can make you feel, and the attachment we can get to the worlds and characters created, living on way beyond everyone who was involved in said stories passing on. This tour ends with a Fast and Furious screen attraction. If you've watched my Universal Orlando review, you will know that I think the ride, Fast and Furious Supercharged, is the ultimate so bad it is good ride. The visuals look like they are out of the PS2. The ride video is obviously from the Hollywood version, so it makes no sense why we enter a bus in Orlando, and in ride we are in Hollywood, the story is shit, the effects make the audio inaudible, and I love it so much for how shite it is. Seriously, the queue is the best part of the attraction, and I think most people will agree on that, even if they don't agree with me saying that it's so bad it's good. So, take away the cool queue, take away all the silly things that make the attraction so jarring and strange. What are we left with? An extremely underwhelming conclusion to a pretty great tour overall, where you are pretending as if the tram tour vehicle you were just on, going at like 10 miles an hour at most at points, goes fast as fuck boy as you raced against PS2 looking graphics while Vin Diesel becomes the size of a helicopter and The Rock makes a dick joke. I wish I could say I hated this, But without all of the unintended charm the Orlando version has to make it funny to me, this wet fart of an ending to the tour is a real downer, not gonna lie. And instead, I think something like maybe a touching ending montage of Universal movies and why movies are magical, or perhaps the current head of Universal doing a pre-recorded video saying thank you, and then you play that aforementioned montage, or perhaps a final timeline where you drive past posters with props from like an iconic film every year since Universal Pictures' creation, which can get updated every year, but instead, Fast and Furious Supercharged. Oh, I scared my dog, I'm so sorry. So yeah.
In a funny turn of fate, it has now been removed as of 2025. Fast and Furious Supercharged at Universal Studios Hollywood has now been removed. Good riddance, hope to never see you again, but I hope they don't remove you in Florida, because that is like the funniest practical joke I've ever seen to a paying audience, and I want it to never end.
Now these were the key parts, but as you go through the tour, you pass lots of props and sets, such as the Bates Motel from Psycho, although I think this was from a Psycho sequel and not the original if I remember a Cinemassacre video correctly, a cul-de-sac where loads of American sitcoms get shot, including Ted, a set from War of the Worlds, which was cool, and lots of other little things. Sure, some of the things are static, but this attraction is ever-changing, which is why it may be a local guest favourite, as each ride is at least somewhat different to the last. I follow an account called Universal High, or Universally High, and they ride the tour like every week, sometimes every day, picking up on every little change and what's being shot there. So the version I experienced is probably already old and defunct, since it's not the same, if you get where I'm going. All in all, I think the Universal Studios Tram Tour is pretty damn good. It's unique, and unlike other theme parks where they are pretending to have a film history at their theme park, this place actually does, and you can see it as you drive around. Truly, the biggest letdown about this tour is the two screen-based attractions, King Kong 3D and Fast and Furious 2D. Replace these two with other practical displays of cool effects, and that'd be even cooler than what we got now. I am not sure at this time what these two replacements would be, but if Universal Creative wants to hit me up, my DMs are open on Twitter, baby. But yeah, overall, the world-famous Studio Tram Tour is worth your time, even if you didn't know a single movie or show that was mentioned or shown throughout the tour, because it truly is a unique experience, and one I would ride pretty dang often if I was a local. The VIP version of this tour is great, for sure worth the upgrade if you want to go the extra mile in terms of exploring a set or going behind the scenes more than what the tour offers. But I believe the general public wouldn't care about that, and I don't think it's worth it unless you're a film dweeb like me, or you want to have your own quiet tour bus with a guide, free water, and thankfully, no Jimmy Fallon. Ugh.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Fallon.
This concludes my review of the upper lot, so now we must make the perilous journey down to the lower lot, or as I like to call it, the one with all the loud rides. To get there, we have to go down lots of stairs. There are escalators as well as normal stairs if you're willing and ready to add extra steps to an already step-filled day. I didn't mind the going up and down. If anything, it splits people up and helps people decide what they want to do first. Plus you get some nice views of the surrounding area. I will say, the view of the land as you go down does show how little theming there is to the lower lot, and instead it's just attractions inside sound stages. I know it isn't trying to have nice theming, but I can still mention it. The first impression of the lower lot is that it is really small. Like, actual walking space is pretty damn small, and as mentioned previously, the lack of theming, while almost trying to have theming outside the attractions, is really strange to me. They make do with the space they have, but it is strange to have a Jurassic World attraction opposite a Mummy one, with both of those having a Super Mario store nestled between them. Plus, despite the space, they cram in lots of bloody places to eat. I saw a Starbucks, a cafe, a Panda Express, which is a Chinese food place for my non-American friends, and that might be it, but I swear I'm missing more, and these were squeezed right in there next to the attractions. Let's tackle the Jurassic World portion. You get a preview of the big splashdown drop of the signature attraction, which we will speak about shortly. But next to it, you're able to meet a raptor and their handler, which is pretty cute, not gonna lie. It kinda adds to the immersion of actually being in Jurassic World. There's a dino play area for little kids, but I truly didn't see a single thing about it, so moving on. We got Jurassic World The Ride. Passing under a quite small Jurassic World sign, I went in the express queue, so I only got a glance at the actual queue, but it looked proper bland, with misters to keep people cool, and screens giving the backstory of the ride. There's nothing special in regards to that. The ride, if you didn't know, is a water ride, and you will get wet, so warning there. It's weird, I lived in Scotland for 3 years and now I live in England. Rain doesn't bother me at all, but at a theme park, I just have this desire to not get wet on rides. Perhaps it's because I don't have somewhere comfy and a place I know to get back to? That or I have to keep walking around with wet shoes all day? Whatever. This ride is an evolution of the previous Jurassic Park ride that was here, which got rethemed and reopened in 2019, after the original version closed in 2018 after 22 years of operation. The plot of this ride is that you're exploring a section of the Jurassic World theme park, and it all goes well for a time, passing by the herbivore dinosaurs that are only interested in your camera flash and not your big, juicy thighs, until you get to the Predator Cove section of the park, where you're told an Indominus Rex has escaped, which then has you going into an area with a dino who is trying to get out of their pen. After passing them, we passed a sneaky bugger who has cut the wires on our ride, which has us dropping down into darkness, where we are surrounded by escaped dinos, culminating with the previously mentioned Indominus Rex as we drop away from it, getting soaked and finishing the ride. The ride is pretty long, running at around 7 minutes, and it's a really enjoyable time. I enjoy how well it does at immersing you into Jurassic World, using things such as tunnels and roofs to more than likely cover other buildings and attractions. Despite the refurb, there was only one proper screen used, which was at the start, showcasing water-based animals, but it does that thing I like of mixing screens with practical effects. One big mofo will swim by and splash people, which then has water being shot at the ride vehicles. The set design is rather sterile to fit with the Jurassic World design. That's fine, but I much preferred moments that were more natural, such as the opening section with the sign, going under a waterfall, and the herbivore section. I guess you could argue it's to show how off the beaten path you're going on the tour, but whatever, it's neither here nor there. The animatronics were great though. They start simple and don't move too much, although they do love to shoot some bromine-filled water at your face. But as soon as we get to the predators, these dinos are dynamic and expressive as hell, especially in the dark section at the end. Perhaps the dark lighting is masking some of the flaws of the animatronics, but the lighting is angled so that the focus is on them, so it's kinda hard to hide those flaws. It doesn't come off well on camera, but the last dinosaur was more than just a head, but pretty much the whole dino, and that completes the experience. It goes from relaxing to tense really well throughout the ride, and it's a pretty damn good water ride. I wouldn't ride it more than once per trip, as there's not much re-ride potential, but Jurassic World The Ride is a good time. I feel it could be better, like if it had the same space as the older attraction over at Islands of Adventure. I think it could go from a pretty good ride to a pretty great ride, with more space to allow us to explore more zones and sections of this fictional theme park, nestled inside this non-fictional theme park with fictional IP as its key attractions. You feel me?
If you can see me, I need you to keep your hands inside the boat. For the slightest movement will set these animals off.
Walking literally across the street, we find ourselves at Revenge of the Mummy, a ride that is beloved at Universal Studios Orlando. But I have never heard about this version of the ride, so count me curious. Before we begin, this is the only ride in the theme park that makes you put your bags in a locker apart from Harry Potter and the Forbidden Journey back upstairs. It is free, and if I recall correctly, they were a tad bigger than the ones upstairs, but still pretty damn small. Editor's note, they are now the same size as the ones at Harry Potter, and that sucks. You can pay to have them longer than the allotted time, but to be honest, if you want bigger lockers, just go into City Walk, and there's some lockers there. I mentioned a locker tip earlier, and here it is. Because of how tiny the lower lot is, and how pretty much every attraction down here is a frill attraction to some degree, you could easily put your bigger stuff into one of these lockers, ride all 4 of the main rides down in this section, then come back for your stuff before the timer runs out. You're welcome! Or I'm sorry if you took too long and you now have to pay. Entering the queue under a sign which, I mean, it's a sign, but it's a bit flat considering on both sides of the ride entrance there are eateries kind of breaking any immersion. I keep going on about it, but considering the final portion of this video does immersion so well, I feel justified in talking about it. The outer portion doesn't have much to speak of, though it is covered from the sun and has water misters, a recurring theme around this park. Well done, Universal. Shit's hot out there. It was like 40 degrees centigrade when I was there. Take me back. Indoors, it does get better. I thought it looked a bit naff when overlooking the queue through the express and single rider queues. However, there's more to it than I thought. It looks like a tomb, at least what I assume a tomb looks like from movies. There are a few interactive elements that may spook a first-time rider, a screen which gives backstory to the ride, which is where I noticed the story is different from this ride compared to the Universal counterpart, which I found interesting, considering these 2 rides opened within a month of each other. In the Orlando one, the gimmick was that we were entering a movie set, which goes wrong basically. Here it seems we are really entering the Mummy's tomb. The dispatch area is not too bad to look at either, but also not much to say. Although when I was standing, I did wonder what a mental mindfuck it must be to work in this kind of static lighting that has so much sunshine. The ride is great, though it feels like it is missing an ending. Let me explain. So, it starts with someone from the movies coming out to basically say, "Bitch, what the hell are you doing here? This mummy shit is real. Run away." Then we are surrounded by mofos with glowing eyes. It's a cool start, even if us having to look up at a rather small screen was a weird surprise. And then we see the titular mummy. This is a key scene in the Orlando version. He basically gives you an offer to join him or die, and you then are surrounded by mofos who appear from the ground. Instead here, in the next room, we have an animatronic who has underlings with swords who appear from above down to the ground before we fly away. In my original notes, I thought this introduction was worse than Orlando, but on reflection, they are just different, and are as good as each other. After that scene, the roller coaster fun begins, as you dip and duck around mummy goons trying to get ya, in the form of static drawings that get some light shined on them as we pass. After a rough break, some bugs projected on some walls, and probably somebody on your ride getting scared of a projector, I know I wish it was an 8K screen too, the ride gets sent backwards, a wonderful surprise on the first ride. After that, the ride kind of ends. The ride moves onto a platform for you to rotate to the exit. Above you, the previous image of the dude named Emotep, who offered you eternal life or death, is just defeated. What's even weirder, that final section has a tiny bit of theming, but otherwise, the area is just a black void. A real missed opportunity to fill this black void above us with like some kind of flash or something to show that an attack is being done on this Emotep dude to defeat him and allow us to escape. But as the ride is now, it has a pretty damn good start and middle, but a rather flat ending. The Mummy feels underdeveloped in some ways, mainly due to this ending section, as well as feeling that this is a lesser version of another ride. However, it is still a great time, one that I rewrote many times over my time at this park. Ever wanted Optimus Prime from Transformers to thank you? Well, you can either meet him outside this next attraction, or you can ride the ride Transformers The Ride 3D. Because despite 3D being removed from other rides like Despicable Me, this ride still has it. The exterior is... look at it. It gives the vibe that it could be replaced overnight with how little effort has gone into this exterior. I know. As for the queue and attraction, I'll touch on it briefly with a few key points, as it is pretty much a one-to-one copy of the other versions around the world. So feel free to watch my Universal Orlando review if you want a bit-by-bit breakdown of this ride, but the key points are: the queue is that of a military base, and it gives you a basic backstory of who the Transformers are, reminds you that this is the Michael Bay Transformers films, and that we will be riding on a Transformer called Evac, which is rad. As for the story of the ride, you are basically diving headfirst into a battle between the Autobots and the Decepticons, and it's perfect theme park fodder. You turn your brain off and watch the action take place. What's even more rad is that unlike pretty much every one of these you are put into the action rides, which includes other rides I love, is that the character you are riding on actually fights throughout the ride. He takes out multiple enemies, and that actually adds another level to the ride, in my opinion. It's oddly satisfying. As for the ride technology, it's a dark ride that mixes 3D screens with practical sets and effects like water and wind. Combined, it works really damn well. It's not as impressive as the Spider-Man Dark Ride at Islands of Adventure, but every scene transition works well, having practical sets to mask each screen. And on top of all that, it's actually thrilling. The vehicle bobs and weaves to the action on the screens, with a fair bit of force. It's a pretty wild ride. With a single rider option to skip the boring queue, this ride is 100% worth your time. You may not remember the key details after you ride it, but while you're riding it, you'll have a smile on your face. I could make a joke here, but I'll just let you make one and keep my image squeaky clean.
Your bravery saved the planet. Well done, freedom fighters.
Finally, here we are. Super Nintendo World. I have a lot to say. But before I actually talk about Super Nintendo World, I must mention what angered me so much that I am dedicating a portion of this review to this issue that I had. I also have to discuss an upcharge I took part in regarding this land. So if you want to skip straight to the nuts and bolts of this land, please feel free to use the timestamps at the bottom. If anything, it validates me, because those take a fair bit of time to write, and I hope someone actually finds them useful. So, at this park you are able to purchase early access to enter the park 1 hour early, and get into Super Nintendo World when it is dead. I thought about it, but decided against it. I went back to Universal in the morning before my flight to check out Universal one last time to give context. You are able to enter the park early if you don't have early access, but you can wait in the opening area, look in shops, and do other shit while you wait. Perfectly fine, but for some godforsaken reason, you are then escorted down to the lower lot from the upper lot. Sounds fine, but this just then creates a really long line behind you, leaving you feeling trapped in a massive crowd of people, no matter which staircase or escalator you take. You may argue this is to stop people from running, great on paper, but you let people free outside Super Nintendo World. Guess what? Everyone bar me fucking ran. You're not negating the problem, you're making it fucking worse. The entire time I was walking down, be that on the escalators or on the stairs, I was getting pushed and shoved like a bitch. And what makes it worse is that when you are let loose, it is into the warp pipe, the tightest possible area of Super Nintendo World. This genuinely made me angry. In my opinion, you are not negating the problem, you are making it worse. Adults are children with more money. Tell them not to do something and they'll want to do it. Myself, and I'm sure many others around me, had the urge to walk faster than a snail with broken legs. And it grew more and more as we shambled towards Super Nintendo World. The evidence of that is the fact that it started out fine, but by the end, people were really pushing and shoving, highly agitated at this understandable on paper, but in practice, really idiotic decision. And breathe. Super Nintendo World is probably the second time in my life a theme park took an IP and created something I truly got excited about. The other being The Simpsons, as back when I was a kid, that was magical to me. I am not the biggest Nintendo guy, but I love me some Mario Kart as long as it's not the Super Nintendo version, as I'd argue that doesn't hold up. Mario Sunshine and Odyssey are my favourite Mario games, plus Mario Tennis on I think the Game Boy Color was a pretty great RPG. Point being, I like them video games. So to have a video game land being created and actually having Nintendo's approval and guidance, not just gimme money, oh my freaking god, I just couldn't wait to check this place out. Ironically, I picked reviewing this version, and not the version in Japan, or any of the upcoming versions in Orlando and supposedly Singapore, well, I hear that this is worse than the Japan version, so I wanted to start from the bottom and work my way up. One last bit of preamble before we actually walk into Super Nintendo World. I briefly mentioned the wands in the Harry Potter section, but I actually did partake in an upcharge for this land, as I believe this theme park land was designed around this device unlike the wands, as the wands simply add to the land, unlike this mofo right here, the power-up band. This device allows you to interact with objects around the park, such as power-up blocks, to earn coins, as well as minigames, which, if you beat 3 out of the 4, you can take part in a boss battle against Bowser Jr., the kid of the big mofo that Mario swings in Mario 64 and calls homosexual. Now, who wants an unboxing of the power-up band? Don't worry, I cut out all the fluff. The box seems kind of nice, and apparently it's an amiibo for your Switch as well. So I've got a Switch here. This is the one I use for work. And let's give this a go. Huh. Comes with a little fucking something or other. Let's figure out what this is. Ooh, it's a how-to guide. And a map. Okay, that's kind of cool. It's actually like a fucking map. Start, the golden mushroom was stolen. Bowser may have locked it away. Bowser Jr., sorry. His minions guard the keys. Collect the keys to take back the golden mushroom. The power-up band allows you to play games in the Mushroom Kingdom. Punch blocks, find tap points. Explore, discover, and play. Interesting. So that's actually nifty. It comes with a little how-to. The box is pretty nice too. You'd hope so for $42 before tax, because America is stupid and doesn't add tax to what you're buying. If you don't know, in the UK, if you're buying something for £19.99, it's £19.99. It's not £19.99. Then the tax is added. Like, the Americans, does that make budgeting really hard? Because you basically have to be doing maths constantly, or math, as you would say. So, there you go. I am now one with the band. Let's see. I'm going to, firstly, hold an amiibo to the NFC touch point. So, let's do this. Let's take this off, and we're going to do this together. So, it's the right Joy-Con. Create a me for the owner of this amiibo. Okay, so now I can do it. Registration complete. What does it do? Each power-up band can be used as an amiibo for its corresponding character. Right, so does that just mean I can unlock Yoshi skins in games? I think that's all it means. I mean, it's better than nothing, but it's still pretty shit. Whatever. That was a bonus to what I was expecting. The real main appeal is using this in the Mario Land. So there's a QR code on the back. Maybe I should cover it up. I don't know. Does that mean you can now steal my thingy-majiggy? I don't know. So it's just, I scanned it and it gave me a bunch of numbers. Do I have to put this into the Universal app maybe? Let's find out. Super Nintendo World, here we are. Ooh! Collect stamps, view your rank, and see how many coins you have collected, and use the map to track your adventure. Oh, I do know that this will work at any Super Nintendo World, so the Japan one whenever I eventually get there, as well as Epic Universe, which is at the time of recording not open. Okay, here we go. You're all set. Cool. I'm guessing whichever band you pick, you're automatically assigned a team when you're in the land because of the person you picked. So I think there's Mario, Luigi, Peach, Toad, and Yoshi. So, yeah. Oh, there's more. No, there's also Team Daisy, who on the day I'm recording this is team number 1. That's kind of cool. The leaderboard's kind of cool, I guess, when you think about it. Ooh, so Mario Kart has a score? So does that mean you can genuinely, like, be number 1? Huh. Oh, there you go. Here's the lore I just read on that booklet. The Super Nintendo World Lore. Earn keys by defeating enemies, meeting characters. Meeting characters? So you, like, meet Mario and then say, can I have some money, please? Like, how does that work? I'm not one for meeting characters, but maybe I'll have to. Whoa, okay, so there's shitloads of things to do. Okay, so green ones are... Let's turn all these off. We'll go one by one. So the question blocks... I think you just get coins. The M, what does that mean? Binoculars. Maybe an Easter egg, I'm not too sure. So these key icon ones, I guess, are the mini games that you can do. I think you have to do 3 of 4 to access Bowser Jr., who is the boss of the land. Star, I'm guessing those are attractions. Mario Kart and... yeah, those are the attractions. And the flag posts are characters, I'm gonna guess. Yeah, follow players. You can follow players. That's kind of cool. You can follow your friends, I'm guessing, if you both go to... if you're lucky enough to live near a theme park and go to one regularly. You can do that. That's the app. Well, with all that, back to me in the UK, months, maybe even years later from recording this. So if you skipped ahead, a small recap, plus some details I missed and ones that I can now give with added context. The power-up band acts as an amiibo for your Nintendo Switch, but all it does is unlock a costume for the character you picked. So for example, a Yoshi skin in Mario Kart. You can pick Mario, Luigi, Yoshi, Toad, Daisy, and Peach bands. And when scanned into the Universal app on your phone, it allows you to create an account with that character. The app is where you can also track how many coins you have earned, as well as stamps earned, which are basically achievements. You get them whenever you do things in the land, such as earning 100 coins in the Mario Kart ride. This is also where you can track things such as leaderboards throughout the day on which team is winning, as well as how many keys you have earned for the Bowser Jr. boss battle. This leaderboard thing, though shallow on the surface, was actually pretty fun in my opinion. Finally, there's a cool interactive map on the Universal app to accompany the equally cool paper map you get in the box. I know I just talked a lot. I'll tell you more as we go, but please remember you don't need to do this to enjoy the land. But to fully experience it, yeah, you kind of do have to buy one of these things. Right, sorry for the delay, but look at the video length, I like talking. The entry to Super Nintendo World is... fine. You only get a small view into the land, but the welcome sign is also surrounded by a rather blandly themed building to the top right, as well as rather cheap looking signs surrounding the entrance pipe. But outside of that, the sign is great. Walking through a warp pipe from the games is a wonderful idea, and I do like the shrubs themed to Mario iconography. What is 10 out of 10 here is the feeling you get as you walk towards the warp pipe. Sure, there are some issues I can point out, but the music that gets blasted at you, the happy overworld-esque Mario music, is unbeatable. All the music, feel free to correct me, felt like remixes of tracks from Mario's history. Walking through the warp pipe, which if you haven't played the games, takes you to another land or section of a level, you hear the sound from the game and see LED lights on top of the pipe. Next, though small, we walk into a beautiful version of Princess Peach's castle, while a new rendition of her castle theme from Mario 64 plays. I remember on my last way out, just standing here for a minute, enjoying the remix. On the walls are 2 portraits in the style of Mario 64, using the same transition effect as when you jump into them to change the images. On the left, it looks like Bob-omb Battlefield, but on the right, on reflection, that portrait actually gives backstory to the land. We see Princess Peach having a gay old time with a golden mushroom. Then Bowser Jr. comes in and steals it. I also missed the "looky what I got" sign. So fair play for having multiple ways of learning the backstory, be that through an app or diegetically in the park itself. Walking out of the castle, wow. Although I'm not a fan of the back murals being made in blocks, this land looks incredible. There's so much movement around the place. The whole place just feels alive. Spinning coins, moving items such as blocks and Goombas, piranha plants high up moving around, even the entrance to Toadstool Cafe looks pretty cool, though I didn't eat there due to time. Visually, I adore this place. Like, look, this bit of shade is a big mushroom, and you sit on small mushrooms underneath it. That's cute! Also, there are lots of M logos dotted about that allow you to interact with the land. For example, discovering an 8-bit Mario and being able to hit a question block to earn a coin and get that satisfying sound, even if you really have to whack it and hurt your wrist a bit. Plus, the scenery really does feel like it could have been from the games. Universal Creative really nailed this, man. What I love so much though about this land is that you are rewarded for exploring. If you can enter it and there's no staff only sign, go for it. Some areas are just sections to hit power-up blocks to earn coins, but others have little attractions to interact with. For example, going up some stairs gets you not only a view of the land, perhaps too much of a land, as I could see a Goomba's moving track, but hidden Pikmins, augmented reality goggles, where you can look down and around at the land, finding Koopas and Yoshis, as well as an interactive screen where if you hit a question block, a power-up comes out and you can just go crazy on some Goombas and Koopa Troopers. There's no reason for it apart from maybe earning a stamp for your achievement list. Isn't that cool? It's like a video game. You are rewarded for exploring. That's just flipping rad. Plus the theming in these little areas are really cool too. Heck, there's like a meet and greet section in a themed little castle/gazebo if I remember rightly. But on the flip side, the other meet and greet spot is surrounded by the centerpiece of the land, which does create a bit of a crowded sensation if you feel crowds easily. Another thing, this land is very small. Like, I would have hated to be here at a busier time, as it would have been hell. To try and control traffic, there are lots of stands with ropes on them to show people where the attractions are. But outside of that, it's a very tight, compact land. Shush. One of which that immerses you well, apart from some blue buildings when you're on a higher level, but the immersion in this case has come at the cost of space. I just know that my missus would hate it here. Merry music pumping around the land does help with crowds a bit by taking your mind off things. But unlike the entrance and the castle you enter through, it gets kinda drowned out by the minigames, which we shall get to right now. So there are 4 minigames throughout the land. I am unsure if you can play them without a power-up band, but considering theme parks can be cruel when they want to be, I'm assuming you do need one. You can get a power-up band from the 1-Up Factory, which is the gift shop for the land, or from like nearly every general store throughout Universal Hollywood, as they are everywhere. But you can also get them from vending machines dotted around the land. That's kind of cool. There's also points around the land where you can scan your band and actually see your profile without needing the app, which is kind of cool too. Back to the minigames. You have to beat 3 of these games to earn keys to be able to enter Bowser Jr.'s fortress and take him on to rescue the Golden Mushroom. 3 of these minigames were out in the open within the land, where people can just walk around, which is fine, but the 4th minigame, and the one I will start with today, is actually hidden away. I don't know the names, I will just give them my own. Stop Thwomp from being a twat tasks you and anybody else you join to make the various blocks on the screen be the same colour, be that yellow or blue. However, certain ones will change the colour of the blocks surrounding it, so watch out for that. You get 3 tries, with a timer on each round until you either win or lose. Once I worked out that you actually have to hit the screen rather hard to make the blocks change, as well as it could be either blue or yellow to win, not just yellow as I first thought, I actually got really into this, and could see it being really fun with a group. Judging by how my videos have gone thus far, I think you can guess how many friends I was there with. What was interesting too, was that this minigame was not manned by staff members, so it was kind of the honour system on when people go and stay. From my time doing it, it was 2 tries before it was expected of you to move on. Do this one, as it's not super easy, but pretty dang fun. Plus the line for this was never long throughout the time I was there. Probably because you have to do a tiny bit of effort to find it.
Well done, well done. Well done.
The next minigame is fun in concept, though I personally didn't enjoy it much. Don't Wake Your Wife Up tasks you with having to turn off alarm clocks in a small area before a piranha plant wakes up. It was oddly strict, something I noticed at all the other minigames. The staff are very strict on if you pass or not. I'm sure it's just because you got to keep people coming in and out, but Anyways, I was forced to be with a family, and I really felt I could have done better by myself. I can't exactly dance over quickly to a clock when I have a risk of bashing a child out the way. I was really annoyed that I was forced to be with the others, and would personally avoid this one if you are by yourself because you are at the mercy of the others around you more than yourself. Next we have one that's super easy. You will never get this, you will never get this, has a Goomba trying to walk over a hill. You have to turn a crank to stop him. That's it. At least it's an easy key. Next we have This is Highly Impractical, where you have to hit a Koopa shell to hit a Koopa Trooper who is above a pipe. You have to time it right so that a chain reaction of power blocks goes off just at the right time to get him. I found the timing a little awkward, but it's simple enough and worth doing as one of your keys. So we have our keys. You approach Bowser Jr.'s castle and scan your power-up band to prove you earned the 3 keys. By the way, you scan before you start the minigames or after to earn the key. And it's like you're entering an attraction. The first part has a Bowser Jr. statue, which I believe mirrors the massive one of Bowser in the Mario Kart attraction we'll cover later, coupled with portraits of him, which he probably drew himself. Is Bowser Jr. a he? Hold up. Yeah, he is. Cool. The portraits were pretty funny and gave off the vibe of a twatty kid who can draw really well. I'm just jealous. As well as paint splatters like he did as Shadow Mario in Mario Sunshine, his first appearance. Walking in, there's a power-up block to interact with, as well as a chest, and this Q-Man just looks so cool. In the next waiting room, there's an instructional video that plays telling us what we are about to do. Basically, when bombs are dropped on you, swat them away, duck bullet bills, jump to get power-ups, if you get a fire flower, throw your arms to throw fireballs. The boss room has spots where you have to stand when assigned a number, and basically, you're playing a Connect game. Yeah, I didn't think I'd mention Connect in this review, but considering I have seen bed stores use Connect to scan your body while you test a bed, I have seen it in weirder places. What I mean to those who don't get it is that your body is the controller, and you are reacting to what's being projected in front of you. On this occasion, it works rather well actually. You are given a pre-game chance to mess about with balloons to get a feel for it, but then Bowser Jr. comes in and the game is on. If I remember correctly, you earn a coin for every bomb you knock away, but also get a bonus if you get Bowser Jr. with either a bomb or a fire flower. After a wave of dodging attacks, everyone gets a power-up flower and you get to go to town on some Koopa Troopers, as well as Bowser Jr. himself. After beating that naughty boy, that sounds bad on multiple levels, you then jump onto the top of a virtual Super Nintendo world, changing the flagpole from Bowser to Mario, winning the day. You earn a golden mushroom for your power-up band's account, as well as a few coins, and you are out of there. Though Peach does at least say thank you at the end, which was nice. We did all that work and she just sat on her ass. So was the power-up band and the minigames worth it? It's tough actually. I enjoyed the block minigame. The rest were just but being able to do the Bowser Jr. boss was really fun actually. The gameplay was simple but fun for the context of a theme park, and I wouldn't mind doing it again at Epic Universe or Universal Japan. And your power-up band does work at those parks too, which is nice. But it is pretty steep, man. If I wasn't a massive theme park guy, I would have got one, done it all, and then sold my power-up band online to hopefully make most of the money back. So in conclusion, the minigames range in terms of how fun they are. The experience overall is indeed unique for a theme park, earning an actual reward is pretty dang fun, the power-up bands are a fine enough novelty outside of the parks, but don't expect it to do much, and I'm looking forward to teaching Bowser Jr. a lesson one day in Osaka and Orlando. Here we are, baby. Hello to anyone who skipped ahead. Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge. This is probably at the time I rode it, the most hyped for attraction I had ridden in my adult life. I was so curious on what it was actually like in person, as it looked great in promo material. But the job of promotional material is to make shit look good. And I am a pessimistic twat, so I entered excited, but ready to have my soul crushed if it sucked. As you enter the queue, it feels like you are leaving Nintendo World, judging by the fact you see what looks like Yoshi murals on the walls. And this stuff all looked really good as you pass through into Bowser's castle, where you pass by a big ass statue of the mofo, which looked really cool in person. This portion of the queue, man, holy shit. Right, so the theming is sublime. Everything prop-wise had like a sheen or something to it to make it feel like it was from the games. Seeing Mario Kart trophy cups as well as their icons on a wall was a nice way to get hyped, until you then pass by what we are racing for, the Universal Cup. Then to our left we see the badge of the Universal Cup, as well as a letter to Mario from Bowser challenging him to a race, with for some reason a photo of the two together. Bit odd that, but moving on. This next portion is just... fuck. I could be here for a good 10 minutes mentioning everything I noticed from a Mario game. Like, right away, seeing the flying ship model that Bowser always nicks Princess Peach with, I will just say that this shit is incredible. It's like a workshop, littered with books and stuff like piranha plants and bullet bills. And we see blueprints of said item on the wall, as well as the theming of the walls and the massive metal door to his fortress. Everything here just makes you feel like you left a theme park and stepped into somewhere else. I can't understate how good this portion of the queue is. This praise continues as we pass under a massive door and enter a production house of all the items we saw being designed in the workshop previously. Does Bowser design all these, by the way? I want to know who makes these. The wizard character? I don't know. Seeing props like the Mecha Koopas, Bullet Bills and Bob-ombs in such great detail in person is so cool, and there's screens dotted around the pipes you are walking past that show said items being built. The lighting in this section too is darker and redder than the previous room, which was lit more with traditional yellow light bulbs. The next room is the first pre-show, and here Lakitu basically tells us what the ride queue already did. But it's good for those who didn't observe the stuff that told you it. It's cute seeing all the Mario Kart TV stuff, but it's whatever, and probably here just to separate the crowds a bit more. We are then moved into another pre-show room, but this time there is actually a cool bit of theming to it. Race suits! I had no idea Toad was that big in person. It made me feel rather small. Here, Lakitu, this guy here on the cloud, mimes out all the info detailed on the other screens. And that's just cute. This room basically goes over how the ride works and our goal, but I'll let you know all that as we get on the ride and as we go along to make it easier to understand. Small tip, the express and the normal queue have to go through these pre-shows every time. However, single rider skips it, so a little tip there for riding multiple times. After the second pre-show, you are able to pick up a Mario Kart visor, which must cost a lot to clean every day. And we make our way down some stairs to the loading area, which has this mechanical vibe to it, which I really liked. The ride vehicles are big Mario Karts with 2 rows of 2. On the ride vehicles there are magnetic glasses, which attach to your Mario visor to show other digital racers on the ride, as well as how many shells you have and your current score. You are able to scan your power-up band to earn coins and stamps. However, I never had any good feedback that it worked, such as the steering wheel lighting up. I know it does, so perhaps it just scanned my band as I was getting into the vehicle, as it did register each time I rode the ride. We pull away from the loading area, and we get another tutorial and a moment to get used to the controls and how the ride is gonna work. So this ride is actually an AR dark ride. The races of Team Mario and Team Bowser in the race will be displayed via your augmented reality lenses, attached to your Mario hat visor, while your ride vehicle moves in and around practical sets with screens. It's a cool effect. It's not perfect, but we'll touch on that shortly. Gameplay is one of 2 things, technically 3. You can shoot shells at your enemies with 2 buttons on your steering wheel. You are penalised for hitting your teammates, and each player in a kart has their own coloured shells they have to track. And that can get a little tough in the heat of the race. You can turn when you are advised to on your visor to earn extra coins. You can earn extra shells by going through question blocks, which are predetermined and also act as checkpoints for the race. That's perfectly fine, however that means you have a limited amount of shells, and if you spam them as soon as you get them, or you are a terrible shot like I am, there will be periods where you are out of shells and you just gotta sit around, which does allow you to take in your surroundings more, maybe look out for hidden blocks on a re-ride, but that's not exactly fun waiting around, is it? looking down at the steering wheel is where you will see your score and shell count. However, since the visor on your face is rather small, not many people will notice that they have to look down to see the current stock of shells, meaning you will for sure hear the same sound over and over of people trying to shoot shells they don't have, and wondering why. I am not saying the visor should cover all your peripheral vision, or be like a pod, mainly because I bet that'd be annoying, but maybe making the visors a little bit bigger would help the experience. And they're not heavy really, so I don't think that'd be that big of an issue. I don't know, it feels like a lose-lose. In a perfect world, I'd prefer the dome around you, or something as the visor could be just used for tracking, then you are fully immersed in the game, but I would guess technical and logistical reasons hamper that dream of mine. Gameplay is just a little too frantic in the small visor, in my opinion. At points, it did become a bit too overwhelming, with all the audio-visual stimuli at once. With the screens around you, the action on your AR goggles, as well as the music blaring in your ear holes, all while you were trying to shoot. But what actually happened during this ride? Well, this ride is a wonderful race and tour through the world of Mario Kart, and in my opinion, it mixes projection, lighting, screens, practical sets, and music in a pretty much perfect combination. Apart from one time where there was just a smoke machine just kind of sitting there at the end of Rainbow Road, but that's getting ahead of myself. In this ride, you passed through what felt like Mario Circuit from Mario Kart 8, where you passed a barking Chain Chomp and a pretty cool projection map to Thwomp, and here straight away I noticed something that I loved that continues throughout this ride. The characters on the screen you see will race into your AR view. That's just a really cool touch and added immersion. The races could have just appeared on the visors, and I think people would not have minded, but this extra touch is highly appreciated. Next, we transition to a pipe and piranha plant filled section from what I think was Piranha Plant Slide from Mario Kart 7. I'm not too sure, I hardly played that one as my 3DS was bought just for Smash 3DS and that's it. Where we get inked by a blooper and move on once again to Twisted Mansion from Mario Kart 8, which looked really cool in person. One nice reference I noted here, as right before you leave and move on to the next section, there are changing portraits that showed screenshots from other non-featured maps from Mario Kart, which was nifty. Clouds cover said screens as we then move to Cloud Top Cruise from Mario Kart 8, a personal favourite of mine, and seeing those floating bounce pads in a, what I assume to be, true-to-life scale is just so damn rad. Getting blown by a big cloud, no I'm not rewriting that, we find ourselves in Grumble Volcano from, take a guess? I can't hear you, Mario Kart Wii, and on closer inspection, it's kind of funny how the mountain is tiny, yet Bowser's Flying Fortress is massive. I guess the mountain is just far away, but yeah, that Flying Fortress is wicked in person, and you barely get a second to look at it. From here, a lava Bowser appears, and everyone is given lots of shells to go crazy on him, and earn some coins, just in case you haven't earned a single coin thus far, and want to feel somewhat good about yourself. Finally, we find ourselves on the iconic Rainbow Road, which felt to me like the Wii version from what you see of the track, but hell if I know. This moment was the peak for me, as the music kicking in, coupled with the visuals, if only for a brief moment, made me feel young again, and my heart did that thing where it leaps as if it is feeling joy. But I am British, so I don't know of such a thing. You then see a results screen, where surprisingly you can fail, which I really like and didn't know that until I researched this ride. If most riders fail to earn 100 coins, something I never did, Team Bowser actually wins. Otherwise, Team Mario wins, which is what I got each time I rode. So thank you to everyone else on my ride for picking up the slack. Before you get to the loading area to get the hell off, you get to see what everyone in each cart did score-wise, as well as the best scores of the day, and I believe the month, so shout out to whoever got 293 coins the day I was there. Mario Kart overall is good, very good even. I wanted it to be great, but with the issues I mentioned, I don't think I could call it great. But it is still fun, and that first time of riding it did feel pretty magical, man. I can't lie, shit made me feel like a child again briefly. And if a piece of entertainment can make you feel like a child again, or bring out that childlike wonder without pandering to you, then that's something to be commended for. I loved the use of various techniques to make this ride come alive too. It's like Universal at the time of this ride's development was putting all their cards on the table to show that they could create a damn good, innovative dark ride. And I believe they got pretty damn close. It needs a few changes and kinks to be ironed out, but for a first attempt, this was well done. Ride this ride for sure. Go through the queue a few times, take everything in, and then when you want to go again, be sure to use that single rider line to skip the pre-shows and get riding as fast as possible.
Oh, so close.
Super Nintendo World is the passion that a good video game brings to someone brought to life. Although I have littered this section with little issues, overall I think this land is great, and if this is the worst version, I cannot wait to check out the Osaka and Orlando versions in the future. I will say though, there is one thing I don't like about this land, and it's due to Universal and their removal of film history. I understand why they had to do it, but it still hurts. Super Nintendo World was built upon the set of Phantom of the Opera, which was built in 1924. It's kind of weird how a theme park that sells themselves on making movies on location tears down one of the most iconic movie sets of all time, in my opinion. At the very least, one of the oldings still standing at the time. It was knocked down in 2014, and that has happened other times too, in order to build other attractions, and such for this park. Fun fact, that set was also used for the 2003 Cat in the Hat film, so two films of equal quality. We discussed everything I got to do at the park, but let's now discuss how I made it possible with how little time I had. What is the VIP experience like, and would I say you should do it? You walk in through your own entrance, and depending on your start time, you can either go straight into the park with an all-day express pass to skip the lines as much as you want, or you can go up into the lounge and wait for your tour. You are assigned a tour guide, and you basically are in a group of about 10 to 15 people, where you have a lovely and knowledgeable guide to escort you around the park and make sure you do as much as you can throughout the day. In my case, my tour was at 8 AM.
Correction, it was 10 AM, not 8 AM. Whoops.
And I was allowed entry at 9 AM into the park through the VIP entrance to relax in the lounge for 1 hour before general opening. The lounge when I was there was serving breakfast, and is littered with images of Universal film history over the walls, as well as some interesting film memorabilia such as a costume, studio notes, and memos. The lounge is above the entrance plaza, so you get a nice view and a place to sit while you can have a rather small selection of food and drink, although seeing British tea was a shock. The waiting area is pretty nice looking though. Shout out to Will and Terry, who were there doing a tour of the USA for their honeymoon, as well as my tour guide Angela, as she was great with me coming and going, which was really nice. I enjoyed having a guide at times, but I also enjoyed planning my own day. Though I will say, if you pick a day where the park doesn't close early, like the day I was there, you can do the whole tour and have time to do things you missed during it for sure. The park is that small. Oh, there was also bottled water throughout the lounge, as well as these handy hand wipes. I took a few back home. Here's one now. Fun. After meeting your tour guide, as well as your group, you decide as a group what you want to do, more rides or more shows, and you go from there. You are welcome to pop out at any time. However, the park is so small, like I said, you'll do what I did and just simply bump into them, which was quite funny. I don't know if I mentioned this already, but this VIP pass I added onto my ticket. However, you can just buy the VIP thing on the day, which is pretty good if you have the cash and can't face the crowds that day. In my case, I doubted I would ever be there again, so I went for it. It was pricey, at like £200 British in total, but I felt like it was worth it as a one-time thing. As for what the VIP tour gets you in the park, you get an unlimited express pass for the day, which means if you want to ride the Mummy all day, over and over, go for it. This also means you get exclusive seating for the Waterworld show I noticed. The only true special treatment you get on a ride at the time of recording is that you get your own section to wait in the 2 Mario Kart waiting rooms, which was nice. You also, however, get your own tour bus for the studio tour, which I mentioned back in the studio tour section, and that did make the tour a bit more comfy and a more personal experience. Finally, the only other thing that's special about the VIP tour is you get your own buffet lunch at the restaurant Moulin Rouge in that pitiful France section of the park. From my research, this eatery is truly only for VIP tours, and I would assume some business events, so that is for sure nice and makes you feel a bit special. I couldn't get too much footage here as I didn't want to film people eating their meal, but the actual decor was nice, lots of bottled waters and drink variety. The actual food was buffet style, and it was that annoying form of food where, say you like chicken, great, but there's something added to it. You catch my drift? This one image, by the way, I think had all of the hot food you could pick from if my memory serves correct. But there was a big salad section, as well as bread and treats. Look, the food was fine. I am sure for the vast majority of people it was great, but for me it was just fine. The toilets were really nice though. Shame I was the one that had to use it, but I like to make sure a bathroom remembers me. That's about all the extra stuff the VIP experience gets you. There is an even fancier private tour, I think, but that's for, I assume, celebrities and people like that. So this is the fanciest experience most people would be able to afford in this park. Is it worth it? I never thought it would be, and I don't think it would be on most occasions, to be honest. It is a luxury on top of a luxury. Although I am happy I did it, as it made it possible for me to do so much in one day. However, pick a quiet day and you'll just save a lot of money. I did it on a quiet day and it was worth it, but I wouldn't have been too annoyed if I skipped the VIP experience. However, pick a busy time, and I would say do this over just getting an express pass, as the price of an express pass is only a little bit less than just doing the whole VIP experience. Basically, either don't bother or skip the express pass and get the VIP experience. That's my 2 cents. Universal City Walk is where you'll be walking through if you drive to the park, more than likely. And it is a shopping and dining hotspot. Instead of rattling on about everything and boring you more than I may already be, I'll mention some of the highlights. There's a place that sells socks. Like legit. All that is sold here is socks. It went quite deep too. I noticed some weeby ones, gaming ones, not just your generic massive properties you'd expect in a place like this. Fair play. There's also a random King Kong here, which looks rather funny. Silly monkey, you could fall and hurt someone. There's also a random dragon, which was a nice surprise. It looked kinda cool. Though small, I did enjoy the Super Nintendo World store, and it was much quieter than anywhere else at Universal Hollywood. And finally, there's a massive cinema there. It's nothing special regarding the tech of the theatre, or cinema to my fellow Brits, though there are screen-used costumes around the foyer, which was kinda cool, and also a smart way to advertise films that are coming soon. The strip, though somewhat tight, was kind of long and it went on for longer than I expected. It seemed like a good time, but I could only see it being a fun thing to do at like the end of the day at the park. I think my VIP tour guide said it best. Universal Studios Hollywood is a movie studio with a theme park attached. And that's the key. If the USP of this park, the fact that it is an actual working movie studio and you get a tour of some of the studio backlots, interests you, then I do think Universal Studios Hollywood is worth the trip. Because it is unique that a movie studio that actually produces movies you have more than likely heard of, and a theme park all in one, is cool. However, I have heard that the Warner Brothers studio tour in LA is a better and more in-depth experience for the general public. I did do the VIP tour, which added to the experience, but the general public won't do that. Also, as a theme park, it's alright, but compared to the other Universal parks, I am unsure if it's better than any of them. However, I have only been to 2 of the 5, possibly 7, in the near future theme parks. So give me like 5 years and I'll tell you which of the Universal parks is actually the best. As for right now, yeah, go for one day. I enjoyed it. It was quite good. Welcome to Disney's California Adventure. My name is Antonio and welcome to my rather long review of this place. Now if you excuse me, the wheel behind me doesn't work, but that roller coaster sure fucking does. And it looks pretty fun. See you at my house. It's strange, both this and Walt Disney Studios Park I find way more interesting than Disneyland and the Magic Kingdom. I think I just prefer things that are generally weird or rubbish. Disney California Adventure, the California-themed park in Anaheim, California, opened on February the 8th, 2001, and just like Walt Disney Studios Park, I have always been so interested in this theme park because despite being the 11th highest visited theme park in the world in 2023, this theme park was deemed a failure on release, and even now, I hear nothing really that good about this park apart from die-hard fans. Someone online, I think Reddit, mentioned that this theme park is a Six Flags but with some Disney thrown in. And not to spoil 2 videos in one paragraph, but I personally disagree with that statement, as there are some glimmers of Disney in this park, but I won't disagree with the notion. Let's get in there and review this place. Regarding getting to this park, I'll echo what I said in my Disneyland review. It's a fair trip from LAX, so you'd have to get a transfer bus into the centre and then a long bus from there, as Anaheim isn't actually that close to Los Angeles airport if you are flying in. So despite how much it does cost, I would say rent a car or get an Uber or Lyft from the airport, as otherwise it will take you like half a day of your life on public transport. Meanwhile, if you are driving in, shit man, just get a hotel with parking. Parking at the actual theme park probably costs just about as much anyways. Plus, Disneyland isn't like Walt Disney World, where it's like its own state. This and Disneyland are just sitting there, waiting for you to come and spend all of your kids' college fund to sniff Mickey's ears. Walking into Disney California Adventure was... Like, the walk in was really unimpressive. You walk forward with no key landmarks or anything to speak of until you reach what feels like a centre where you can then go up, left or right towards different lands of the park. One thing you can do here is actually catch a cable car that takes you to one of 2 stops, I believe, around the park. It is a novelty for sure, but it does add a little something to this area to make it stand out a bit. As otherwise, I don't think I would have had a single thing to say about this entrance area. It was here I bumped into some people, William and Fabioca, and I thought I would pick their brains as the locals at... Is that on camera? What are you doing? What are you doing? Where's your good boy? It was here I bumped into some people, William and Fabioca, and I thought I would pick their brains as the locals that they said they were. They recommended a ride named Soarin' Around the World, as it was their favourite ride, and the queues do get busy, so I took their advice and headed over there while we got chatting. To get there, we have to enter the theme land known as Grizzly Peak, and I did like my first impression. You pass a small but quaint sign, saying that Grizzly Peak is the land scenic wonder, and then the scenery becomes more woodland and rocky. But for now, let's talk about Soarin'. Soarin' takes place in an air hangar, and is a ride about flying over California, which did excite me, as I have ridden the other version named Soarin' Around the World before, so I was looking forward to something different. Turns out it was the version I had already ridden in the past, and the California thing only happens from time to time. Shame. The ride's entrance sign is tiny, which I kind of liked. It's such an unassuming sign outside of such an unassuming place. You could argue that it's a theme park, so it should be big and bombastic to get people to come and ride it, but in my opinion, it fits the land quite well. And the vibes it gave off were that, I don't know, you were about to do a helicopter tour, or flying short distance on those smaller planes with the spinning propellers on the wings. You know, unlike the massive turbine engines of your commercial aeroplane many of us used to get to this theme park. Walking into the ride building, you are greeted with pretty calm, inspiring music. Like, if you want a nice loop in the background while you chill at night or something, play this cue music. Shit's nice. Although the housing of the queue is rather bland like the outside, we are in a plane hangar still, but to make the queue a bit more interesting, dotted around the first part of the queue are photos with descriptions that, from the brief time I spent looking at it, look like it tried to educate the audience on the history of aviation, with the names above us being key figures in such history. Correct me if I am wrong, but that's the vibe that I got. I like this touch. It gave off a Disney of old, one that tried to entertain and educate at the same time. Yeah, I dug it. The next queue area literally is just blank walls, so moving on to the pre-show video, which is pretty cute, hosted by Patrick Warburton. He details how the ride's going to work, as well as safety information. Not much to comment on, so let's get on and ride this baby. Walking into a big theatre, with seats that may need a small hop to sit on if you're on the shorter side, you have to put your stuff under the chair and buckle up. Once the ride starts, you are lifted up so that your vision is covered by a massive dome screen, as an orchestral score kicks in that will accompany us on the around 4.5 minute journey. The seats you sit in do react to what's going on, but only in small ways, so it's not a thrilling ride to any degree. I won't recount every single thing you see on the ride, as that doesn't sound fun, but let me break the experience down a bit more. The score for each setting you visit is made to somewhat fit where you are, such as playing instruments typically associated with that place. That's fine, and it's all timed really well and composed nicely. But what truly adds to each scene is the smells that get pumped in. The smell of seawater, fresh grass, to name but a couple. It attacks a sense you didn't expect to get attacked, and it helps with immersion. What's strange though, is that the screen will take you out of the experience. The quality of the screen is fine, and it's never going to look the nicest on my DJI Osmo Pocket, which is actually what I'm shooting this with, if you cared, which I doubt you did, but the screen curves. Some of the scenes, that's fine, but again, the Eiffel Tower doesn't bend the last time I checked. Once you notice the screen bends, it'll bother you whenever you ride it. Apparently it's fixed now, but if so, it took them many years to get around to it. One trend I loved as an editor while riding Soarin' were the transitions. Apart from one time where they couldn't find a way to transition, so they just used a crossfade, which was a shame, every other transition was proper smooth and was diegetic to the scene that you were currently in. For example, water splashing you from an animal splashing in the sea, a kite flying past the camera, an elephant blowing sand in our faces, and my personal favourite, the match cut fade that was used to turn the Taj Mahal into a hot air balloon. Mwah! The ride isn't super re-rideable in my opinion, however it is fun once per trip. Soarin' is a bad way to start your day like I did. Instead, I think it's a great way to have a break while still riding something, or to do at the end of your day. It's very relaxing, I won't deny it. The score, the use of smells, the floating sensation, it's all really nice. Plus, the quaint theming really does feel like you're about to take off for an impossible trip around the world. However, if you've arrived tired to the park that day, or are sleepy like my boy here, it may set your day up the wrong way. Seriously though, that queue music is really nice. Leaving the ride not through a gift shop, which was nice, let's stay in Grizzly Peak and finish the area off. Leaving Soarin' and passing a sign for Grizzly Peak as well as a photo op of a plane, we find ourselves in Grizzly Gulch.
Small note, do not know what the hell I was on about. This is still all just Grizzly Peak. We're just going to talk about a ride in a minute called Grizzly River Run over here. It's not called Grizzly Gulch, that's a place in Hong Kong Disneyland. Don't know what the hell I was on about. Hello, Appa.
A relaxing area to walk through, with constant water flowing around the walking paths, lots of tree coverage, and a rocky terrain surrounding you. The reason for that is our next attraction, Grizzly River Run, which is a rapids attraction. I have never been massive on these, so let's see if Disney can make a good one. If not, I think it's just safe to say that these rides are just not for me. No comments on the queue, as it's a river rapids ride. Normally the queue is just various views of the ride in action. However, this river rapid did have a single rider line, something I am not used to seeing. Quite epic. How you got the chance to enter the queue though felt rather old school, as you have to find someone standing at the entry to the attraction's queue and ask for a single rider pass. And it was a bit of laminated paper detailing the ride's height limitations, as well as what looks like an old logo? I wonder if people try and nick these, as these feel like relics that people will reference in like 20 years in a retrospective. After handing the card over, making small talk with people forced into the barge with me, seriously, when you think about it, these rides are a nightmare for people who hate being in tight spaces with strangers. We are away. Please also enjoy my finger in the shot. I was going to crop it out, but it also looks kind of funny, so we are keeping it. So how do you rate a Rapids ride? How fast it goes, how many drops, how wet you get, how long it is, any theming? Sounds like an alright list actually. When going down the rapids, it is pretty fast, I'll give it that. There weren't many drops, but they were pretty dang fun as you can tell from my goofy yaying, and you do get wet. But not the, oh for goodness sake, wet, but more the, oh man, wet. The theming in terms of storytelling is near non-existent. There's some theming at the start when you're climbing the first hill, as well as little bits of theming around the ride which don't have any meaning to me, but I'm sure some Disney fan understands why it's there. However, if I remember rightly, it was fully immersive. Like, I never saw another part of the theme park. I was completely surrounded by rocks and trees, and I know that sounds kind of like I am plucking for things to say, but it was really cool that this River Rapids ride was a contained experience. There was only a few times, I believe, where you were able to see other people outside of the ride, including one spot where if you are off the ride, you can actually watch people through some viewfinders. That's kind of cool. It was finally about 6 minutes, which I think is a bit too long, as I was starting to get a tad bored at the end there, but it does end with a great drop, so at least there's that. Yeah, I just don't think rapid rides are my thing. Redwood Creek Challenge Trail was the last attraction I saw in Grizzly Peak, which I sadly couldn't do due to time. But it did look quite quaint and a nice thing for families to do together. I say sadly as I couldn't do it, considering it looked like a play area for smaller kids, and on this occasion I passed. Next time, promise. And with that, we've covered Grizzly Peak. Yeah, it's not the most content-rich area, but it was pleasant to walk through the land. I feel like if the land kept going, you'd find like a wooden lodge in the middle of nowhere. Those kind of vibes. Backing up on ourselves, heading back to Buena Vista Street, which was the name of the entrance if I didn't state that earlier, as you can see here, the park's a bit more bustling now, which showcases even more how much of a hub the start of this park is, and that's all it is. Like, what's the appeal here? Oh well. Let's head into the terribly named Hollywoodland, but after I get a random high five from a character I can't remember the name of.
How you doing, man? High five! Woo! No idea who that was, but I gave someone a high five. Hell yeah.
This land is rather packed with attractions, but you would not be able to tell, as besides a facade at the end of the street, it's just a long street where you can then go left to an attraction we'll talk about later, or right to leave the land. Like, it feels so uninspired and bland, man. But let's have a gander around here, and hope it improves. As you enter, to your right there is a theatre, which shows at the time of writing a Disney Junior show, where kids and strange adult men with cameras can watch characters from said TV channel dancing and singing songs on stage. To the left of that, I'll always remember this, Award Wieners. Not for the name, but how much I cried when I saw the prices, and by extension, how many people were queuing to pay for those damn wiener dogs. I swear to the Lord Baby Jeebus, American hot dogs taste so bloody bad, man. Next we have a pretty cool looking theatre, even though it does look a bit packed into the street and doesn't stand out much apart from the animation sign and an LED panel advertising what's inside. Inside, we have what amounts to a foyer, a centre point, which allows you to go to one of 3 different attractions. There's some projections of some Disney animated movies on the walls, as well as some water for a certain turtle we'll talk to later, if we are so lucky. Firstly, we have Animation Academy, a nice way to pretend to be good at drawing if you're as terrible at it as I am, as a Disney artist guides you through the process of drawing a Disney character. If I remember rightly, you get to actually keep the drawing as a keepsake that you did, so that's cool if you have the time. I'd say actually give it a shot. I found the process in the past rather relaxing. Character close-up. Take a guess, you get to meet a character. It seems it changes whoever is there on some kind of rotation, so the fact it had such a bland entrance, I don't know, man. So far this is feeling like Walt Disney Studios Park 2.0. Sorcerer's Workshop, I am guessing, is a chance to meet Mickey Mouse. He still owes me money, by the way. Finally, we got Turtle Talk with Crush, a chance to talk to our favourite Australian PG-rated pothead. And finally, once again, I can talk about a pre-show queue. Along the walls are facts of real-life animals, which are portrayed by characters from Finding Nemo and Finding Dory. The plot of this attraction is that we are going to the Marine Life Institute to have a chance to talk with Crush, a turtle on the East Australian coast. Turtle Talk with Crush is a very formulaic, comfort food kind of show. It's the exact same as I remember it as a kid, and that's perfectly fine. An impersonation actor playing Crush takes questions from the audience in an interactive experience, which I am sure is technically very simple. I think the term is puppet animation. Animation knowers give me a hand here, but the actor basically has canned animations which they can then use to react to what Crush is saying. It's a cute and surprisingly funny, family-friendly time. Crush will mainly favour the kids in the audience who sit on the floor in front of the chairs, which, fair enough, the magic is still alive for them, let them have it. It was only about 15 minutes, so you are not off your feet for too long, but it is worth your time. Maybe during the busy times of the day when the rides are packed, I'd say give it a go. I did it near the end of my day, and it felt like a nicer way to wind down before doing one last ride and heading out. In terms of these kind of shows, I actually prefer Monsters Inc. Laugh Factory over at Magic Kingdom, but this is still pretty great.
Christian, where do you totally come from?
Orange County.
Oh, dude, you come from Orange County? I come from Blue Ocean.
You are forced to exit through a gift shop, and it is admittedly quite a nice one, with cool art, figures, and other stuff that is indeed nice, but I will never buy. If you couldn't guess, it's pricey here. Leaving the animation courtyard, I wanted to touch on this mural at the end of the street. Next to it is the Hyperion Theatre. Now, at Disneyland Paris, there was a stage with a buttload of chairs in a cool building with the same name, though nowadays it's just extra food court seats and a place that shows Mickey Mouse cartoons. It really is a shame how the Disney of old keeps regressing, huh? I mention this as the same named theatre is here at Disney California Adventure, or DCA as I'll call it from now on. It was just there, man, doing nothing. A shame. At the time of writing this video, I have published 5 theme park reviews on this channel, 3 of which are Disney theme parks. This is now the second time I will be reviewing this ride, but every video is someone's first, so let's do this. Mickey's PhilharMagic is a 4D film involving Donald Duck messing up a concert that Mickey Mouse was going to conduct. His anger, which is probably a mental illness, gets unleashed on the musical instruments that come to life thanks to Mickey's magical sorcerer hat. The lobby doesn't have anything worth noting, but you can tell this attraction is old because the voices of Minnie and Mickey are of actors who are no longer with us. They talk to us over the speakers in the waiting area for the next show, basically keeping you on your toes to remind you of why you're here and you'll be let in soon. Goofy is here too. No further comment. Sitting down in the theatre, it is rather plain, although I did notice once the film starts that the past 2 showings I have seen, one at Magic Kingdom and one at Disneyland Paris, the film actually covers the entire screen. However, in this theatre, the projection almost feels cropped, as the footage felt smaller than before, and the footage had to be cropped in a bit to make it fit on screen. I've seen this at other theatres in the past, and it just felt bigger, you know? Like going from 31:9 ultra-wide to 16:9 widescreen. The plot of the film is that the Duck of the Donald goes through various films of Disney history to try and rescue the sorcerer's hat that somehow got sucked into a portal due to Donald's rage. I can now see why my missus asked me to work on my anger problems. And Donald goes through Beauty and the Beast, Fantasia, The Lion King, Coco, Aladdin, The Little Mermaid, and Peter Pan, all taking place during some kind of musical number. So it's a singing and dancing time all round. Although if you do dance in the theatre, you will probably end up on TikTok and the theme park out of context Twitter. The main highlights I always take away from this attraction is that it's very funny going from rough 3D Beauty and the Beast to the stunningly beautiful Coco a few minutes later is always a reminder in how much technology improved in my lifetime. I really like the Lion King scene after all these watches. It's nice to have a mix of simple 3D, eye-catching 2D puppets to contrast with the 3D characters to make them stand out more, and the Little Mermaid scene is still peak while also being weird at the same time. Like, Donald wants to kiss, and I'm going to guess in my disgusting nature, wants to do more with this 16-year-old mermaid. This film disgusts me. I have probably seen this attraction enough now to be in the double digits, and I probably will continue to when I need to sit down and relax for a bit, as it's member berries to the nth degree, and that is fine if it works on you. But personally, I just enjoy the music and a chance to be reminded that Disney can still make good films when they want to. Walking away from the question of why Donald Duck wants to get freaky with a mermaid, we walk under a terrible looking Hollywoodland sign and walk towards Monsters Inc. Mike and Sully to the rescue. Quickly though, I saw that there was a meet and greet opportunity for Marvel characters, but you had to be a Platinum Visa card member, I think it was. The class divide of Disney grows stronger every day. There was also a stage opposite the ride, which looked like it was used for nothing and hadn't for a long time. More on that theme shortly. Mike and Sully to the Rescue has a shocking amount of history behind it. A great video by the YouTube channel Defunctland does this story way more justice than me, but long story short, this ride was originally called Superstar Limo, a ride about touring through Hollywood and seeing celebrities, and it opened with the park back in 2001. It lasted less than 1 year, due to the fact that according to historical records and accounts, it was bloody awful. It was closed, and the ride was genuinely just left there while Disney thought about what to do with it. In 2006, the ride before us opened up. The exterior of the ride reminded me of the film for sure, but I think this art would have been better as a poster or a wall scroll instead of the ride's exterior. Plus, it feels rather flat, man. It just feels like rather cheap. Hopefully not a theme that continues. Though nothing groundbreaking, I enjoyed the queue a little. Video screens give context to the world of Monsters Inc., the walls were adorned with posters of characters and items from the film, and the props dotted about for sure gave the Monsters Inc. vibe. Nothing out of this world, but I've seen worse. Hell, I've seen worse in this park. The theme overall is that of a taxi agency, including the ride vehicles, and that's because the plot of this ride is... well, Monsters Inc. It's one of those rides where you go through and recount the plot. If you haven't seen it, it's amazing in my opinion, one of, if not Pixar's best. This ride, big shock, isn't the best way to absorb the story of Mike and Sully, monsters from a world full of monsters, trying to return a little girl from the human world home. To be honest, the ride is as bland and uninteresting to talk about as it gets. We go through scenes of the films. Each of the sets is nothing amazing, but none are bad. It's just nothing of note. Like, I am struggling to talk about anything here. So I'll end it with this. Don't bother. Watch a ride through online. It doesn't deserve the wait times it gets, and I can somewhat see why this ride is tucked away in the corner. It's a whole bunch of meh. The only people who I believe get any joy from this ride are theme park history nuts, who like to go on this ride and try and find animatronics from the original ride. As, believe it or not, some of the original animatronics of actors from the previous ride were never taken out. Like this one here of a dude stepping out, that didn't feel natural at all, and I can 100% say that this was something else originally. So yeah, skip this one.
Race you to the scare floor.
Before we head out of a land themed to movies and instead a land themed to comic book movies, when I was about to exit this land fully, I noticed a Deadpool chair, who is a Marvel character if you didn't know, and I thought it was a photo opportunity for people to sit in to promote the Deadpool and Wolverine film that was set to be released at the time. But instead, it was a limited time event where Deadpool came out and read us a story, in a show named Storytime with Deadpool. Go figure. First note, Deadpool understandably couldn't have realistic looking guns that the character normally has on his person, so instead he had chimichangas in his holsters. That's just cute. It's probably over now, so I will just spoil it all while reviewing it, so warning there. The show consists of Deadpool attempting to read a story he wrote, while making PG family-friendly jokes with a cameo from comic book-looking Wolverine. Basically, Deadpool rewrites one of the Marvel films and puts himself in there. The show itself was fine, and the concept is fun enough. The real fun came from the crowd interaction the Deadpool actor did. One bit I found great was Deadpool asking a child for a high five and then saying, "Memories forever." It's funny, it was one of those times where separate jokes worked on separate audiences. The kids laughed at the jokes that were silly, the adults at the more adult-esque jokes, and myself at any reference to the film industry. For example, Deadpool mentioned a non-union extra. It was harmless fun, and I enjoyed rewatching it when writing this section. Look it up online, it's good stuff.
Of one of the spaceships. It was a single glove. High five, child. There we go. Memories forever. Wow.
Avengers Campus Time, based on the Marvel franchise that I personally never got into. I bet those Blu-rays are really cheap nowadays of pre-Endgame content thanks to Disney+. Maybe one day, but I like things having an end and I don't see this Marvel stuff at Disney slowing down anytime soon. Anyways, sorry. Starting with an attraction that was retroactively added to the land, Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout. This ride replaced the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror, which, if you are new here, the Orlando version of this ride is currently my favourite ride in the world. I have also ridden the French version of this ride, which was basically what this version of this ride was. Sadly, we don't have the Tower of Terror anymore, but is this retheme any good? Probably it's still the Tower of Terror, but let's see anyways. The Tower of Terror is always a landmark of the park it is in, standing tall, viewable from many areas of the park. The retheme to fit it more with the Guardians of the Galaxy theme, to someone who hasn't seen any of the films but played a pretty damn great single-player game by Square Enix, I think it looks great. You could argue it's too busy, and I could see that argument, but on this occasion, I think it fits the ride's theme, and that's okay. And I am totally not bitter about not riding the original ride. Nope, not at all. Entering the queue and passing by a statue of someone I don't know, I am going to assume he owns this place, we arrive in the first waiting area. We have a screen with a weirdly high frame rate playing pre-show fluff. I did get to see one clip, however, which did give context to the ride. Basically, the Guardians of the Galaxies, this team of 5, have been locked up in this facility we are in, and it does show their names and who they are if you don't know them. What I was able to fully take in was all the display cases around the queue. It looked like it stored artifacts from the MCU, I'm going to assume, as I know jack shit about the MCU. I did see Cosmo the dog though. He was in the Guardians of the Galaxy game. He's a good boy. Moving on to the waiting area where the pre-show takes place, I must say, the good theming from the previous room continues here. Turns out the original point of the ride is that we are here to view a display of the Guardians of the Galaxy through a VIP tour, but the raccoon named Rocket managed to get out, and during the introduction video to us, he interrupts, mutes the feed, and takes over. Rocket here takes the form of an animatronic, or basically a robot if you don't know what that is, and the true point of the ride now is that we are going to help Rocket get the Guardians of the Galaxy out and escape. Normally in these rides we are just asked to help, and then we just kind of go along with the ride, but in this case there is actually a way we can help, and that's by throwing our hands up so we can scan said hands for clearance to let his friends go. Why can't he do it? He doesn't have hands. What are you doing? What you doing?
Unless you help. I don't have clearance. My hands don't scan. Yours do.
I really like this idea. If you don't know, the ride system is a lift that goes up and down, giving the feeling of weightlessness for a brief moment. More often than not, you'll throw your hands in the air to enhance the feeling of the weightlessness. So, to integrate what most people do into the ride story is just clever in my opinion. The animatronic I didn't get to see properly, however we'll get a better look when I ride it again later on, so just bear with me for now. Previously with the Tower of Terror, we would then leave this room and enter the boiler room of the hotel the ride is set in. Well, you still just enter a boiler room. Sure, it is rethemed, but it's a little disappointing how much it still looks like a boiler room. Like, say in the ride story we were still about to go on a tour or something, I don't see this place as the waiting area for their tour in a boiler room. Or maybe they do, I don't know. I did like one thing here though. I believe I noticed a Yeti in the rafters, which I believe is a reference to a ride at Animal Kingdom called Expedition Everest. I will review that place one day, I promise. Getting into our elevator, I was for sure curious how this ride was going to differ from the ride of the past. Well, you are told right away that whatever you knew about the previous ride is over. As Rocket appears in the form of a projection, he pulls a plug, and we are told to raise our hands to grant him clearance as a music track plays from a list of 6. Those songs being I Want You Back by the Jackson 5, Give Up the Funk by Parliament, Free Ride by the Edgar Winter Group, Burning Love by Elvis Presley, Born to be Wild by Steppenwolf, and finally, the track that I got, Hit Me With Your Best Shot by Pat Benatar. What I did not know, and what brings this ride up a fair bit in my estimates, is that each song has a corresponding sequence that happens during the ride. In simpler terms, there's 6 versions of this ride, which tops France's Tower of Terror with 3 different experiences, and I believe Orlando and Tokyo's 1 story. That is just rad. I love that. That is just an incredible amount of re-rideability. From here, theme park shenanigans ensue. I mentioned it earlier, but the ride system is a lift that forces you up and down. It sounds boring, but trust me, on the ride, it is so thrilling. You'll go up and down a bit, watch some action through a screen, in my case some members of the team, Gamora and Star-Lord, run away from the drones shooting at them, another member named Drax socks a monster in the face, and they escape. It isn't incredible, but it is thrilling, over the top, exciting, and that's great for this kind of ride in my opinion. I'd be remiss to forget the best part of the ride. When you're at the top of the tower, the doors open to the outside world. You get a clear view of not too much to be honest, before then flying down to what feels like the bottom of the tower. This ride has no intention of being the old ride. Trying to freak the rider out in any way has been replaced with making this a straight up thrill ride. And yeah, I will always love the original theme more. I can't comment on this version of the Tower of Terror since I never rode it, but the Tower of Terror in Orlando is still, as of now, my favourite ride in the world. Saying that, I had fun. The music, over-the-top cinematics on display, the faster pace compared to the previous ride, this ride is for sure the most fun in the park, and the one I would re-ride the most if I could. The variety of music and possible outcomes of your ride story is a massive plus. Sure, it is just what shenanigans is going to happen this time, but the fact that there is genuine variety is so rare on theme park rides, and has to be commended. I said it once, I'll say it again, I prefer the spooky vibes of the Tower of Terror, but this ride is fun, very fun even, and is 1000% worth your time if you are nearby. Does the IP enhance the ride? Yeah, in some ways, as it gives it a flair compared to what was unthemed, especially with the addition of the music. I know nothing about the MCU Guardians, but it didn't matter. I got their character traits and personalities from this ride. So, if anything, it did its job rather damn well. Yeah, ride it.
Let's roll!
Unlike every ride I believe I have reviewed thus far on this channel, we gotta stay here, as when I was at DCA during their Halloween season, I was able to re-ride this ride and have a different experience through the Monsters After Dark limited time event. Makes it sound like a Fortnite mode when I say that, huh? The ride appears on my Disney app as a separate attraction, and you are able to use a lightning lane, which is Disney's Skip the Line service, on both the main attraction as well as the Monster After Dark version. So if anything, this allows you to ride the ride twice in one day if you paid to skip some lines. Also, I rode this ride at 4:30 in the afternoon/evening, so it was not 100% dark yet, but let's ignore that and move on. The attraction closes for I believe an hour or so to get the ride ready, and although the differences may be small, they are still nifty. On approaching the queue, there's a small sign warning us that stuff's gone a bit topsy-turvy in there. Entering the queue, the only differences I noticed were that there was an exhibit which had animals in it, that was covered up, unsure why to be honest, as if everything was going crazy in there, I doubt somebody would nicely and carefully cover the exhibit with a blanket, but what do I know? And the videos that were playing on the screen were different. It glitches often, has footage of staff members trying to contain the animals and monsters who have escaped, monsters just roaming freely, and footage of a character warning us of what's going down. I appreciate the changes, no matter how small. From there's no real differences throughout the rest of the queue, minus the pre-show. The actual pre-show content is entirely different. I got a much better view of the room this time, so you get to see the Rocket animatronic this time. Groot, the 5th member of the Guardians of the Galaxy, who I am pretty sure I didn't see in my main version of the ride, though I am sure I am wrong, as it would be weird to leave out a character just for a yearly event, is loose in the facility with all the monsters. Rocket wants us to be bait, waving our hands, screaming to attract the monsters' attention while he tries to save him. Again, I love this plot. It brings the rider into the experience so much more, and it feels like you are actually interacting with the character on a surface level, because you're doing an actual task for him. You can just sit there on the ride and Mr. Bean it, falling asleep, staying dead silent and not moving your arms, but due to the nature of the ride, I will be very shocked if you don't move your arms at all, unless you're holding onto the sides for support. To be fair, I did that with one arm, but that was more so I could keep a rigid body as best as I could, so I could get better footage this time. Skipping past the second pre-show, well, I couldn't, but for the sake of the video, we will. Let's get on the ride. The actual amount you go up and down stays the same, as well as the amount of scenes, but this time they are different. I also noticed for the first time with this version that there are lights on the ride that react to the music. Looking back at my normal version of the ride's footage, I feel like, although it is there, it's not very pronounced. But with this one, perhaps because the one song this version has was originally produced for the ride, so it's easier to react to and time the lights to the music, the actual amount you go up and down stays the same, as well as the amount of scenes, but this time they are different. I also noticed for the first time with this version that there are lights on the ride that react to the music. Looking back at my normal version of the ride footage, I feel like although it's there, it's not very pronounced. But with this one, perhaps because the one song this version has was originally produced for the ride, so it's easier to react and time the lights to the song. I don't know, it's very kick drum heavy and has a light metal / rock feel to it, and it fits pretty darn well. The screen bits consist of Groot and Rocket being chased by a pretty nifty looking dragon. It is surface level once again like the original ride, but equally fun to watch. I would have liked some additional fan effects or something to really make the dragon look and feel great, but whatever. It's a fun novelty, and I almost wish it was something that was permanent, you know? Like after 6 PM or something every day, it'd be cool, but considering this ride always has good queues, as well as the fact that the staff have to basically reset the ride each day, I can understand it being a limited time thing. If you are ever here during the Halloween season, 100% ride this version too. Not only will you get a second ride in the day, but you'll also get a different experience. So technically, during Halloween, you could ride 7 times and have a different experience each time. I doubt that would happen, but in theory you could. Finally, a perk of having the Skip the Line pass, which I'll touch on later, Lightning Lane Multi-Pass, is that you get your ride photos from rides that have them. And in both of my ride photos, I looked like I was just confused and had no idea where I was.
We could have gone better. What? Oh, very still.
walking into Avengers Campus. My goodness, this land is bland. Both this and the version in Paris just look so boring. I've seen actual college and university campuses have more life to them. And then again, they don't have a jet on top of a building at universities. Unless you maybe go to Oxford or something. Walking through, giving a quick tour, that aforementioned building with a jet is a chance to meet Marvel characters, as well as having a gift shop. Next we got Pym Kitchen, a restaurant where the gimmick is that you can eat science experiments such as a massive pretzel, basically just very big or very small food. There's an area where you can meet Doctor Strange, where I think a show happens, 2 more gift shops, a shawarma place, and then finally, the only other attraction we'll touch on shortly. This land is ass, man. Like, not including the Tower of Terror retheme, we have 1 attraction here. It's kinda apt, both Avengers campuses in the world right now both have only 1 new attraction, with the other retheming an old ride. Quality of the rethemes aside, it just shows how little care was put into this land. But let's forget about that for now. As we get to ride a ride I personally really enjoyed in Paris, Spider-Man Web Adventure.
Hello, small note. It's not called Spider-Man Web Adventures, that's what it's called in Paris. It is called Web Slingers, a Spider-Man Adventure in Disney California Adventure. So if I ever say Spider-Man Web Adventures, I do mean Web Slingers, a Spider-Man Adventure. I know, just call them the same thing, but what you gonna do?
Entering a pre-show room after an outdoor queue, the room is littered with tech and whiteboards with drawings, giving the vibe of a workshop. Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man, appears on a screen and gives us the backstory. Basically, we have been invited to test out web vehicles, which allow the riders to shoot webs like Spider-Man. We also get introduced to the Spider-Bot, a device who was pretty cool to use in Spider-Man 2 on the PS5. But in this case, the bots malfunction and continue to replicate, causing theme park level mischief, which we are then enlisted to help with by Spider-Man himself. A fine enough pre-show does the job, though it can be somewhat long and there is no way to skip it. Also, if you did single rider or used a lightning lane, which is the skip the line up charge, it only skips up to the pre-show we just discussed. From there, it's a free-for-all, so you don't save that much time, just warning you. The queue continues the overall trend of Avengers Campus. It's just bland. It's like a warehouse with very little theming to it. I think I saw a row of lockers themed to heroes. That's cool and all, but whatever. Let's grab some 3D glasses and get on the ride already. The ride vehicle sits 4 people, and how it works is that the ride tracks your head and arms, and in my opinion, it tracks your body pretty damn well. The ride asks you to whip your arms like Spider-Man, but if you want to be an epic gamer and mid-max this game, don't bother doing that and instead just rapidly punch your arms as if you're Monkey D. Luffy. You'll get a way better score just by the fact you're shooting more webs. So the gameplay of this attraction, it's an on-rails shooter, and how the story progresses is you go from screen to screen where things get progressively crazier and over the top. There are some scripted elements, and of course a beginning, middle and end without a fail state, but the level of interactivity in each zone you play in I think is great. So the goal here is to destroy as many spider bots as possible. You can track how big your score is by a screen in front of you on the ride vehicle. And if I zoom in for you, you can see there are 5 different spider bots, all scaling in rarity, and how much they are worth in points. So the keen gamer girls amongst you will know to go for multi-kills or go for the rare ones. In this ride, you are able to shoot doors and windows to find hidden rare bots. You can shoot electric boxes and red barrels to create explosions and chain reactions, and that does feel rewarding to see your score shoot up when you think a bit about the game. You are scored and ranked as you go, including a final score at the end, which goes to a leaderboard, which is fun, although the fun is dampened by the fact that in the various gift shops you are able to buy a web power-up band, no relation to the power-up bands at Super Nintendo World, which are toys themed to Marvel heroes that you wear on the ride, and let's be real, it's pay to win. You still have to be somewhat good at the game, but whenever I have ridden it, there was always someone in the top 3 who used a power-up band. Now, is that correlation versus causation? I don't know, and I don't even know what that means, but I do know that it's pretty scummy that the option to pay to win is even possible at a theme park attraction. Then again, you could argue skip the line passes are also pay to win, so maybe I shouldn't be shocked. The theme park industry is kind of predatory, huh? Back to the ride. There are some light theming between screens to tie them together, but it's nothing much to rave about. The gameplay is fun though, even if it means I have to wriggle in my chair like a mofo and get strange looks. The gamer in me takes over, and I want to just get a high score, you know? You are also graded with medals, bronze, silver and gold. So of course I'ma want to go for the gold. Maybe there's a platinum medal that I don't know about too, but I'm obviously not skilled enough for that. Or you just didn't buy a power-up band. Boo! Overall, Spider-Man Web Adventure is indeed a fun time. I don't get the deep hate I have seen for the attraction online, and I bet kids love this crap. Especially when the music kicks in and you proper get into it, it really is a good time. It's nothing top tier, but every time I go to either Disney Paris or this place, so probably never again, I'll make an effort to try and ride it. However, I'll probably only ride it once. Unlike Mario Kart at Universal Hollywood, the single rider line here doesn't skip the pre-shows and queues much at all, which means rewritability is hampered. The problem with a gameplay-based ride is that if you're driven to want to play again, you got a queue, and after a bit of waiting, I'd imagine a lot of the drive and desire you had will probably have disappeared by the time you get to the ride dispatch area. Plus, the pay-to-win items do suck, but to stop being such a negative Brit, I do think you should try it. It's fun, and it is a high-quality shooter ride, in my opinion. I do wish you had something physical to shoot with, but what you gonna do? The tracking tech works well enough, and the basic gameplay loop is fun enough too. Believe it or not, we are done in Avengers Campus, and yeah, I don't think I will miss it. Although the other entryway, which can be accessed through the middle pathway of the park, does look a bit nicer, with a nice photo opportunity. Speaking of the middle walkway, if you decide to walk through there, you'll pass a nice waterfall on your right, and then again on your right was what looked like a restaurant with an overall theme of wine. I don't drink, so moving on. And on to what I believe is the starring attraction of this theme park, in my opinion. Believe it or not, welcome to Cars Land! Cars Land starts off with a cool looking welcome sign, and a photo opportunity with a car, which I don't know why people want to do that. I bet many drove in a car to be here, so just save yourself the time and get a selfie with your rental car. Make some true lasting memories. I got a Halloween looking sign and car due to when I was there, and there was some light theming dotted around the land, such as these cute little tire and cone things, as well as one of the rides being rethemed, which I may as well touch on quickly. Mater's Junkyard Jamboree, rethemed to Graveyard Jamboree, is a ride that's seen in other parks around the world, such as Alien Swirling Saucers at Hollywood Studios in Orlando, and the Happy Ride with Baymax in Tokyo, which I haven't ridden. Yet. The small ride has you sat in a car, and you basically rotate around a circle, moving to different circles as you get past and flung around. Believe it or not, on ride, it's actually got a bit of power to it, and I had to hold on when riding this kind of ride at Hollywood Studios. I didn't ride this version sadly due to how packed the ride surprisingly was, but if it's got a short wait, I would say it's worth a punt as it's a surprisingly good time. That is if you can stand Mater, aka Larry the Cable Guy's voice. The music that plays as this ride goes round is some song which he sings over, and it's a tough listen, so be warned there. Let's explore the rest of Cars Land, and my goodness, the first impression as you walk down is incredible. It's a recreation of a key town in the Cars franchise, Radiator Springs, and it is a really impressive recreation. What I love the most is in the distance, right at the other end of the main walkway, you get a preview of the main ride in this land, Radiator Spring Races, which we'll get to briefly. Walking along, I also appreciated how main characters and icons were translated into this land. For example, a character called Flo in the films has a cafe, so it makes sense to literally make Flo's V8 Cafe. Shit looks pretty cool, with the tables on the outside being placed next to the petrol pumps and pistons that hold the roof up. There was a gift shop themed to the character Sarge, which has a cool diorama of the land we are in, and cones, which were hotels in the film, are now snack stands, which I thought was actually a pretty creative way of still selling people crap, a double meaning there, and have it fit into the land. Seriously, to save rattling on about each detail, I just gotta say, this is 100% the best land in this park and is up there for one of my favourites throughout this Disney resort. Sublime theming, suitable filler attractions, even if I don't personally care for them, one of the best attractions Disney has in the USA, spoilers, and it's hard to say why, but the ambience of this land is incredible, big crowds be damned. There is another filler attraction that I alluded to, themed to the character Luigi, and it's another ride where you spin around, but it's a bit tamer than the Mater-themed one that we talked about earlier. If you keep walking past this ride, you get a walkway to Avengers Campus. That was always pretty dead, as well as another chance to meet a car. Many may know this yellow car as a key player in the movie Cars 3, but I know her as a co-host of probably the most pointless Disney attraction I have ever ridden, Cars Road Trip at Walt Disney Studios Park in France. How fun!
Et pour finir, le canyon de Catastrophe. We're driving into Catastrophe Canyon.
Okay, enough tickling the no-no regions. Let's talk about Radiator Springs Races, the best ride at this park, hands down. Before entering the queue, you can really tell that this ride is the focal point of this land. If you choose to leave the land and head towards the next land we'll cover, San Francisco Square, you get a wonderful, clear view of an open section of the ride. And when I saw that, I got so excited, man. Let's get in the queue. Not gonna lie, it's very underwhelming. Pretty much all of it is outside, and there's very light theming to be seen. Some petrol pumps, some of the lights are car light bulbs, and the best feature I'd argue is the rock carving of the front of a car. Yeah. Nothing to say about the dispatch area, although we are either living a dream or nightmare, as this ride takes place in a Cars World car, which means they have got that creepy smile and a pair of eyes. Don't worry, if you're of a shorter stature or a child watching this, if you're a child, be nice to your parents, they're probably trying really hard for you. You can see through the windscreens despite the eyes, which was a lovely surprise. After buckling up, no, seatbelts are not dumb, kids, in case there is any watching, the car sets off on a nice, peaceful drive. Calm music plays as we leave Cars Land behind us and pass a small waterfall before entering a tunnel. From there, we have a ride down Route 66, swerving between obstacles such as Mac, a truck from the films, a random car, and a train. This is where we are introduced to our first talking animatronic car, or at the very least, a car that looks like it can talk. Inspecting the next talking car, Mater, with the former being the sheriff of the town, it looks like their eyes are screens, while their mouths move like your typical animatronic seen before, just way better than any other I've seen at Disney. Seriously, the animatronics of the cars are incredible on this ride. Proper next level stuff, the mouth movements looked so smooth. In fact, all the movements from the cars were smooth. In the next section, this Mater fella for some reason, like a dickhead, honks his horn and scared some tractors, having them do a very slow wheelie, which angers this combine harvester, who I found out from my research is called Frank. Frank the Combine Harvester. That made me feel right at home, since I live in Somerset, England, the home of the Combine Harvester. Is that even true? Hold up, I gotta check this. No, it was a Scottish geezer who invented the first combine harvester. Well, I lived in Scotland for 3 years, so close enough. After that rough start, we find ourselves driving through the neon-lit Radiator Springs, the land we just walked through to get to this ride. This section is truly wonderful. Peaceful music, the characters talking to you as well as each other. Yeah, this bit is great. Lightning McQueen beckons his friend Luigi to give us new tyres, that of which he does. After Guido, the best car in all of cars, gives us a car job, and I won't elaborate what I mean by that any further. Moving on, the second best car, Doc Hudson, gives us a quick chat in a cool looking room, and then we find ourselves facing the outside of a tunnel, Guido and Luigi waiting to see us off, and another ride vehicle nestles themselves next to us. We're in a race. However, I did notice the animatronic cars this time were a bit different. Guido, the blue one, is fine as it's the same as before but with a static smile. However, Luigi looks different. It looks like his mouth is also a screen. Maybe it's a tiny projection? I'm not entirely sure. It still looks great, I just noticed it was different from before. Take a guess at what happens next. Yep, I lost us the race. Somehow. I don't even try, yet I disappoint. Soul-crushing defeat aside, racing around the canyons were really cool, with only a few bits that ruin the line of sight, such as a big wheel in the distance. It is a great finale, and a nice surprise I did not see coming, mainly because I didn't look at the outside portion of the ride before entering the queue, or even while in the queue. You probably already worked that out, but it was a nice surprise for me. The ride ends with a drive through a small cave, where there were car brake lights as the lights. Truthfully, I was very confused. I got even more confused when the last thing I saw on this ride before getting off was Mater and Lightning McQueen one last time. It seems there are two types of talking cars they have, McQueen on the left and Mater on the right. The former having what looks like a screen mouth, and the latter having a more physically moving mouth. I believe the Lightning McQueen earlier had the same type of mouth, but I just didn't notice. It's odd. I wonder what the choice was to do this, as Mater is really impressive, and McQueen is still cool, but not as cool? Am I focusing too much on this? Probably. Radiator Springs Racers is the best ride in this park, no question in my mind. I didn't even touch on the speed of this ride. The outside portion wasn't super fast, but it was still a great thrill. I mean, look at my face, as close to joy as someone like me can muster. Once the ride gets going, the theming rules, the animatronic cars felt big budget, the nighttime Radiator Springs portion was sublime, and this feels like an evolution of a ride called Test Track at Epcot at Walt Disney World in Florida, given it uses the same ride system, but to a much better effect, and mixes the worlds of dark rides and thrill rides together way better. Get in that single rider if you can. Don't worry, you are not missing much in the queue. And be sure to ride this ride at least once the day you are there. You won't regret it, and even if you don't care for cars like myself, I think the thrills, sets, and somewhat cool and equally creepy talking cars will make the wait worth it.
Like a real race car.
Leaving the wonderful theming of Carsland, I wanted to very quickly discuss San Francisco Square. You can enter this land through Carsland or off a side pathway, but for this section, we will enter through the main entrance, the small bridge, which looks nice enough. I believe this is from the Big Hero 6 film, which I have yet to see. This is basically a fancy food court, with the theming of Big Hero 6 placed on different eateries, which covers a wide variety of cultures. You got Asian American, I mean, you've got it all. I think I saw a Mexican place too, so there's that. I did not eat here, though there was a water refill spot I queued for here, so I took a chance to look around and scan people's plates and see what they were eating. It looked fine enough, but look at those crowd levels, man. I can't imagine eating in such a cramped, uncomfy area. At least there is shading. Moving on, we have what I believe to be considered the icon of the park, at least in regards to advertising, and that is Pixar Pier. Let's have a walk around the pier before we discuss each attraction. The land starts out well enough, and a pretty nice sign which looks cool at night, as well as a cute store named Knick Knacks, which is a reference to Pixar's 5th animated film, Knick Knack. Also a reference to the fact that the definition of a knick-knack from the Cambridge Dictionary is a small decorative object, especially in a house, aka something you don't really need. There was an eatery to our right in this footage, but I don't remember it. Moving on. There's a stand selling iced foods, but sadly the adorable snowman on the sign wasn't around to sell me said foods. So I kept walking. Next we round a corner as we see 3 bits of art that I must say would make great Bible posters. Like that Wall-E poster is lovely. Moving on in quick succession, we have the Incredicoaster, which dominates pretty much all this pier, and does add a nice bit of kinetic energy to the land. Although, as we move down, you will see it can also be an eyesore. We then have a flat ride, themed to Jessie from Toy Story. I believe it was a merry-go-round, and then Toy Story Mania. From there, the quality of the theming takes a bit of a nosedive as we walk into a quite congested area filled with carnival games, shops, and a very cool Pixar ball fountain, I must admit. Entry to the big wheel named Pixar Pal Around, which was down when I was there, as well as a stage for performances. It sounds like a lot, and that's because it is, and I even skipped a few things. This area always felt cramped, with no proper way for people to flow through to get to the final attraction of this land, Inside Out Emotional Whirlwind, a ride where you sit in a box and get spun around. Remember what I mentioned about the roller coaster being an eyesore? Well, here we are. There was a place with a bit more Pixar theming, which was called Plaza de la Familia, but there really wasn't much to talk about there, so we shall just move past that. Now, why did I do a walkthrough? To kind of illustrate the point that the theming's not the best here. If you stand across the lagoon that surrounds Pixar Pier, the view is actually quite good. But while walking through it, it really did feel like a carnival pier, especially when next to a land we'll discuss later, Paradise Gardens Park, just kind of melds into that land, or this land melds into that, I'm not too sure. You could argue that the roller coaster track of the Incredicoaster could be used as the dividing line between the Pixar Pier and the other land. I don't know, but as for the theming and the mise-en-scène of this land, it's a bit poor. Nice logo though. Right, attractions. I didn't get to ride the flat rides and the wheel was down the day I was there, so that leaves us with 2 attractions to discuss, the Incredicoaster and Toy Story Midway Mania. Let's start with the former, as this was brand new to me, unlike the other ride, which I have ridden before. Before entering the ride, you are able to, around various points of Pixar Pier, get a cool preview of the ride. Well, truthfully, pretty much all the ride can be previewed from around the land, due to it being an uncovered roller coaster a lot of the time. Outside of Toy Story Midway Mania, you get various nice angles to see the big speed up section of the ride, a section I like to call the blast off. Here it is in slow motion. I also noticed when reviewing the footage, there's a food location nearby that was in the shot, and I noticed a chibi Zurg from Toy Story there. Look at him. I want a terrible Funko Pop of that. I kid, I hate those things. The ride has no real queue to talk about. However, I must warn you that this ride gets busy fast, so target this ride early, get a lightning lane if you're willing to pay some dosh that day, or head into the single rider line. Now, I want to talk about this, as this was bloody funny and weird at the same time. So, you enter the ride from the side, and if you enter Pixar Pier through the main entrance, it will be the first queue that you will see. You wait to the left of the main queue, which looks so bland and boring, so warning there, but once you reach the end of the queue, which is on the opposite side of the loading area, you are given this card that you have to hand over once you reach your time to ride. From there, you go up an elevator, or lift to us rotting teeth locals, where you quickly somewhat interact with the normal queue. This portion had small screens, which I believe had original footage. I could be wrong, it's been a while since I've seen the original Incredibles, plus there was a mural you can look at if that's your thing. From here, you go down yet another elevator, and then queue up again, waiting for your turn to get on the ride. So as you can see, Disney likes to keep it simple for us single rider folk. This is a roller coaster that is very slim on plot, and very much feels like this roller coaster was something else in the past, and the Incredibles IP was added after the initial creation. To save you Googling, this is indeed the case. Surprisingly, The Incredicoaster retheme happened in 2018, which surprised me. But anyways, the plot is basically Jack, the baby of the Incredibles, under the babysitting duties of Edna Mode, the person who makes their suits, gets loose, and the rest of the family do their best to catch him. These minor story notes are told inside tunnels, but let's get to said tunnels first. The ride pulls away from the loading station, where we hear through speakers in the chairs that Jack got loose. Mr. Incredible asks Dash to go and get him, and it seems Dash seems to think it'd be fun to bring us along for the ride. As for reasons the vehicle you are in is about to go fast, goes for a ride, that's a cool idea. After we blast off, we enter tunnel number 1, where Jack shoots his laser eyes. Was he trying to get us? We hear he disappeared, as we move on while the Incredibles score plays. This soundtrack, coupled with the rather frenetic dialogue of the characters to try and catch up with Jack, actually really enhances the experience more than I thought it would. The next tunnel has us seeing Mr. and Mrs. Incredible trying once more to get that mofo to come the heck down, but to no avail. It was at this point I was also shocked how smooth it felt. It wasn't the smoothest roller coaster I have ever been on, but I felt like I could ride this over and over and not have much of a headache. Next we get a key moment, which does look cool off the ride, as well as on the ride if you want to risk a bit of neck pain, as we go through a loop-de-loop which circles around the Pixar Pier logo. After this, another tunnel. I'm guessing these tunnels are used to break and separate vehicles, so they can send multiple vehicles out at one time, but what am I, a guy who talks about rides on the internet in his spare time? Violet is here now, doing a force field for some reason. I got nothing. After some more roller coaster fun, nothing out of this world but still a good time, Jack learns the Shadow Clone Jutsu, as for some reason, various stands on top of roofs held various Jacks. It's funny, because you go past it just too slowly to pick up on the fact that it's rather cheap. The ride ends with a really long banking turn to the left into the station. However, we do get a glimpse of Jack safe and sound, although a bit bigger than he was before. The Incredicoaster is nothing groundbreaking or revolutionary, however I do believe it is a great little coaster. I say little, it is actually rather bloody massive and takes up most of the back portion of the Pixar Pier. There's not too much to dissect, though I'm sure some coaster heads could do what I cannot if they put their minds to it. It is a popular ride, so time your queuing just right to ensure you don't have to stand in that rough queue for so long. But I would say, don't skip this ride if possible. I had fun, and at a theme park too, believe it or not.
I waited here so long for this one, pretty average one. Or that one shot.
Toy Story Midway Mania is an attraction that I've covered twice in the past, once in physical form and once in digital form. Truthfully, I enjoyed the attraction at Toy Story Land at Hollywood Studios in Orlando. It's an on-rails shooter where you interact with other Toy Story characters throughout the ride, taking on quick score attack games where you shoot or throw things to earn points. That's the gist of it for newcomers to the ride, and it is worth your time. The digital version? No, don't bother. Standing outside the queue, the view you get is almost cool. The Incredicoaster stands behind Midway Mania, which can create some cool visuals, but sadly, the Pixar Pier logo isn't fully visible, so it creates a bit of a weird visual. It's not a biggie, just something I noticed. What I did notice, however, was the animatronic Mr. Potato Head. This carbohydrate with anthropomorphic features is at the Walt Disney World version too, but I have never seen it work. He looks so damn cool, and his movements were flipping smooth. Although I did notice his eyes go blood red briefly, that shit would probably spook a 4-year-old. Or me. Unlike the Walt Disney World version, this queue is not a rather cute walk through a big toy chest, seeing large crayons and Uno cards and other novelties that make you feel like you've become a toy. Instead, truthfully, I am not sure how I would describe what the queue is. Although I get the vibe that people who wear these would live around this queue if it were a place. The ride vehicles are these cool little vehicles that have these cannons with a pull string to fire, and you get a proper cramp by the end of the ride, so be sure to switch arms on the ride, otherwise you'll get a major bicep pump. How the game works is you go from 3D screen to 3D screen, taking part in minigames that involve some kind of projectile to try and score points. It starts out with throwing parties at the toys, and from there you will shoot balls, darts, hoops, and more. The visuals are nothing groundbreaking, however they do feel like carnival games, are varied enough that re-rides don't get boring, and having the Toy Story characters pop up on the screen chatting shit makes it a bit more fun than it would otherwise be. Plus, it's a good way to know when a minigame starts and ends. The music helps too. It's chaotic and frantic, which is apt considering the riders will be spamming the living hell out of the pull cord. Possibly screaming or yelling, so truthfully at that point the music is just a jumble of notes. But it works, and that is fine with me. At the end of the ride you are given a score and given an animal rank. Toy Story Mania isn't a deep ride. You pull a cord, shoot virtual things on a screen, and try to earn a score, while Toy Story characters make this ride worthy to Disney stakeholders when this was initially pitched. It's fun, I highly recommend it, and I bet it is fun with friends. I'll let you know how that goes if that ever happens to me though. The final land in this park we have the wonderful joy of covering today is Paradise Gardens Park. This area is deemed a boardwalk-inspired land by Disney, and I don't think many boardwalks have a nice-looking building housing a Little Mermaid dark ride. Plaza de la Familia was a mini Coco section which had a mural and a photo spot. It seems like it's a yearly thing from my research. There is a musical act that happens around this area that I missed, and truthfully, I have so little to say about this section. Should I cut this? Goofy's Sky School is the main attraction in my opinion. That reason being, it seemed quite busy while I was there, and I am a roller coaster guy, if that wasn't obvious throughout my catalogue of videos. So we are going to go with this being the star attraction. The entrance exists, there's a sign, queue has nothing to talk about, apart from the fact that it has a single rider line, which is nice, so let's get on the ride. I believe the gimmick is that Goofy is teaching you how to fly, but because he is a klutz, it goes wrong. And man, this ride was rough, and not the fun kind. The I never want to ride this again kind. You can tell I was shocked by how rough this ride is by how I react when the ride starts, and when I was finished.
Whoa! Flippin' heck! Jesus! Whoa! I'm holding on to this.
You could argue that it is fitting with the gimmick of Goofy being our flight instructor, and so it is of course going to be rough and erratic in nature. And that's fair, you corner a lot, a few dips, but correct me if I am wrong, but this is known as a wild mouse coaster, one where a small car whips around corners and gives the feeling of maybe not going fast, but it feels like you are. These things are everywhere, even at pretty damn rubbish theme parks, fun fairs and stuff. Using an off-the-shelf ride isn't a bad thing, however I am reviewing Disney here. You'll hear me one day talk about this again. Heck, I rode one of these at Six Flags Magic Mountain during my expedition to LA, and there was very little done here to make this ride feel like it had the Disney sheen of quality. They do their best to hide it too, but my god, this ride is just an eyesore, especially after you get off the ride. Yeah, not a fan.
Who says flying is the first? Now, when your plane gets to the unloading area, lift up the left bar and step on out to your left. Thanks!
On Silly Symphony swings, you spin around on some chairs and get some new views of the park as classical music plays. Jump in Jellyfish has you going up and down slowly, while once again, you look around the park. No music in this case. Same for Golden Zephyr. Fun fact though, when designing the ride, Disney Imagineers, the name Disney gives their designers and engineers, visited Blackpool Pleasure Beach and were inspired by the attraction Captive Flying Machines. This is according to Wikipedia, so who knows. This one, you sit in a metal rocket and spin around once more, and I believe the appeal of all three of these attractions is to look at the scenery around you. Sadly, I'd argue there isn't too much to look at, as it's just a lagoon and Pixar Pier in your view. or some of the land. However, if you time it with the World of Color 1 show, you could maybe have some nice views. It's a show that uses a mix of water sprays, projection, music, and lights to make a show that features moments and tracks from The Lion King, Moana, and Ratatouille. I watched it online, mainly due to the fact that people who try and watch these shows are barbaric and become vultures just so they can see a projection of Simba from The Lion King. It seemed perfectly fine, and of course the work that goes into these shows is incredible and I enjoy learning about it, but considering this is Disney, you'd expect a bit more. However, catching glimpses of this show on a ride could be pretty cool. It seems anybody can watch this, mainly from this area here where you can see me, but Disney does offer a virtual queue to get into an exclusive section where you can stand in front of a rope instead of behind it. You special person, you. You can also get a dining package, where you can have a meal at some point throughout the day, and then also get to stand in front of the line. Yeah, I don't know, this section isn't the best so far, is it? Well, let's hope it ends well with The Little Mermaid, Ariel's Undersea Adventure. Before that, some Toy Story Army people walked and drove past me when I was walking to this ride. I am sure this was meant for Pixar Pier, but I saw them here, so I am mentioning them here, dagnabbit. The exterior of The Little Mermaid is really impressive, and goes on for way longer than you think. I don't know if I got a photo of it, but if I do, I'll put it here. Part of the building had, what looked like anyways, stone carvings on the accents of the wall, and for some reason, there were no POVs I could find of it online, so I for sure hope there is an image of it here, otherwise I will for sure look stupid. The queue did not have much of note, although there was this mural, and I am starting to notice a pattern here of Disney dark rides having murals in place of any other real bits of theming. Problem? Not really, just an observation. There were other tiny bits of theming, but if I showed this theming to my dad hoping he'd put it on the fridge, I doubt he would. The Little Mermaid is a slow-moving dark ride, where you sit in these comically large clams. I am all here for it, as we watch a retelling of the titular film the ride is based on. I think this is a pretty good dark ride actually. Good music choices from the film, although the animatronics aren't the most modern, they did their job well. Shout out to these fish doing what I think was a conga line at the midpoint of Under the Sea. The production quality overall was good enough in my eyes, and most of all, I would argue this is not a bad bare bones retelling of The Little Mermaid. I could have entered this ride not knowing the film, and got the gist of the key plot details, and feel somewhat satisfied. If they added a few extra scenes, it would have been a lot more understandable. But as it stands, I got the gist. I don't have much else to say really. I feel like repeating the plot would be no fun. I didn't see anything that outwardly amazed me or disappointed me. Yeah, The Little Mermaid, Ariel's Undersea Adventure was nothing groundbreaking, I think I say that a lot, don't I? But a nice break off my feet, coupled with pretty visuals and some nice music. Thumbs up!
What's this? You've come to a stop. Maybe it's that sea witch. Listen to me. Stay seated in your clamshell while I get to the bottom of this.
Paradise Gardens Park overall is a joke in my opinion. It is ultra budget. The Little Mermaid, while good, does stand out and is only in this land due to its location, not due to thematic relevance with the surrounding land. I have to say, like if you were strapped for time and decided to cut some stuff to save some time throughout your day, this is for sure the land you should skip. I would argue it has one good ride, and the rest are nothing exciting really.
And so our concert ends.
Now for the section where I mention random things I could not fit anywhere else. Sadly, this Disney theme park continues the trend of, if you're not like me and I'm happy to be at the park from the start to the end of the day, paying for a skip the line pass, aka Lightning Lane Multipass, to help you get on rides. I would say my day would have been the same if I didn't have the pass, just harder. How it works is you pay per day, and the price changes depending on the day. What I did was book a package thing, I think through attractiontickets.com, and I got Lightning Lane with my ticket for like an extra fee per day. Since I doubt I'll be back anytime soon, I was happy to pay. How it works is you need the Disneyland app, and you can book a lightning lane from the moment you enter the park. And you can then either book another one as soon as you check into your lightning lane that you booked, or 2 hours have passed, whichever comes first. You can also modify the booking, which allows you to try and get a sooner or further away time, depending on how you want to plan your day. Certain attractions simply don't have a lightning lane queue, and thus aren't available through the service, though that's mainly smaller attractions, so pretty much the only things on here are the big hitters. I found the experience somewhat painless versus using it at Walt Disney World in the past, and personally, I've never had any issues. You can only do a ride with a lightning lane once per day, so by the end of the day, you'll just be grabbing lightning lanes you may not even want to use. This is actually a good idea if you want to attempt to modify your reservation a bit later to try and get a different ride or time. So if you're willing to play about, you could have a better day. If you have a bigger wallet, you can also buy a lightning lane single pass, which is for a ride that's the big hitter in the park. In this case, Radiator Springs Races, and you pay a fee which starts at $15 to ride the ride once. Sure, the wait should be lower, but you're also paying to ride a ride. The choice is yours on that one. I did it once at Disneyland Paris for a ride that had a 2-hour wait, and I was on the ride in about 15 minutes. I don't like it, but you gotta play the game and get played sometimes, I guess.
Hi there, small note, this is one downside to making a video and releasing it over a year later. There is now also Lightning Lane Premier Pass, which basically is Lightning Lane Multipass, except you get a one-time entry to each available attraction, and you can ride them whenever the hell you want, as well as any of the previous perks such as the photos and stuff. So if you're minted beyond belief, you should probably invest in stocks and shares, but if you want to, you can spend, oh my god, that if you wish.
In better news, there are some single rider lines in this park, which means you can enter a separate line if you don't mind being split up from your party. I have never had a party with me, so no brainer. I personally found the single rider line overall better, apart from a few bits of weirdness, such as when I had to go up, down and all around with the Incredicoaster, and how the Web Adventures single rider line was used for only the first queue before the pre-show. Plus, despite many people thinking Disneyland next door is better, and that is fine and all, but this park has double the amount of single rider lines, 6 versus Disneyland's 3. These rides are Goofy's Sky School, Grizzly River Run, Incredicoaster, Radiator Springs Races, Soarin', and Spider-Man Web Adventures. The Radiator Springs Races single rider line was how I experienced the ride, and I wouldn't have been able to do so otherwise. And I did try a couple others too. What's cute is, and please correct me if I am wrong, but only the older attractions still have the physical card that you have to give when you get to the end of the queue. I was given a card at Incredicoaster and Grizzly River Run, but didn't get one at Spider-Man or Radiator Springs Races. I guess just ask a team member if you're confused and they will help. Plus, the line could be closed that day, you never know. Finally, the entryway sign looks a bit naff, but when it's Halloween themed, it does look a bit better, I shan't lie. Disney California Adventure sure is an interesting park. It's built next door to the OG, the original Disneyland, and I bet many people think that this park is even worse than it is due to what is literally next door. But what do I think? Theming doesn't touch Disneyland at all, with 2 exceptions on the complete ends of the scale. I love Grizzly Peak for how un-Disney and corporate it felt. It really did feel like you got lost on a hike and are exploring the wilderness, while not being scared that you're lost and can't find your way home. To contrast that, Cars Land is always packed to the brim, but the theming is incredible, and the films were brought to life in such a way that if it were empty, I would love to walk around that area more, and take in some of the detail better than I could the day I was there. Avengers Campus, in my opinion, is better than the France counterpart, thanks to the Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout ride, but the theming of the land is still bland as all heck. Pixar Pier is cute, nothing outstanding, but it's not a bad land at all. Buena Vista Street, which is the main entrance and plaza area, is fine. It's rather unremarkable as someone who isn't interested in Californian culture. But then again, if you wanted me to care, you would make it interesting, you know? Hollywoodland and San Francisco Square are whatever. All in all, look, if you're going to go to Disneyland, you may as well go next door and check this place out. If anything, go for 2 days, get a park hopper ticket which allows you to go between the parks, and pop in every now and then to tick off some of the big hitters when you can, as Radiator Springs Races and Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout are standout attractions and really worth your time. Soar to an extent too if you've never ridden it before. No, Disney California Adventure is not as good as Disneyland, but I don't think it was ever trying to be. I am grateful to be reviewing this version of the park, and not the version that launched back in the early 2000s. But truthfully, maybe half a day at this park is enough. You can stretch it to a full day if you wanted to, and if anything, checking out the second gate makes sense to have better value for money. But if I only had 1 day here instead of 2 or 3, I would say pick Disneyland over this park. But the real question is, did this park replace exploring the actual California as it was originally intended to? Well, I did do a bit of free roaming one day, and all I could think was, where the hell was the Mission Breakout Tower? Oh, hello, darling. Hello. Your darling? Welcome to Six Flags Magic Mountain, my first ever Six Flags, and truthfully, I don't know if it'll be my last, or I might like it. I don't know. Let's go find out, and I'll see you back at my place. You know, they weren't lying. This theme park is on a mountain. It's also in the middle of nowhere, and probably has the most thrilling roller coaster I have ever been on as of recording. Six Flags Magic Mountain opened in May of 1971 and is located 35 miles north of downtown LA, which is close enough to make a trip if you're in Los Angeles, in my opinion. This theme park caught my attention because I had always heard of Six Flags, and the general opinion is that Six Flags is great for people who can't afford Disney, or just want thrills at their theme parks and don't mind the lack of extra detail or storytelling. I was curious how I would react to it, so despite it not being in Los Angeles, I felt it was worth the trip and effort to get over there and review it. Especially as it seems Six Flags has so many parks dotted around the USA that visiting this one could be a nice taster to see what I would think about the parks overall. As I mentioned, it is 35 miles north of downtown Los Angeles, so it is a bit of a trek if you are visiting LA. You can get public transport all the way there, but what I did was take the metro as far north as I could, get a bus that takes an hour that drops you a 5-minute drive from the theme park, then got a ride share there to save some money. I was knackered and dehydrated by day's end, more on that later, so I Ubered back to downtown LA, and yes, it was pricey. So keep in mind how far you'll be going if you want to visit this park. I was allowed to enter a bit early because I had bought a flash pass, aka a skip the line pass, more on that later, which gave me early access to the park. Truly, all that did was allow you to wait in a small area before the ropes dropped, basically allowing you a small head start. I didn't think I needed it at the time, but after a couple hours I learnt I should have taken better advantage of that extra time. There's also a water park next door, which I believe was open the day I was there. I wanted to look at the map online, but it's only available via the Six Flags app. Boo. I watched a few videos of the place, and it looks fun for a few hours if you're into water parks. It's basically a massive slab of concrete with no theming, but a buttload of attractions to enjoy. Spoilers, that's kind of what Six Flags Magic Mountain is too. Before we walk in, I want to warn you, a lot of the rides were down the day I was there. I was also there on a public holiday, so it was quite busy. Both of these will affect my overall thoughts of the park. It may not be fair, but at the same time I can only ride what was open to me the day I was there. So, sorry in advance. Sorry again, as I was unable to film on rides. I reached out to the media team to try and film there. The help team did respond to me after I asked about filming, though a whole month later. And by that point, it was pretty much too late, as I was already in LA. Oh well. let's explore the park. Walking in the park actually has a really nice first impression. Tall trees pollute the area with roller coasters and a watchtower around them. It's pretty cool. Below there is a fountain which ironically is blocking the Six Flags logo. It did feel oddly soulless, with a lack of music as you walked in. You never know how useful something is until it's gone. This is a recurring trend I noticed around the park. Lands had very little music, if any. I can remember a few times I heard music when walking around, but when walking up and down the mountain, in particular, there was no noise pollution. A+ or A-, depending on who you are. Back to the entrance tour. You can either go left or right once you enter the main park. I went right, and after passing a carnival game, there's a multicoloured hexagon on the ground. Well, that's one way to draw eyes to an attraction, this one being a roller coaster named Full Throttle. This one's a popular ride, being so close to the entrance, as well as the fact that according to Six Flags themselves, this is the #1 tallest and fastest looping roller coaster in the world. A bold claim. Let's challenge that. The feeling was very extreme sports, if you catch my drift. Heck, once the ride's over, while you're waiting to disembark, you see what looks like a very 2000 sign that reads, "Live Life Full Throttle." Not only that, perhaps unintended, but the people manning the stations had that kind of 2000s vibe too. You know, in your face, making jokes, light insults, that kind of thing. It was quaint. They also play a part of the experience. They say to the riders, "When I go ooh, you go ah," and then the ride launches. That's cute too. Despite trying to be in your face, hardcore and cool, this ride so far is just cute. Leaving our bags in a box next to the ride, something you can do at every ride that asks you to take loose articles off at this park, which is nice, except one more touch on later, we take our seat. The launch is rapid, and it sends you up into, at the time of creation, North America's largest loop. And what's super thrilling about it is at its apex, you slow down so much that you feel like you're going to roll back. From every POV I have seen, this is by design, so fair play to that. There are next a few turns before we break underground. This made me think we were going to launch forwards, but on the contrary, we got launched backwards. As a first-time rider, it was a lovely surprise. Up and over a hill, we see that cringy sign I mentioned previously, and the ride is over. Being about a minute long, Full Throttle's goal is to make you go fast, and that's about it. But its surprise backward section and incredible first half make this one of, if not my favourite ride in the park. I can understand the long waits now, and I think it's worth the wait. Leaving Full Throttle, I passed on my left a theatre that looked a little worse for wear, a Build-A-Bear workshop, Six Flags Kids, which is equally creepy and interesting at the same time, and walking into Bugs Bunny World. I didn't actually do this until I was going to leave the park that day, but for the sake of following the map counterclockwise, let's just say I went there. See, I thought for some reason this was called Looney Tunes something or other, but no, it's called Bugs Bunny World. Odd, does the name Bugs Bunny carry more weight than Looney Tunes as a whole? Walking around, the place is plenty equipped to entertain children. Indoor play areas, multiple flat rides, all themed to Looney Tunes characters, including a loved-themed teacup ride after that horny skunk, a kiddie coaster, and some theming that felt like somewhat of an old west town, as well as some walk-through attractions it looked like. It's odd though, when I was walking around it felt somewhat lifeless. I was really struggling to put my finger on it, and then it hit me. The lack of music. I don't think that's theming. I think that is an old popcorn thing that was destroyed. Once again, it's odd. You never realise how important something is until it's gone. But walking around, there was no Looney Tunes music filling the air to add a bit of life, making the land feel rather soulless. Almost as if everything here was just plonked and left in a day. The rides themselves looked fine, the indoor play areas too, but yeah, the land felt oddly lifeless. To be fair, a fair few rides were closed, but I am led to believe that this is what this place is normally like because I was there on quite a busy day. Some bits did feel a bit worse for wear, but others seemed fine. I don't know, it's obviously not for me, but I wouldn't bring my kid here to check this area out personally. Maybe I'm too harsh, but I have taken him to a theme park for free. He can be quiet and wait for me to ride X2 over and over again. Warning, I'm about to mention that 6 attractions were closed all day, or kept closing throughout the day whenever I tried to ride it. Fun. Leaving the Bugs Bunny Land, to our left is a pirate ship ride, as well as one of those rides where you sit in a chair and spin around a bit, with the seats being held on by chains. Moving on to our right, we have a cool reveal of the word Goliath, acting as the entry of the queue for the ride of the same name. How bloody nifty, I thought. It was closed pretty much all day. Walking on a bit more through a rather bland area, we can go right or go straight into the DC Universe land. If we turn right, you'll see the attractions Scream, a flawless roller coaster, and Twisted Colossus, the latter looking bloody mental. Both were closed. Seriously, a shame, as these 3 looked fun to some degree, but oh well. DC Universe has an awesome preview as you walk on up, where you get to see the apex of the Superman Escape from Krypton ride, and it looked really unique to me, and a cool evolution of the ride go fast and that's it concept, by having, I believe, the vehicle start flat, and then blast off and fly up to 180 degrees, and then come back down. Sounds simple, and it is, but it looks so cool. Not only that, a drop tower named Lex Luthor Drop of Doom is built into the 180-degree tower. That's really rad and cool theme park design. They were closed all day. Update. The week I am writing this section, the end of March 2025, we got news that Superman is closing forever. I learnt from my research that it took up so much power to do its initial liftoff that the ride hardly ever ran both sides at the same time. Crazy. Passing a generic gift shop, an arcade, and a weird open stage, we pass under a small sign called DC Universe. Also, apparently, I needed a piss.
Struggling to find a restroom, I've not seen one, and I need a wee badly.
What sounded like generic superhero-esque music fills the air, but it's better than the Bugs Bunny area, so I'll take what I can get. There's a spinner ride themed to Teen Titans, shout out to the Kid Flash on display outside the ride, hell yeah. And let's finally discuss an attraction once again. Batman the Ride. From a review I saw by Coaster Studios, this is apparently one of 12 versions of this ride layout around the world, with the original being the first inverted roller coaster by this ride's manufacturer, B&M. So that's nice. Plus, I technically ride 12 rides when I ride this. Although there are a few tiny differences between them, but still. Take that, coaster heads! I don't know why I'm offending the audience. Probably the British nature, I guess. The first impression's pretty cool, with a nice 3D sign behind a well-maintained Batmobile that must be a ball ache to keep looking good without getting sun damaged. I did get a warning sign of how penny-pinching this park is trying to be as I passed the sign, as I was told using a locker is required at this theme park. Spoilers, the staff are fine with you leaving your stuff around the ride, and I had that with every ride that didn't have a cubby to leave your stuff in, so you're fine, you don't need a locker. Entering into the ride building, there's light industrial theming, along with what I'm assuming is animated Batman music, but don't quote me on that. There is a nice reveal of a massive lit up Batman logo, which was unexpected. There's also a bat suit behind a glass cabinet. I wasn't allowed to try it on, so minus a point to this park already. As for the ride itself, lasting about 1 minute, it's one of those where you sit with your feet hanging and you're below the ride track, known as an inverted coaster. And I love these kinds of coasters, man. When done well, they feel smooth and thrilling at the same time. This is one of those rides. You get a good preview of this ride through the outdoor portion of the queue, and it gets you ready for nothing out of this world, but still really fun. It's only a minute long, meaning I'd argue it has good re-ride potential, with my favourite being this section you're seeing on screen now, which you can also get a great view from the exit of the ride. You could argue it's clunky looking, but I don't know, I had fun with this one. Really worth your time in my opinion if you come here. Moving on to what I'd argue is the centerpiece of the land, we have Wonder Woman Flight of Courage. I say that as it is literally at the center of the land, and I believe it stands out the most not just because of its yellow and red color palette, but also because it is a single file roller coaster instead of your typical 2 or 4 seats, which really caught my interest. Entering a mainly indoor queue, which is nice for those hot summer days out here, the start of the queue is pretty cool. You're in what feels like a museum based on where Wonder Woman is from, and it gives context to where she has come from. Sadly, I gotta stop here. The ride kept going down throughout the day, and only a select few people got to ride it. I managed to get some B-roll of the ride testing, but I was unable to ride it. A massive shame, as this looked super fun, and at the very least unique. Plus, it is double the length of Batman at 2 minutes, which excited me even more as it has a really fun looking layout. Truthfully, pretty gutted I couldn't ride this, and yeah, I really did get unlucky with operations the day I was there. It was a very busy day too, so I am guessing many like me left annoyed with how little they were able to ride. We got to back up on ourselves to continue around the park. After walking back to the entrance, we find ourselves in a carnival looking area, filled with my mortal enemy, carnival games. I also noticed a Saw X themed building, probably to do with their horror event they had going on at the same time, and to be fair, it didn't stand out as much as I thought it would. I don't know if that's a compliment or a negative. Here's a compliment. One of these carnival games did have Naruto there. So that point I took away from Batman the Ride has now come back, so we are on a level playing field again. There was a really impressive pendulum spinning ride called Crazanity that looked pretty damn mental. I later learned that it is the tallest one of these rides in the world, standing at 170 feet, reaching speeds of 75 miles per hour. Yeah, I made a mistake skipping this. Next we enter Metropolis, which I guess is part of the DC Universe land, but I don't know, man. Here we have 2 attractions, a roller coaster and a shooter dark ride. Well, considering this park seems to only have 1 dark ride and I believe 20 coasters, which apparently is a world record, I was mighty curious to check out their only dark ride, Justice League Battle for Metropolis. The exterior is basically a massive box, but inside we have statues of Wonder Woman, Batman and Superman, and a preview for what's to come, with some pretty awful looking animation of Superman that's just casually being projected onto the wall above us. The next pre-show room's an odd one. We got simple but effective practical effects, the god-awful animation on screen, and below it what looks like an animatronic of the character Cyborg. Like, I am sure it isn't a fancy one, but to have such shit animation be behind an animatronic, no matter how basic said animatronic is, feels weirdly wrong, I don't know. There actually is somewhat of a story here, told via the projections we passed earlier, that of which I didn't see any of due to nobody being there when I arrived. Probably because they all went for the massive roller coasters, and instead I went for this. I have my priorities in check, as you can tell. Lex Luthor and Joker have teamed up to take over Metropolis, with the help of Luthor's robots and Joker's goons, not that kind. We have been brought in to help them out. Truthfully, if Superman and Batman combined can't defeat them, then I think we're all screwed and we should just give up, but I'll play along. Kevin Conroy, God rest his soul, voices Batman here, so I technically missed out on some peak Batman acting. God, I miss him. The next waiting room has Cyborg explaining that we gotta shoot things to earn points, and Joker and Lex Luthor return to talk more crap. Moving on. The ride vehicle was nothing special, and the guns felt fine. They had a laser dot to help with the aiming, which is nice, although my laser was red, but on screen the lasers were yellow. Odd. What happens on screen is quite interesting. We tour Metropolis, trying to find the Justice League who have been captured. We see Superman get captured at the start in a comically easy way, and after searching, we find them, let them out, and even more hell breaks loose throughout the city. I think what lowers the quality of the ride for me is threefold. The animation, the lack of weight, and the lack of dynamic gameplay. The animation looks dreadful, I think we can all agree on that. But what held this attraction back from being great or even good was the gameplay. The weapons lack weight, you're just pressing and hoping for the best. I'm not asking for vibration, but because it's a laser you're shooting, it feels like you're just swatting enemies away instead of shooting them. Plus, the gameplay is very surface level. I could be wrong, but I didn't see any times where you were encouraged to shoot around the screen at explosions to create collateral damage, and no real ways to earn points apart from shooting bad guys. That's perfectly fine, but it ruins rerides in my opinion, and I believe the reason you'd have a shooting dark ride is to try and encourage people to ride it multiple times to try and get a better score, hopefully leaving the rider happy that they finally achieved their goal. You may think I'm about to say not to ride it. But no, for sure ride this once, and that's simply because this ride isn't all screens. After some scenes, we transition between them with physical props, sets, and characters. For example, first scene, Superman gets taken, we move away, and Joker is there on a quad bike with a gun trying to get us. I was so shocked when I had this reveal, as to go from that rough animation quality to pretty good practical props and sets was such a weird clash, and these practical sets were quite impressive. Gooners trying to shoot you, with something nearly falling on you, seeing some of the Luthor bots IRL, Harley Quinn above us at the end of the ride. There isn't many, but it made me think, I wonder if this would have been better as a dark ride in the vein of Transformers or Spider-Man by Universal, as I feel the shooter aspect of the dark ride takes away from the few good points I had with this ride. It's a shame the budget got lost when it came to the animation, as it feels like they should have gone either full-on with the screens like Spider-Man Web Adventure, or just had a full-on dark ride where you watch the Justice League defend Metropolis. Because, as it is, Justice League Battle for Metropolis is an underwhelming attraction with hints of something great that wasn't fully realised. Give it a shot though, I doubt it will ever have too long of a queue, and it is a nice break for your body between the roller coasters.
Led by his psychotic girlfriend Harley Quinn. Watch out for her. She's just as unpredictable as the Joker himself.
Next up, directly next to Justice League, The Riddler's Revenge. This here's a standing roller coaster, and I have for sure ridden one of these before, but I can't bloody remember what it was, so let's just say this is my first. I must warn, this was near the end of my time at the park, and I was getting quite frustrated, not helped by the fact that I had a terrible experience in the queue due to annoying and rude people, only to then be forced next to them on the ride. I won't take that away from the ride, that'd be silly, but overall, I didn't enjoy my time on this roller coaster. The queue didn't have anything of note from memory, apart from the fact that once you get to the dispatch area, it's basically a free-for-all of which row you go in. That's fine, people can decide where they want to go, but if you have annoying people, this can spell trouble. So with a standing coaster, you sit in the seat, and once you feel comfy, you're locked in within a small field of movement that you can bob up and down with. The problem I have, at least with this one in particular, is that it doesn't feel comfy in the slightest. Plus, the bobbing sensation and a powerful roller coaster is not pleasant as a man due to a certain reproductive organ that I am blessed and cursed with depending on the situation. All of this to say, the ride layout doesn't matter much when every turn or vibration feels like I'm reducing my chance of having kids more each second. Fun fact, I recorded this before I had a son, so guess I'm okay. I am sure others are perfectly fine riding this, and maybe I was given a shitty position to sit in, I don't know. The layout was great, it's thrilling as hell. I heard a lot of people loving it when they got off the ride. I sadly had a really bad experience on this ride, but I don't truly believe it was the ride's fault. I am not massive on standing coasters, but I got to ride more before I fully commit to that opinion. This has never happened before, but I'm afraid I'm not going to fully review this ride. I gave the opinions I could, but I don't think it's fair to the theme park and this ride that I review it in the state I was in. I hope you all understand, and I apologise to you all. Leaving Metropolis, we walk on, getting a nice preview of the ride we'll enjoy later called Ninja, as well as a closed coaster I didn't get to ride called Gold Rusher. Before us is the log flume Jetstream. As opposed to Timber Mountain Log Ride over at Knott's Berry Farm, which is probably one of the better log flumes I have ridden in my life, Jetstream is one of the worst. Yeah, no foreplay, I'm getting right to it. I am gutted that I was unable to film on this ride, as you would have heard me effing, jeffing and grunting in pain various times throughout my experience on this ride. Every turn, every break, every climbing section, you were battered and beaten as if you said you hated Mickey Mouse to a Disney adult. This shit is rough. Do you get wet? A little, not enough to be annoyed. You also flow past the aforementioned Ninja roller coaster, so that does add a nice bit of kinetic energy. There are 2 drops in total, but you don't even get nice views of the area around you, as when I was there, I was surrounded by trees, so I didn't get to overlook any of the theme park. As you can tell, I don't bullshit. I hated Jetstream. Skip this ride, no question, bloody moving on. Moving into the next area, I guess it's themed to cars? I don't know, I guess not everything has to be a themed land. Anyways, go-karts are here, but they were an upcharge that I don't think got used the entire day I was there. That's just funny, and hopefully a sign to one day remove the upcharge, and in turn increase the throughput of the park. Now, do you remember Pimp My Ride? No, not the exhibit-led version. No, not the Tim Westwood-led version for my UK friends. There's a newer one. At least, that's what I thought. But I believe from my research, West Coast Customs, the original garage that put PS2s in cars ruining their resale value, moved away from Pimp My Ride, as they are basically a brand in their own right at this point. West Coaster Racers, the next roller coaster we will be discussing, is themed to the aforementioned customs of the West Coast, and is my favourite ride in the park. It's not the best, but it's my favourite. Then again, you've heard about every ride I was unable to ride. I'm willing to bet some of those were better than this. Anyways, outside the queue are a few cars that oddly looked fake. Perhaps these are ones that the West Coast Customs peeps worked on, but I personally doubt it. What I found interesting when I got to the loading bay is that there was only one loading zone. Huh, I thought, how are there 2 races at once then? We're about to find out. I do remember the seat being a bit awkward. There were shin guards that weren't the comfiest, and the restraints were 2 halves. One that goes up to your waist, and an overhead bit that required a seatbelt. This, I noticed, slowed down how fast trains were going out due to the testing needed to make sure the ride was safe to go out, as well as the fact that some people just don't know what the fuck a seatbelt is, slowing things down. Also, watch out for the restraint. It is way lighter than it appears to be, and I cut my hand on it, so be careful. Also, put your hand on the upper restraint so that you're holding on around your ears. You will shake a fair bit on this ride, hitting the restraint with your ears, and my ears were bruised the day after riding this. Unlike some rides where you're expected to pay for a locker, and instead people leave their items dotted about, such as X2 and Batman the Ride, this ride had cubby areas before the final part of the queue before loading, which really helps crowd flow. I could tell this was one of the newer rides at this park, as other rides that have places to put your bags like the Riddler are awkward, as you have to go through the ride vehicle to get to the other side, drop your shit off, and then scuttle your way back to the seat. Try not to awkwardly touch anyone on the way back. Starting the ride, we creep forward, and on our left is another track with another car with riders in it. We wait, and then both get launched at the same time. It's a cool visual, and from there we twist and turn in tandem around the track. I love this track layout. There are inversions, meaning you go upside down, and the speed is great, but the feeling of a race is ever present throughout the ride time. You'll be underneath your opponents, only to then meet them again in a straight, then you'll be above them, hard turning left in tandem, then turning right in tandem. I loved this feeling, and it made this ride almost feel like a collaborative experience, since we are riding together in separate cars, experiencing a different track layout, but at the same time sharing a good old race. After a race where I don't think anybody wins, and there's no real mention of you having a race now that I think about it in the actual ride, we pull into a shaded area, which is in fact not a separate loading area, but a brake section. Someone from West Coast Customs appears on screens to the side, saying some gubbins, but also says that people are below our ride vehicle, working on it. Sure. Whatever. From there we approach the starting line once again, meet the racers to our right, get launched, and do the second layout. They are both as fun as each other, and it was a nice surprise discovering you get 2 go-rounds at once, and not queuing up for version 1 or version 2 like I guessed as I sat down. This ride was shockingly good. I think I rerode it 3 more times before it got busy, as I didn't want to wait in the outside portion of the queue, and it was a bloody good time. The ride pretty much takes over the land, flowing above and around it, which gives great kinetic energy to a pretty dead area of the park. The distinct yellow and white tracks curving and weaving around each other does look chaotic, but on this occasion I kind of like it. Makes it feel like you're really racing in fast cars, darting and weaving around tight corners. I wouldn't know, I drive a yellow Peugeot we call Penny, but I guess this ride lets me believe I could race a car designed by people who have met exhibits. And that's just wonderful. I really enjoyed this ride. Please check it out as a priority if you can, as it was so damn fun. I wouldn't say it was the smoothest with the aforementioned bruised ear, but I would argue that's down to rubbish restraints more than the ride being rough. I wonder, do West Coast Customs still do crazy upgrades to cars? Like, have they caught up with the times and now they put PS5s in people's cars? I would argue put an Xbox Series S or a Switch in there, as they require much less power to run and don't run off discs.
Okay, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that run, but the next one is even going to be more epic. Right now, the West Coast crew is below you, working on your ride. Matter of fact, let me go check on it.
Moving on a bit, Apocalypse looked like a cool wooden coaster. It was closed. I started to walk into the ride, got pretty close to the end, and I was told to leave. Fun. It was originally called Terminator Salvation the Ride, which, well, I hope the quality of the ride doesn't reflect the quality of the film. Making our way back down the Magic Mountain, which sounds quite dodgy when you say that out loud, there's a Rapids ride, which sadly was closed, big shock, so we keep on walking and find ourselves at Tatsu, a flying coaster. I was curious how I'd feel riding this, as I wasn't massive on Galactica over at Alton Towers, and Tatsu was a flying coaster. I also just noticed as I wrote this section, the full name is Tatsu, Fly at the Speed of Fear. The Speed of Fear. That's a new one. First thing to note about Tatsu, actually, is the colour scheme. I like how the green can mix in with the trees around it, helping the orange track stand out more. Sadly, I got nothing to say about the queue, and the loading area did look rather depressing, though there were places to leave your items, so that's nice. Getting into the ride was a bit uncomfy, but I guess I have to ride more flying coasters to get used to them, as right now I have only ridden 2, I think. The other being Galactica that I mentioned before. Speaking of, the height limit at Alton Towers really limited what that ride could do, as this ride was freaking awesome. The scale of how tall Tatsu is really enhances the thrill and fear you can get from this ride. The height you get while getting an overhead tour of the land below you is mental. It's thrilling, with plenty of times where you face the sky by rolling over. The ride wasn't that rough at all, which was a nice shock, and there's an outstanding finish where you turn left to line up for a massive inversion. A reverse inversion? Where you rocket down towards the ground around a loop while facing the sky. Wicked speed coupled with the fact that you dive bombing the ground. Oh, it's so cool. Tatsu caught me so off guard. It may only be 50 seconds of fun, but it is shockingly good fun. Maybe I like flying coasters after all. Next we have Ninja. What makes this ride relevant to being a ninja? Not a clue. This queue did have some theming, but my goodness, it was lacking some much needed TLC. It attempted to have a Japanese theming, which is noticed and appreciated, but it was mid as hell. It was also dead nearly the whole day. I wonder if the reason for that was the ride's location in the park. It's between 2 different paths, both of which require going off the beaten track a bit. Like, I knew this ride existed due to Ninja being visible from Jetstream, since they kinda mix together, which is neat, and maybe my reasoning is copium for the fact that I have poor orientation skills. But considering many other coasters were getting big numbers concerning wait times, I don't know, I feel my argument has some weight. Speaking of weight, this ride format doesn't give a damn if you weigh 10 or 100 kilos. This ride vehicle is basically hanging from the roller coaster track, which allows for a very cool, almost weightless feeling while taking quick turns. This is known as a suspended coaster, and I feel they are fine. Like, they are cooler off the ride than they are on the ride, unless you're in the front row. It is pretty damn cool at the front of the ride. What I will give this ride is that not only does it skirt in and around the terrible log flume ride Jetstream, but there's a point where you nearly touch the water below you, and it gets proper close. Again, looks cooler off the ride than on, but still worth mentioning. The main thrill in my opinion is the aforementioned turns, and that does make it perfectly fine, but when I got off this ride I was like, not bad. It was quite loud though, so warning there. The low wait times for sure make it worth a punt, but I wouldn't queue very long for it. I don't think Six Flags expects massive queues for this ride, as the queue overall was rather small, with just the main dispatch area having things for you to queue in. I will warn, the seat restraints don't hold you very tightly to the seat, so you will slide left and right if you don't brace yourself. Maybe that's why it's called Ninja. It's meant to evoke a ninja dodging shuriken as you slide in the chair. Never mind, it's a 10 out of 10. Normally I like to talk about things I see as I tour the park. However, this park is rather boring to walk around. But I noticed these pillars of roller coaster history while walking to our next ride, Viper, and I thought that was cool. I will try and find the footage, but I swear there was 1 or 2 parts of the exhibit that were missing, which was kind of funny. Though it is nice for a park in the park to immortalise rides they had made. Like, I may have mentioned this in the past, but the theme park industry is terrible for remembering its past, or at the very least, immortalising the rides in some way. Like, a great example of immortalising a ride is what Alton Towers did at the front of the park, keeping a part of the first ever roller coaster outside the main entrance. I'll stop, though I bet one day a ride I truly deeply care about will be taken away, and I'll rant properly about theme park history. Viper does have a bit of theming in the outdoor portion of the queue. It's just a bit of theming to what I would guess is an old tomb, perhaps, but something is better than nothing. I also do a test where I sit in a roller coaster seat while I wait for this ride to start, where I lightly tap my head to the side to see how giving the head protection is. And as soon as I did my testing, I knew that in a couple minutes I was going to have a headache. I leaned forward as best as I could so I didn't get a headache. Little did I know that this ride is an old bastard who wants to put you through loop after loop while beating the living shit out of you. Was it thrilling? Sure. Did I come back black and blue? Yup. Remember, I said I sat forward to try and not get a headache. Well, in doing that, this was the closest I have ever gotten to greying out on a roller coaster. Greying out, by the way, means to lose some of your ability to see before becoming unconscious. It's funny too. The build up to the first drop was super slow, almost to trick some riders into thinking that it's going to be a smooth ride. But then twice we banked hard downwards into an inversion, the second of which being a double inversion. From there, the ride becomes more twisty and ironically smoother. Did I enjoy Viper? Call me any word you feel appropriate, including ones related to cats, but Viper was way too rough for me to be fun. They really meant what they were saying at the start when the comically small signs next to you as you ascend the lift hill read, "Keep hands on grab bar." You know what I noticed? I think this is called Viper because the 2 sections with the inversions is known as a cobra roll, I think. Oh, that's kind of cute. Oddly cute even, considering how rough the ride is.
3 ludicrous loops! Get ready! Whee!
Moving on to our penultimate ride we shall be discussing today, tucked in the corner of the park, and a ride that I oddly struggled to find considering how much of a big bastard it is. X2. X2, in my opinion, is what this park is trying to pitch as their headliner ride. My reasoning being that, with their middle tier Skip the Line pass, I was able to use it once on the ride. The same goes for the top tier pass, so that really makes me think that this is the ride that Six Flags wants to advertise as the big boy here. X2, I believe, is the world's first 4D wing coaster. At least I'm assuming the original version of this ride is. The name X2 leads me to believe that this ride got a revamp at some point. This ride is fucking massive. Like, I don't get intimidated by roller coasters often, but when I saw it before me, I did start to get a small sinking feeling in my tum-tum. The queue has like no theming once again, but the theming it does have is, and I don't say this lightly, fucking hilarious. Throughout the queue, you'll see signs asking if you are Type A or Type X. Type A are characterized by stock images of cliche nerds, people who ride mopeds, and people who close their eyes on roller coasters, to name but a few. This shit is amazing, basically calling people who don't ride the ride with their eyes open a pussy. It's so laddie, broy, you're gay-y, that it verges on comical. It's incredible as far as I'm concerned, and more likely a sign of the times which we'll never see again. Also, look at this equally hilarious promotional video I saw made to promote X2. This is the most Linkin Park in the end shit I've seen in years, and I am here for it.
Do not resist.
The locker situation was funny. People putting stuff in front of paid lockers was a nice mutual FU to forcing paid lockers at theme parks and not having free ones. Fight the power, people. Boarding. You'll jump into your seat, and once you're doubly secured in, the seats will twist, having you face the sky as you head backwards out of the loading bay. It was here, not knowing what was about to happen, I audibly went, "Oh shit," which made a smaller child next to me laugh. I'm assuming that she's a regular, and she was taking pity on me for what was about to come. The initial lift hill climb is intimidating as hell, as you're facing away from the track, and I was at the back, front at the start before we took off. So I got a clear view of the park, probably one of the coolest views in the park, considering X2 is in the corner of the park near the entrance. From there, you go down the smallest curve possible, almost as if to fake people out since they can't see where they are going. But right after, the chair puts you out of your misery as you get a quick view of what's ahead by rotating around. What's even more devilish about this opening portion is that quickly you're then rotated back again around to look behind the track. It's such a powerful, forceful, and sickening start to a roller coaster. Probably one of the best I have ever experienced. The most thrilling for sure. After coursing around this massive 2/3 circle that I'm struggling to call an inversion, you are effortlessly propelled up and forward, facing where you're going now. From here, we have a couple more inversions, twisting and turning as needed to make you throw up and shit yourself on this ride. X2 is only a minute long, but you feel like you've been in a fight and you only just barely won. It's interesting. The seat rotating looks off-ride like it would be rough, and although it was for sure violent, I was shocked by how not that rough it was. Saying that, X2 is the most intense, thrilling yet still fun roller coaster I have ever ridden, and it is a shame that the pyrotechnics that I see on the map didn't happen on my ride, as I believe it would have been an amazing image to sum up how some people see the USA. A big hulking slab of metal would fire around it.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Wow!
The New Revolution is our final ride of the day, and I will talk about it as much as I can, but this ride is bloody boring. It's way too long for the track layout it has, with a quite uncreative track design, apart from the fact that after the midpoint break, you have a long run down towards an inversion, aka a loop-de-loop, and I like that because it made a singular loop look intimidating. But overall, it was just so damn slow and boring. I thought nothing of it at the time, recorded a 9-second voice note and hoped that the version of me a year in the future would have thought of something good to write. So I looked up a POV of this ride online to jog my memory, and that's when I saw those two dreaded letters. VR. The New Revolution. When was this built? So, the original was built in May of 1976, so that's fine, whatever. An old coaster which makes sense as to why it's a bit naff to today's standards. Ironic as this was the first modern looping coaster, as the last at that time was the Loop-de-Loop at Coney Island during the early 1900s. The dreaded VR was added back in 2016, and to its credit, it looks to be interactive, but as I mentioned in my Alton Towers review with the ride Galactica, these VR coasters used Samsung Gear VRs, which for the uninformed are Samsung Galaxy S8 smartphones attached to your face. A great but old phone, I will never understand the VR craze. It worsens a roller coaster in my opinion, slows down operations as the headsets have to be cleaned after each ride, and my god, this one looked horrific. Look at these graphics. I have an S8. I use it as my nighttime phone to listen to stuff when I go to bed. It's great, but not for this kind of use. I found an article by Coaster Kings, and even in the promotional material, this shit looked ass. The only benefit I can see for VR is that you create multiple unique animations that can play throughout the year, which could be used to bring people in through the gate multiple times a year, I guess. I can see no mention online of the VR being gone forever, so maybe it's busted out every now and then during special events, but I didn't see anything related to VR when I was there. Truthfully though, I am kind of annoyed I didn't get the VR version. If you've seen my channel previously, I love Fast and Furious at Universal Orlando. I find Walt Disney Studios Park fascinating. I love so bad it's good, so maybe I could have added this to a list as, again, Look at this. This is prime me material.
Guys, that was awesome. You have to try this.
Finally, the section where I discuss everything I couldn't fit above. Flash Pass allowed me to wait half of the posted wait time at the time of me getting the pass, which you access by scanning a QR code on entry, which opens up a web page in your phone's browser. You enter the email you used to buy your ticket, and hey presto, you're ready to go. You are able to have one reservation at a time, and depending on the tier you get, you either wait the full time virtually, half of the wait time, or skip it altogether. When your time is now, you're given a QR code that you show to someone. They scan it, and hopefully you enjoy the ride you spent the extra money on. X2 is a one-time use, and the rides Wonder Woman and Superman were standby queue only, and not part of the pass no matter what tier. X2 may be the only one with a single reservation per pass, but it feels like every ride was a one-time use when I was there, so I have no idea what's going on there. I found the pass worked alright. I didn't have any major issues with it, apart from the fact that if a ride goes down, you don't get a make good pass, and your options are remove your current reservation, try again later, and instead use your one reservation at a time somewhere else. Or keep it and hope the ride opens ASAP. This is a shame after you wait for ages. You start making your way towards the ride for it only to go down and you are left with diddly dick. What makes these moments worse is the layout of the park. Look, the park is called Magic Mountain, I know, and this means you get some good views of some of the attractions. However, this means going from one heavy hitter to another means going up and down the mountain over and over again. And it's never just simply going up and down, you're weaving in and around. It doesn't help that the communication is pretty poor at this park. If a ride goes down, there is no message over the speakers saying it is closed. The best I got was at one point a girl walked over and said to a group of people, "It is closed," expecting us to pass the message on. It hurts when a ride has been closed all day. You finally make the trek to check it out, and it closes again. Shit happens, for sure, but considering this park is a ball ache to walk around, with next to no signs to speak of too, Six Flags Magic Mountain was just overall not pleasant to be in from a customer satisfaction perspective. While we are being negative, I also have to mention the fact that there are no wait times outside the rides. The only way it seems to find out is via the Six Flags app, via screens dotted around the park, or by asking someone, who will then check the app. This means I was looking at my phone way more than I wanted to. There is a navigation feature on the app, which I was hopeful for. However, it was very spotty, and only worked when it felt like it, despite my phone working fine. Although, if I remember rightly, it was one of those theme park apps that I couldn't check the wait times of until I was inside the park. I really do hate when they do that. I noticed on the map you can get something called a dining pass, where you pay once and you can eat all season. Basically a season pass for food. I remember hearing about this in a business video, and how some people in previous years actually saved money by eating at Six Flags instead of at home. I am sure it's a bit more pricey now, but if I was a frequent guest, I would take advantage of that. The food looked average to fine, however on the map there are some helpful icons dictating if that location has healthier options, is part of the dining pass, or has gluten-free options. So to be fair, respect. Plus, there's about 20 locations to grab food of some kind. Not too bad. This dining pass is quite a unique idea for a theme park, so I did a bit more digging. The basic pass at the time of recording was $120 and read, max of 2 meals per day, only a 4-hour interval is required between meals, drinks, snacks and desserts are not included. Or you can upgrade to a national pass, which I believe works at all Six Flags locations around the country for $155 with the same rules. Honestly, if I was a regular, even once a month, I would buy this pass. I think it's a pretty dang good deal. You don't get drinks, which sucks, more on that in a second, but I truly think this is a good deal for the right customer, and I would love for more parks to do that. Heck, I'm pretty sure like chips and chicken dippers at Alton Towers is like 16 quid. Madness. The name is no joke. Six Flags Magic Mountain is indeed on a mountain, so you'll be going up and down various times throughout your day from ride to ride. The pathways are quite windy, meaning the path to and from the next ride may be a ball ache depending on where you are going. I believe there was a mover called the Magic Mover near the front of the park that takes you up the mountain a bit, or goes down depending on where you are. Take a guess on if that ride was open that day or not. So for some reason, my brain wasn't working right throughout this trip, as I never once went to a drink stand and just asked for a cup of water. I get the feeling Six Flags wouldn't do that, but at the same time, fainting from dehydration is bad press. However, this park had very few water fountains, 2 if I can remember rightly. One didn't work, and one spat out water so yellow, I bet my piss that day, dehydration included, looked clearer than that water. That was 100% not on, especially for a theme park that, to me as a pasty white British male, felt like it was in a dry desert. Serious issue with this park, and that shit has to be addressed in the future. I noticed something here for the first time that other rides did. If a ride has a big queue, even if there isn't many people in it, Looney Tunes cartoons would play in the queue. I actually don't mind this. I get that it's much better to have shit made for the ride that is unique, but if you're not going to do that, play the shit you own in the ride queue. You know Disney or Universal is giving up on a ride's queue though, if they would just start showing clips of films or shows in a queue. I am saying this is fine, as I am not expecting a Disney or Universal here, so my expectations are in check. Tickets for this park were on average $55, and I think that is okay. I akin this to a big playground, minus a dark ride and a couple queues you aren't paying for the theming. You're paying for, of course, the staff as well as the maintenance of so many rides. Sadly, when I was there, many of the rides were under maintenance, but what are you gonna do? Character meet and greets are of the Looney Tunes and Justice League variety. I didn't see any during the day when I was there, but I doubt the suits the staff wear are Disney quality, and it was above 40 degrees centigrade when I was there, so I can respect why someone would not want to be out and wear a suit in that heat. I noticed pet relief areas, presumably for service dogs. Hell yeah, love this. I am sure you are able to tell I deeply care about dogs, so a happy doggo is a happy me. Although considering how hard I struggle to get water, I hope there's a way for your service dog to get water too. This theme park, if everything was fully operational the day I was there, would be good value for money in my opinion, but only to thrill seekers. If you care for theming, storytelling, or truly anything else apart from thrills, you will be disappointed if you go to this theme park. One thing this park is great for is getting a crash course in roller coasters at one park. With 20 in total, if you're able to ride them all, you'd be able to ride a great variety of coasters, which very few parks allow you to do. I am grateful I got to go to this park, as although I do enjoy thrills, if that wasn't obvious, I have learnt that theming does matter a lot to me. A park that is able to strike a good balance between thrills, theming, immersive storytelling, and a good time overall is more my kind of theme park than a straight amusement park, where all the money goes to creating as big or as many rides as possible. X2 was fucking mental though. Welcome to Pacific Park, aka that pier and that theme park from GTA 5. Yeah, that's genuinely why I'm here. See you at my place. Of course, I'm going to go as in-depth as I can here, but this place was rubbish, I'm just warning you. Pacific Park is located on the Santa Monica Pier in Santa Monica, California, and this place is legendary for video game lovers as, if you didn't know, Grand Theft Auto 5 takes place in a fictional Los Angeles, and I have spent so much time at the Santa Monica Pier, or in this case Los Santos Pier, doing missions on GTA Online, driving off the edge of the pier to try and avoid the police, hiding underneath to try and avoid the police, and having last stands here where I'm getting ready to turn off the game against the police. Don't ask questions. Getting to the pier is quite easy from pretty much anywhere in LA, as there is a metro line, the E line that ends and starts very close to the pier, so if you're in LA, it's very easy to get to. Arriving at the pier, the goopy goblin gamer brain I have enjoyed walking around the pier and the surrounding area, seeing how the good people up in Edinburgh did when creating GTA 5. However, I have this adage that really came true when walking around this pier, but we will discuss that later, as there is a theme park to review. Walking past street vendors and this lovely guy with a truly lovely sign, Pacific Park is located pretty soon after you walk onto the Santa Monica Pier, or you can enter there directly from the beach to the left of the park. I didn't pay too much attention to the finer details of the pier. I wasn't looking at buying food here or any novelties, so please excuse me on that one. On the beach, the park looks kind of cool as a passerby, as the novelty of a roller coaster and a spinning wheel on a pier is somewhat novel to some. The main thing I was shocked at was how strong the supports must be to hold all this stuff, or how light the rides are. There are two entrances, one next to a roller coaster, and that entryway just has a simple sign, but the main entrance, which is entered by walking down the pier a little bit, does have some character to it, with what looks like an octopus behind the logo. This park is packed tight, since we are of course on a pier, meaning there's only really 1 footpath for people to walk through to get to rides and such. So traffic flow here was terrible on the day I was there. There are many carnival and arcade games here, which is fine for tourist bait and younger kids. That made Pacific Pier feel rather tacky from the start. There are a bunch of flat rides here, such as spinning shark heads, a rocket ship where you go up and down a bit as much as when I'm doing squats, and a swinging ride, and a few others, but I didn't get to go on these due to how these rides are paid for. Pacific Park is free to enter, but to get on the rides you either pay per attraction or you get a wristband for the day. Wristbands were $30 for kids and $50 for adults, or well, anyone aged 8 or older, so I'm guessing an 8-year-old is an adult at Pacific Park. I guess beer is on Mikey and all of his 8th birthday pocket money. As I mentioned, you can pay per ride, with rides starting at $8 for the ones you throw your kids on for 5 minutes so you can remember what peace feels like, $12 for the middle of the pack rides such as a pirate ship themed to a sea dragon, which didn't look like it went very high, and finally $15 dues for the big hitters like the wheel and the roller coaster. If you decide to go the single ride route, you'd pay at a kiosk or a manned stand, and are given a card, which I'm assuming has credits on, and I am doubly assuming you can add more credits to the card if you wish. I actually kept 2, here they are. If anybody ever meets me and I have one of them on me, you can have it if you want. As you can probably guess, none of these are worth the money, but I thought I had to try at least one attraction to viably call this video a review of Pacific Park. And considering I know this ride off by heart in its digital form in GTA 5, I had to pick the roller coaster. Despite what some may think, I believe the icon of this park is the roller coaster, named the West Coaster. The entire park feels built around it, which is actually part of the reason why navigating the pier isn't actually as easy as it could be. You're navigating around some of the supports. However, this does create a nice bit of kinetic energy, which I'd argue is the only real good thing this park has going for it. But I think the roller coaster is the only good form of kinetic energy, as I don't think I can call the other attractions very kinetic. It's just a bunch of shit unrelated to each other moving around. The yellow track of the coaster helps it stand out against the typical LA blue sky, and the coaster is themed to what I believe to be a Cadillac? I am not sure, but I feel like I drove one of those in LA Noire. I wish I had a POV of this ride, but despite so many POVs being online, the ride operators told me to take my GoPro off my chest, which is perfectly fine, whatever. But the woman directly in front of me was wearing Beats by Dre over-ear headphones. I wish I was making that up. Not sunglasses, not a hat, Beats by Dre headphones. She was sat directly in front of me. If those headphones fell off, it would have fucking hurt. And it nearly did, if it weren't for the fact that I dodged them when they came off. So, to the ride-ups on that day, fuck you, I hope you get shat on by a seagull on the way home. If there are seagulls in LA. Editor me, can you find that out? Are there seagulls in LA? There's nothing to say about the queue, apart from the fact you get some nice views of the beach next to you from the stairs, and that there is extremely light theming in the dispatch area. As for the ride itself, it's really boring, and pretty rough I found, with nothing really of note to speak of apart from the fact you're going to get some nice views around you. But then again, you could just go on the wheel for that. At least you go around the track twice, which is nice.
A small bit of ADR here, but I really wanted to spotlight this image of me because I didn't know there was an on-ride photo, so this was my raw emotions when riding the ride, and I think it just sums up my opinion on not just West Coaster, but Pacific Park overall.
Pacific Pier is a novelty, with the main appeal being that you're at your typical carnival, but on a pier, and near an iconic beach. I was glad I came here to check it out, but that's mainly due to the GTA connection as well as other video games. Like a month or so before this, I played Dead Island 2, which is set in LA as well, so I was thinking about that game too. The attractions themselves are really not worth your time. Personally, it's only really worth coming here if you are already nearby and curiosity got to you. Then again, it is free to enter, so you can walk around, take in the ambiance, and then get on with your day. The previously mentioned adage I alluded to at the start of the video is that people ruin everything. Like, you can have the best natural wonder, the most wonderful piece of art, and people will somehow ruin it. Normally by being a dick. The pier and theme park overall was stupidly packed, despite not having too many people there. I showed that horrific sign earlier, there's buskers all over the pier, and it was simply uncomfortable to be there. Pacific Park and Santa Monica Pier are kind of a package deal, and overall, I'd say skip it. Since I can't say it any other time in the video, I also checked out the Griffith Observatory after I was saddened by how naff Pacific Park was. And it was pretty and all that, but I was there for 10 minutes, waited an hour to leave, and worst of all, nobody wanted to help me recreate the "Davey, how you doing?" meme from GTA 5. And that just ruined my day.
Welcome to Knott's Berry Farm and my rather short review of this place. Unfortunately, I've been here about 4.5 hours and I am now leaving. So with that in mind, I'll see you back at my place.
I wanted to like it more, man. I really did. I knew literally nothing about Knott's Berry Farm, which opened in 1920 and is located in Buena Park, California, before visiting LA. However, Mike from the party said I should check this place out, and considering it's not too far from Disneyland, I thought I'd make the effort and give it a chance. Take a shot in the dark and see what's cracking. To start, I had no idea how old this theme park was. Of course, it wasn't a fully operating theme park in the 1920s, but to know this has stood for so long, even before Disneyland in retrospect, is pretty cool. Speaking of, this park is actually only an around 6-mile drive from Disneyland's entrance, and there is a bus you can get from Disneyland to Knott's Berry Farm if you so choose. You can do what I did, and after my Disneyland portion of the trip was over, I stopped at Knott's Berry Farm on the way to my next location. Fun fact too, there's actually a bus that goes from downtown LA to Disneyland and back, and it's like only $2 at the time of writing. It is over 2 hours long though. So, good luck with that. Arriving via the entrance the bus from Disneyland drops you off at, you don't get much of a first impression. You walk along a long strip as cars pass you by, and then you're just at the main entrance. What are you going to do? If you were to keep walking, however, you would then enter a small shopping and dining area that I didn't get to check out, as well as the Knott's Hotel. I didn't stay there, so no comment. There's also a water park here too, named Knott's Soak City, with 9 attractions in total and 2 places to eat. It isn't massive, but I don't believe it is priced too roughly, and is for sure meant to be in addition to your time here and not the reason you attend. Walking into the main entrance, you can see a cute small sign of the Knott's Berry Farm logo, greeted by some quite relaxing guitar music when I was there, and a preview for what I believe is the key ride in this park named Silver Bullet. A spoiler, it was closed. A shame too, as it really overpowers a portion of the park with its presence, so that was starting off on a bad foot. Doubly for me, as I was told by a few members of staff that I could film on rides, but then was told no by multiple staff members at the loading area. So, just warning you, and sadly this means I got to use other POVs. Credits will be on screen. I really did my best to try and film. I reached out to the social media and press teams months in advance, but I never heard back. Which is a shame, as I personally feel my reviews suffer as I have less footage to work with. A peek behind the curtain, watching my POVs coupled with audio logs that I make after a ride, it really jogs my memory of how I felt about the ride at the time. But near bother, as they say in Scotland, as let's get right into exploring as we enter Ghost Town. Ghost Town feels like an old western mining town, and before discussing the attractions, I must compliment the theming and the variety of stores here that you could actually think existed if this were a real place, and we were in that time period that the park's trying to create. When walking around, I spotted pretty much nothing that would have broken my immersion, apart from the typical theme park stuff like signs for showtimes, Coca-Cola, and gift shops. As I walked, I was really impressed with the signing and attention to detail around the land. But then I noticed a woman talking to someone inside of a building. There was a dude inside the blacksmith building just making horseshoes that you could then buy. Not only that, in a nearby horse stable, there were horses you could see and interact with if you so wanted. And there was a handler taking care of the horse. This helped me think more about what I had just walked through. I noticed a sheriff's office, town theatre, and an empty cage big enough for someone. And I wondered what other actors and staff normally inhabit this part of the park. Just these few touches helped make this rather empty land feel so damn alive, and I'm willing to bet when everyone is out in full force, this place is a wonderful part of the park to be in. In a rare case, in retrospect, it's a shame I didn't come on a busy day. I don't regret it though, spoilers, but I did leave after I think 3 or 4 hours, but more on that later. Backing up to an attraction, past a tiny queue sign, we have Ghost Rider. Someone was in the queue, no idea why and what they added, but he was talking to everyone, so I am assuming it's just theming that perhaps went over my noggin. Not really any theming in the queue, so let's go. Ghost Rider is a massive wooden roller coaster. It's rough, it's loud, it's bombastic, and it is an incredible way to start your day. You don't get much of a view from the outside from memory. You see like a corner and the lift hill. Most of the track layout is actually not in the park itself, but backstage. I like this. It meant the ride wasn't taking up walking space, and it's also a bit of a surprise what the layout will be. Speaking of, without going full coaster head because I simply don't have the ability to, this layout facilitates the rides to go fast. And I mean fast. Or at least it feels like it. In particular, the section where you dip down before the first break and, well, most of the ride after that break. Shit's fun, man. I ain't got much to break down here. Do this ride first, as it's close to the entrance, and you'll start your day off with a smile. This mofo really is massive in person though. The amount of wood used to build this thing must have been mental. Moving away from Ghost Rider and walking through Ghost Town, I entered an area with 2 attractions, a rapids attraction and a small coaster called Pony Express. These 2 rides have a bit of cohesion as you fly over the rapids when riding Pony Express. It's a small thing, but I always like it when stuff like that happens. Pony Express is a short coaster, where you are sat as if you are riding a horse, which could create some problems for some guests, so be warned. If you've ridden a Flight of Passage at Animal Kingdom or Tron at Shanghai Disneyland or Magic Kingdom, it's like that, with your calves being held in place and you having to lean forward as if you're riding a bike, or horse in this case. After leaving the ride station, you move slowly towards a big curve to the left. You hear 3, 2, 1 blast off by someone at the loading area, and from there you curve over some very light theming, a railroad track which does have a train you can ride I think, but if you can, I couldn't find where you could. You don't go too fast after that initial launch, so if you can, I'd say sit at the back so you get at least a nice view while riding. After a dip and a turn, you fly over the rapids, hard turn to the right inside of a shed, and you are back at the loading area. I think the ride lasts under a minute, and it is fine for what it is, but I think ride satisfaction would be a little bit higher if you went round a second time. I don't know, I just felt a bit flat when I got off the ride. Maybe because I went from Ghost Rider to this, but I did have my expectations in check, promise. Next we have a rapids ride, which I am afraid I'll have very little to say about. If you've watched my reviews before, you'll know that I'm not a big fan of rapids rides. You know how there are some people that don't get why roller coaster is fun? I'm just a person who doesn't get why rapids are fun. It's not the getting wet thing, I just get no thrill from how the raft you're in flows across the water. It's ironic, as I think these rides cost like a bucket load of money to run and keep operational. Anyways, the key takeaways I got from the Rapids attraction at Knott's Berry Farm is that there's some light viewing regarding the Wild West, including a person I remember sat on a rocking chair shooting at us. The queue had some theming, which I can't find any footage of online weirdly. And the ride was nothing special in terms of thrills. Truthfully, I should just ride the Rapids rides at Universal Singapore, and if I don't care for that, I just don't like Rapids rides. And if I did enjoy that ride, I would love to know why. I'm sorry I can't talk about this one much. I work with what I've got. Moving away from Ghost Town, passing over a train track and a pathway that at one point had a horse and carriage on it, which I'm guessing you could ride? Not sure. We find ourselves at Charleston Square, a place that I believe is themed around the 1930s or 40s by the design. There was a flat ride that was closed, I believe it was bumper cars, but besides that there's only one real attraction here. Honestly, I don't get the point of having such a tiny area, and this park's map pretends like it's a part of the next land called the Boardwalk, but it's not. Like, if I was following the map as my guide for how we categorize the attractions, I think I should talk about the log flume as part of the Ghost Town section. Bear with me, I am doing my best here. And the map is pretty confusing to follow. Getting back on track. The one of the two attractions in this small area I got to ride was called Knott's Berry Tales, Return to the Fair. Things start out pretty well, with a cool looking sign, and it looks like we are going into a factory on this ride, judging by the theming. There are some comically large berries in the queue, that is cute, with a unique looking mural to our side. The vehicles we ride in fit 4 people, complete with speakers and guns with a pull string themed to a jam jar. So this is a 4D shooting ride, which was a nice surprise to me, as I do enjoy them. Heck, just a couple of days prior, I got to ride Spider-Man Web Adventure again at Disney California Adventure, and overall, I did enjoy that. I'm cutting the BS, this was shit. The visuals are a fever dream, but not a funny kind. The audio balancing was way out of whack, so sounds were loud as hell and different layers of audio were clashing. The aiming was really hit and miss, so it was kind of a free-for-all. The 3D was blurry with the glasses on or off, and the animations looked like arse. There are a few dark ride portions where you get a break from the action, and I didn't mind these actually. They fulfilled their purpose well of being a nice break from the action, as well as trying to tell a story. It went over my head, but an attempt was made. The guns were confusing to me. I don't mind a drawstring like at Toy Story Mania, but that cannon is attached to the vehicle, which means you have leverage to pull on and really go ham. With freehanding the gun and pulling the drawstring at the same time, your aim is going to be a bit skewed when you pull the cord back. So be sure not to go too fast when pulling the cord and try to steady your aim. You are tracked on what your score was as the ride goes on, and I think it's supposed to take a photo of you when you're on the ride, but in my case it failed, so instead I cosplayed as WWE superstar Vacant for the day. I felt quite honoured, to be honest. What's quite funny is you exit out into an arcade and then a gift shop. I don't think I've ever had that before. I've had an arcade like at Alton Towers, and I've had a gift shop, of course, but never both. How equally creative and kind of dodgy. If you couldn't guess, I found Knott's Berry Tales Return to the Fair really naff, and a total letdown. Judging by the experience overall, this is perhaps a sequel or a reimagining of an old ride, and maybe I would have liked that ride more. Sadly for this one, it is a fat no from me. Next. Next we have the boardwalk. This land is extremely lacking in theming, but instead has a relaxed atmosphere where there are rides dotted everywhere. From flat rides to smaller roller coasters to big ass roller coasters, and even multiple ways to view the theme park from a high point. This land has it all. It felt like all the budget went to just packing in as many things as they could into this land, and I am perfectly fine with that. Plus, the land was pumped with surfer rock music, so at least there's that. When walking in, your eyes more than likely will first be drawn to the Hang Time roller coaster. What excited me was its vertical 90-degree climb and its drop, hanging you over the edge before dropping down like Soar the Ride at Fort Park. That, and there's nothing to look at or talk about throughout this land that isn't the rides, places to eat, or gift shops, so let's begin. Hang Time has nothing to talk about in the queue. However, a small cute note is that instead of wait times, the sign says catch a wave in. It's small, but I think more rides should have unique entrance signs. Shit like, your doom begins in, round 1 in, enter the new world in. It all ends with in. We'll workshop it. Passing through a nothing queue, at this point I'll just mention if there is a queue to stop repetition. However, when I was standing in the queue, I was inspecting the ride's layout, and I was thinking, where the hell have I seen this before? I know the vertical hill reminded me of something. The Smiler at Alton Towers! Review on the channel if you care, but the Smiler is a banger of a ride. One of the best roller coasters I have ridden. Turns out it was made by the same company, Gerztlauer, and this is known as an infinity coaster. So my quality levels for this ride went up. Is it as good as the Smiler? No. The extra inversions, theming, and ride experience means I prefer that ride. Is it still good? Hell yeah. The ride starts with the aforementioned vertical hill climb, climbing 150 feet high. When you get to the edge, you hang there for 5 seconds, which feels like an eternity as I looked at my surroundings. From there, the speed picks up fast and hardly drops, with 5 inversions. And a bit that really stuck in my head is the first turn after the drop, where it seamlessly curves up to the right, then you turn down the hill to the left. It just felt so damn smooth. Hell, the whole ride felt smooth, surprisingly. I rewrote it a couple times in a row to get my true feelings on the ride, and although it isn't as good as the Smiler, I loved the sensations you get on Hang Time, and is 100% worth your time. I would have waited like 30 minutes and been fine with it, as it was a mighty good time. Plus, it's a fun layout to look at when off the ride, which is always a nice bonus. Getting off the ride, you are directly in front of the Boardwalk Pier, which has a small body of water to emulate a pier, and on top of that, there's 2 flat rides. Ironically, both of them spin. I don't know why that's ironic, but I'm not rewriting this bit. They both looked fine. I didn't ride them, but they look great for kids and families. Moving ahead a bit, we have our next ride, Coast Rider. Funny fact, when I recorded my after ride note, which is how I record my notes after ride, I just talk into my phone, a rat ran in front of me.
Oh, that was a rat. Generally, a rat just walked right in front of me.
How fun. It's very apt too, as this ride was bloody awful. This is a wild mouse coaster, even more apt, characterised by its sharp turns. There's nothing really to this ride outside of the turns and a couple drops which transition into more turns. This ride is plain and simple rat shit. It's really boring, painful on the knees, and just an overall terrible experience. I ain't mucking about, I really didn't care for this ride. Next we have Accelerator, a launch coaster that shoots you out fast and throws you up high. You have to walk under and around it in the queue, which helped build up excitement for me. Though when you actually get to the loading area to queue up, the queuing is odd. You don't like queue for a row of a ride, but instead the car, which holds 2 rows of 2 people. But I don't know, it just felt a bit odd and confusing to a first time rider. This ride accelerates hard, topping out at 82 miles an hour. The countdown could have a bit more theatrics to it to build up the tension, but whatever. You climb up a massive hill, twisting as you get to the top, so when you're at the highest point, you have a wicked view of the surrounding land. Not sure you can see Disney from there, but it's still a cool view. It reminds me of Red Force at Ferrariland in Spain, as well as Stealth and Rita in the UK. These are all rides where its main gimmick is just to go fast, but end fast. It's odd. Red Force is faster and more thrilling for sure, but Accelerator just feels so smooth compared to the rest. I'd have to ride Red Force and this back to back to give you a definitive answer, but that's currently physically impossible. So for now, I may pick this over Red Force. Shit, I don't know. Both are really fun and worth the wait. Heck, they're tied for now. The Red Force does have a nicer view. I'm getting sidetracked. This ride does have a couple extra turns after dropping down from the massive hill, and those are still fun. Though if anything, they are more of a quick calm down before you brake. It's not boring unlike Rita though, as the twists are so short. With Rita, it kept going on way longer than it should have, ironically. The brake at the end was a bit jolty, but not that bad. Like, Goofy's Sky School at Disney California Adventure could wind a small child with how rough the brakes in that ride are. But here, considering the speed you're going, which tops out at 82 miles an hour like I said, after the launch, the brake at the end of the ride is surprisingly shockingly smooth. Mighty impressed. Three more attractions in Boardwalk. I wasn't kidding when I said this area is packed. There's a flat ride where you spin around, I believe, while standing and you question your life choices. And there's 2 ways to go high up and get a nice view. There's a sky tower that slowly spins and moves up equally slowly so you can view not much, as the surrounding area looks a bit boring. But it's the thought that counts. The wait was a bit too long for my liking, so I passed it on this occasion, and instead checked out the Supreme Scream Drop Tower, which for some reason was sponsored by Toyota. I don't get the thematic theming for this choice. Do Toyotas go so fast they make you scream, or do they crash to the ground so fast you won't feel the pain? I don't know. It is your typical drop tower ride. I got no comments, it did nothing new I hadn't seen before, but it was a nice diversion. The boardwalk may be unthemed as heck, but I don't think it's too much of a problem as the attractions do the heavy lifting and make the land still a fun, relaxed place to visit. At the end of the boardwalk and the pathway to one of the key attractions, the log flume, was some carnival games, but not too many, so I won't complain too much. Also, next to them looked to be a theatre. It wasn't open when I was there, but instead Snoopy and someone I can't remember the name of from Charlie Brown were doing meet and greets. So that's cool, I guess. I hope they were cool in those suits. I think it was 40 degrees centigrade the day I was there, so it must have been torture in those things. Moving on from the boardwalk, we have Fiesta Village, which has a train track blocking you from leaving sometimes. The train does pass by, but also a horse and carriage can come on by. How nifty. I found out from my research that, spoilers, the train ride actually houses a small show on board. It looks campy as all hell, and I am gutted I didn't get to try it. Entering Fiesta Village and crossing over the tracks and path, we see a stretch of shops, as well as a variety of flat rides to our left. To be fair, this small bit is a perfect area for families. To our right, we see a pyramid, Silver Bullet, a roller coaster, a cool flat ride I have seen before at Fort Park, and a shaded seating area. It is a shame Silver Bullet was closed. It really has a big presence throughout this land. The pyramid houses a ride called Jaguar, and I had no idea what the ride would be, especially because the first part had water everywhere, so I was curious what the hell it was. However, if you simply had your eyes open like I apparently didn't when viewing the footage of the entrance, you'd have seen the roller coaster track around me. I must have just been off that day. Jesus. I mentioned the water at the entrance, which threw me through a loop, but the queue, though nothing out of this world, was actually quite suspense building. The sound around you gets dampened the further into the queue you go, helped by the queue music. Once you get to the loading area, the perfectly fine theming continues. It wasn't groundbreaking, but it kept the vibe the entrance set up rather well. The ride, meanwhile, I swear I'm not trying to be negative, but after this ride is when I really started to question this park. This is a junior coaster, so I was not expecting thrills, but this ride was rough and unenjoyable. The best parts about it are you're moving alongside a ride that was closed when I was there, called Montezuma, which, if timed right, could be really cool. Sadly, it was closed when I was there. Seriously, the only good thing about it, in my opinion, is the fact that you tour the land. You also pass around a Silver Bullet, which, again, would have been cool if it was open when I was there. Skip Jaguar. I would have been annoyed if I waited more than 5 minutes for it. The area around Jaguar, back where the flat rides were, was really made for families, and is actually the most put together part of this land. I mention that as the kid area flows smoothly to the food court nearby, with plenty of shading and seating. Can't comment on the quality of the food, but it looked fine. Walking around, inspecting the 2 closed coasters, it really showed me how much this area relies on these 2 attractions as landmarks, especially since they are built and operate so close to each other. As I was walking around, passing by a fair few stands selling tat and snacks, I noticed that outside of the main Fiesta area, this land just drops all of its theming. It's oddly fast how it happens. I also found this random gravestone and shit. I think it may be related to the Not Scary Farm event, their yearly Halloween thing, but I don't know, it looked too permanent. Fiesta Village was not made for me, and that is fine. But I sadly couldn't enjoy the parts that did interest me, so I guess we just have to move on. Yeah, I'm struggling, man. Although I mentioned Snoopy earlier doing a meet and greet, I had no idea that Snoopy had his own land. I entered this land, Camp Snoopy, through the first entrance as you walk into the park, so we'll be going from there. As you walk in, you're actually greeted by a surprisingly big roller coaster for a kids' land, Sierra Sidewinder. There is a smaller coaster for younger kids a short walk away, but considering this is the first one you see when entering the land, I guess they are prouder of this ride? I don't know. 2 notes, both about signs. I'm a really fun guy. I love the sign for this ride, not just because of its wooden finish, but the actual design is really pleasing to the eye, and I would have gotten a shirt with this on it if I could find it. Second, I finally took a second to look at a safety sign when I was walking into this ride, and I commented on Alton Towers and Fort Park doing sensory warnings, covering a variety of aspects that people may appreciate a warning for, such as how loud the ride will be. Knott's Berry Farm has all the standard stuff you'd expect, as well as a plain blanket, here is how thrilling the ride will be out of 5. The only thing I have to mention from the queue is that there were TVs in the line, but instead of showing things relevant to the ride or theme park, such as Charlie Brown cartoons for example, instead I was getting an advert for an iced drink. Bit scummy that. Six Flags Magic Mountains had TVs too, but instead they had trivia and Looney Tunes cartoons showing. Poor form, man. This ride looks really cool in the queue. Although it didn't look fast, the spinning looked like a fun gimmick, plus the spinning looked really smooth as opposed to other spinner rides I have been on. This ride is a tough one to recount via videos, since the ride spins and as such it's tough to remember this ride's layout and the vibe since it's different every time, at least I believe it is. However, it was actually really fun and smooth. Perhaps my expectations were set low, but I had a good time with this ride. Bits that stand out to me are that you circle around a hot air balloon flat ride, and there's quite a long and fast left turn you do around the midpoint of the ride that was pretty damn thrilling. This ride was smooth, pretty blooming good, and I would have ridden it again if I had the energy to do so. I'd say don't skip this one. If you have a kid that doesn't want to go on this ride, do what my dad did when I was younger if I was scared of a ride, and just say it's not as fast as he thought. And then after I screamed and he laughed, you'll have an everlasting memory like me. No trauma, I swear. Sadly, I didn't get to ride anything else in this land, as at this point, despite me enjoying Sierra Sidewinder, I was really overall not enjoying this park. I still had a couple heavy hitters to go, but I was getting more and more disappointed. However, Camp Snoopy is a rather wonderfully themed land. I am 100% not the target demographic, but walking around the land was really nice. There was a cute picnic area, a rocky cave, and a waterfall area that was pleasing to the eye that you can actually explore. A wide variety of flat rides that are perfect for kids and suit the land really well too. I liked the wooden and rocky theme around the land. I believe all the fences around the attractions were made of aesthetically pleasing wood, as well as all the signs. I repeat, this was not for me, but if I was like 6, I bet I would really dig this land. Nothing looked like it would rock your kid's tiny little mind, but it will keep them occupied while you take a break and rest that tiny little mind of yours. We've got 2 more attractions to talk about, Timber Mountain Log Ride and the Coleco Mine Ride. I'm talking about these rides now, as if you look at the map, they're kind of just on their own with no theming around them. And the surrounding area, such as the Summer Night stage, is just kind of there. Perhaps these rides are so good that they can stand together and make up for the lack of theming. I don't know yet. I forgot. I got to review my footage and write this section I'm about to read. So I got no clue yet. Let's start with the Coleco Mine Ride, as I remember this being mentioned as something I had to try. Located on its lonesome, the first impression is pretty cool, with a rocky mountain behind the sign, even if the extended queue is just kind of there. To its respect, the queue is pretty dang small with nothing to talk about. So, to sum it up quickly, although I didn't enjoy it, I highly respect this ride. Let us discuss. Coleco Mine Ride has you sat on a working train, going through the underground tunnels of a working gold mine. I did my best to pay attention to the voiceovers and narration, but sadly on my train there was a bunch of teenage girls laughing the entire time. It was either at the attraction or at me. But I don't know. I don't see how holding a gimbal camera in public could draw any attention to me. It's a story that didn't really have any weight to it, but I don't think that's the point. The point is, as a rider, to admire the views as you pass by. A shed load of animatronics fill this land, and although they don't move much, I do wonder if that's meant to have some kind of charm to it. I say that, as this ride was refurbished back in 2014, with the original opening being in 1960, and if they wanted fancier animatronics, they could have done so. So I believe this ride is meant to feel classic, you know? What holds up, classic or not, is the reveals. A few times you will see wide open spaces with workers dotted about a vast cave. I don't know if there's any trickery at play in terms of depth perception, but I don't really care. Shit's impressive. There's a moment I remember really well where the train stops and the narrator tells you to look at that. And that in question being a mine of some kind? I don't know. A music sting plays, then we just move on. I remember it so much because I audibly, on instinct, went, well, okay then. I am probably knocking this way harder than I should, as there's probably a lot of theme park history here. But as someone who knows nothing about the park, I didn't really get that vibe at the time. But like I have mentioned, some aspects even today are quite impressive, especially on a first ride. It is for sure worth a shot, as you will be impressed by how big the ride actually is once you're in it. Like, I wonder how far down you go, and if there's an emergency, how you would get out. Or maybe you don't get out at all, and it's just plain old theme park trickery. I'll let the magic live on and not Google that.
Take a look at that. My, what a beautiful sight, I tell you.
Finally, we have the Timber Mountain Log Ride. I won't lie, this and Coleco Mine Ride aren't very creative names, are they? Before people ask, GHAMVs stands for Guitar Hero Anime Music Videos. But to contrast with Coleco Mine Ride, yeah, I like this. According to a YouTube comment, this ride originally opened up in the summer of 1969, and of course it has been refurbished since then, but this ride felt more classic to me than the Mine Ride, while still being an entertaining experience. This starts with the cue, an appropriate yeehaw as music plays as you walk around the mountain you will soon be climbing. Walking past a waterfall and getting a view of what's to come while in the queue made me pretty darn excited to ride. The ride on the outside of the queue is also good to look at. The consistent wooden and rocky nature of the theming is very pleasing to the eye. I also noticed while waiting that this ride is bloody efficient. It didn't feel like it in the loading area, but seeing log after log coming down the waterfall was impressive to see, so respect to the staff for that. The ride is oddly calming in a weird way, like there's attempts at thrilling scenes and small drops before the big final drop, but I found it a smooth, enjoyable ride. The ride features plenty of animatronics throughout, both outdoor and in dark ride portions. You're basically scaling up and down a mountain that's being mined and deforested, it looks like, culminating in the use of dynamite, which results in your big drop. Music throughout the ride continued the appropriate theme that the queue evoked. The dark ride portions are pretty impressive, with good sets, dynamic enough actions to be eye-catching, and we pass through areas with enough variety so that they never become boring. Like I said, elements of the ride attempt to be thrilling, such as going through a forest with wild animals during one section, but my point still stands. Overall, I found this ride kind of relaxing. One note, a plus or minus depending on who you are, I didn't get very wet at all. I got a wet bum, but that's nothing new to me. I saw online that there's a variation of this ride that happens during the Knott Scary Farm event, with spookier themes and live actors. Knott Scary Farms is a yearly Halloween horror-themed event, and according to a video I saw, this event is the OG of horror theme park events, so that's cool to know. The more I learn about this theme park, the more I feel I have to kind of respect its impact on theme park history, even if it's not for me. Overall, I don't believe this ride needs a deeper breakdown. It's good, one of the better log flumes I have ridden in terms of on-ride feel and experience. If you could only ride a few rides on the day you arrive, I would say try and have this near the top of your list. I would have ridden it again if I really wanted to. Now for the semi-final portion, where I talk about crap I couldn't fit in anywhere else. The water from the water fountains was simply undrinkable. I don't know why I wasn't thinking straight at the time and just asked for water from a food stand. I don't know, maybe I'm an idiot, but I would advise avoiding the water fountains. They all barely flowed, and what did flow out looked and tasted awful. Luckily though, there are in total 37 locations which sell food throughout the park. That's mental. Does Disney have that many? I'm sure it does. But on the map, seeing 37 different places to eat shit that will all probably make your shits uncomfy is still pretty impressive, which includes the shopping area outside the park and the hotel, but again, it's still quite impressive, especially for a smaller park compared to the Goliath down the street. Actually, Disneyland is quite small compared to Walt Disney World, now that I think about it. I'm going to stop there, as I'm going to go cross-eyed otherwise. The park had lots of music pumping throughout the lands that were appropriate to the theming of the land. The vibes were good. Plenty of theatres that had lots of entertainment to watch, which is great for variety. I didn't get to watch any of it as they were all later in the day and I had already left at that point. Plus, the park actually feels quite large, despite being what I would say is quite averagely sized. So fair play to the designers for making it feel bigger than it actually may be. I noticed animal relief stations for service dogs. I didn't see any good boys and or girls while I was there, but I thank these dogs for their service. There is plenty of events going on throughout the year, some of which, such as the Peanut Celebration and the Boysenberry Festival, looking rather unique, as opposed to the traditional Halloween, Christmas and summer events. Knott's Berry Farm is a theme park that seems to be loved, and I can respect that, and even enjoy certain parts of the park. But this theme park just wasn't for me. I think it didn't help that I entered with some expectations due to other people bigging it up. They weren't wrong to do so. They felt how they felt and wanted to share the love. That's the beauty of loving something. You want to share it so others can too. I can see why people like it. I really can. But sadly for me, Knott's Berry Farm missed the mark. I 100% didn't get the best possible experience due to ride closures, fewer actors compared to normal, and I didn't get to try any shows. So please take that all into account in regards to my review. Is it worth your time? Well, hopefully what I have showed you will answer that question. In terms of value, tickets start at $60 from the official website. On this occasion, I didn't bargain hunt at all, and I think I'm happy with that price. When it comes to pricier, i.e. busier times, I'm going to assume there is more staff on location to bring the park more to life, especially in the ghost town portion of the park. I am gutted I didn't get to truly experience that land at its fullest, and the park as a whole by extension. Now I'm going to go and watch some Expedition theme park videos about Knott's Berry Farm, which will make me think I am wrong and invalidate this whole video, but what are you going to do? Oh, one last thing, you can have weddings here. That is all.